And then 1 second as I make board members co-hosts. John, as I do that, go ahead and you can do what you need to do.
I don't think we have all our board members here yet, so I think we're not ready to open the meetings. Repeat your greeting.
Yes, welcome to the board meeting. It is being recorded. If you require simultaneous Spanish translation, there is a button at the bottom of the screen that says interpretation. And also, if we could have anyone who's a member of the public to please keep their microphones and videos turned off. If you would like to make a public comment, the link to fill out the form is at the top of the, near the top of the agenda for tonight. And then when you're called on, that's when you can unmute. And that's it. Thank you, John.
Terrific. Thanks, Sarah. So I will call the meeting to order at 5:20. Apologize for the late start. Our roll call, we have 6 board members present, including, in addition to that, we have our student board member from SAMO, Brianna Cornejo Perez is with us. I do not see our student board members from either Malibu or MBO here, Olympic.
Yeah, I'm here as a member of the school board as well, John King.
Okay, I will ask everybody to please rise for the pledge and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the
republic for which it stands,
One nation
one
under God,
nation,
indivisible.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, which brings us to approval of the agenda. At the direction of staff, we are pulling item D2, and we will be rescheduling that for a future meeting in January. I have 2 sets of minutes to approve. Is there anybody who would move to approve both sets as submitted? Or do we have to pull them out separately? Maria moves to submit both sets. Is there a second? I see Richard seconding it. I will do a vote for approval. Brianna.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
I'm going to abstain only because I wasn't a board member at the time, although I read them and I thought they were fine.
Richard.
Yes.
Lori.
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Craig.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that is 5 yeses and 1 abstention. Sorry, five yeses, 1 abstention. Our student board member with a yes as well. Which brings us to item D1, outgoing board president and vice president, Dr. Drotti. I think this is, you were going to quickly go through this, I hope. You're muted though.
Here's, I need, hold on 1 second, get my thoughts together real quick here. Let me see.
All right, Dr. Drotti.
John,
Sorry,
I would recommend that we move this item to later in the agenda.
I am absolutely fine with that. Do we need to do a roll call for that? Or are we fine to just move it to the, because we've already approved the agenda, so I'll have to roll call to fix that, correct?
Well, yes, I move that we suspend the orders of the day and that this item be moved into after our action items.
Second for that. Second, I see Maria. Roll call. Brianna?
Yes.
Jen?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
I'm a yes. So we will move that to a later item in this agenda, which brings us to communications. Student board member report from Samo High, Brianna Cornejo Perez. Thank you, Brianna, for being here. It's your report.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and fellow SMMUSD stakeholders. Today, I'll be delivering a report regarding our conclusion to the first semester and concerns we have about returning to campus. We have concluded our final exams and our first semester workload, and we are ever grateful to our Samo High teachers and staff who have supported us virtually and helped us get through this difficult semester. We are managing anxiety and uncertainty of future plans, so we appreciate the time and positive energy our teachers bring to every one of our Zoom classes. We are thankful for the 5-day grace period on missing assignments and hope that more days will be implemented to allow for asynchronous work. In the next semester, we would appreciate more social emotional learning implemented in our classroom setting. And overall, given the circumstances, we have successfully concluded our 2020 academic year. On a separate note, we are very concerned with the idea of opening campus next semester, regardless of Los Angeles County tier position. Our news, social media outlets, and conversations revolve around the tragedies brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. We see high rates of fatalities and high numbers of infections. We do not feel safe returning next semester and have fears of our own health and the health of our loved ones at home. We are moving into the holidays and the harsh reality that a spike may very well come over break. We would rather approve of a distance learning plus model that limits the health scares and minimizes a disruption to our learning. We realize this is a huge sacrifice and we miss our learning and classrooms tremendously, but we want to do this so that we can have the possibility of returning later at another time. We do not want to jeopardize the health of our resilient teachers and put them in a position that could cause for infection. We would also not like to return to campus only to be later returned to a virtual platform. We would like to have a consistent learning environment. We propose the board focuses on ways of improving our virtual learning experience rather than plan on new ways to return to campus. We need a way to support our students academically through accessible tutoring and mentoring programs. We request more attention on our students with lower academic achievement and that they be given resources to succeed online. Thank you so much for your consideration of the viewpoint shared by many of students of the Santa Monica High School Student Body Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. And just to reinforce, we have a big discussion coming up tonight, and I don't want you to feel limited in your participation in that discussion. So as a board member, we'd like to hear what you have to say as the discussion progresses tonight.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I don't, Sarah, am I correct in saying that we don't have our Malibu or Olympic reps with us tonight? I
I
didn't see
keyword
either
searched
on
their names and I don't
I didn't
see
see either of
them.
them. So let me go to Sarah, let me go to SMM CTA with Sarah Braff.
Okay, I'm sorry to say my video, the host has stopped my video. I don't know.
Hold on one second, sorry.
Okay, sure. Sorry.
Un momento, let me find your name. Hold on.
Sure.
There you are.
Okay, thank you. We are, oops, okay. We are in a growing pandemic that has killed more than 300,000 people in the US. And in the last 2 weeks, it has become our leading cause of death, outpacing cancer and heart disease. Hundreds of thousands of more people who have survived will be permanently compromised medically, and all of us are suffering mentally. But we cannot compare what is happening in our country to any other country because we are completely lacking in any coordinated federal response. The CARES Act and subsequent relief packages did not designate public school districts as recipients. Many of our elected representatives do not think education deserves additional economic support. Millions of people are convinced COVID-19 is a hoax. You can walk around our city and see the people who don't think wearing a simple mask applies to them, never mind that we should all be staying home. We are fearful, we are anxious, we are angry. But the anger to me is misdirected because I don't understand how teachers and our school district and school board have become the enemy as we battle the greatest public health crisis of our lifetime. I know parents are struggling and their kids are suffering, but so are my teachers. They have the same fears for themselves and their families while they work 7 days a week to create a 5-day-a-week learning community for our students. I have never seen our teachers and our district work as hard as they have these last 9 months. They collaborate to find new ways to envision the learning process. They constantly work to improve engagement and provide academic, emotional, and IT support to assist their students and other staff. And teachers and their students are finding their groove. So please don't disregard the comfort and support in continuing a routine. And while we know some students are not engaged in learning via Zoom, there have always been students who were not connected with school during live instruction. This inequity was and continues to remain a challenge we must address. But in distance learning, we're in this together. If we select a hybrid model, that is not true. Many students will have to switch teachers and start over in finding the safety and comfort with a new classroom, not to mention the upheaval and logistical nightmare scheduling will be. Teachers will not be able to provide equitable instruction to a remote and live classroom simultaneously. I fail to see how having 15 germ strangers in a closed space for 6 hours a day is an acceptable risk to take. Would people who are insisting on live instruction right now be fine with hosting an extended play date for their child with 15 of their friends inside their house? Because that is the scenario for teachers returning to in-person instruction and puts everyone at unnecessary and continued risk. And why do they think teachers do not want to be back in the classroom with their kids? They love your kids. They're worried about your kids. They love teaching. You have to love it to put up with the amount of disrespect and anger heaped upon them. But right now, we have overflow tents set up in the parking lots of our hospitals. Los Angeles has 6 refrigerator trucks to handle additional bodies. There is a severe shortage of critical care and ICU beds, along with the staff to manage those patients. As this global pandemic continues to rage unabated, we need to focus on what we can do well without getting people sick from a disease that can be prevented if we stay apart from each other. That's the best way to stop it. Even as infection rates continue to surge, I do see an end in sight as the vaccine is rolled out over the next few months and the leadership at the formal level changes. But I do not see in-person learning as something feasible for the majority of students now. I know how angry this makes some people, but I want you to know we are still in the fight to teach, to comfort, to support your kids and our students today and tomorrow and the next day. And we will be there to help them catch up to what they have lost when we can return once the pandemic has subsided. We will need your support later on to ask the federal government to give schools an economic lifeline the same way they do private companies. We will need money for mental health support to address the significant trauma we all have, especially our kids. And we will need additional funding for in-person instruction next summer to help our students recover from learning losses because of the pandemic. Because our teachers do want to be with their students when it's safe, and that time is not yet now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Normally we have our report by Chris Mock with SEIU. At this time, Chris just reached out to me. He had a housing emergency and he will submit a written report to the board that will be in the Friday memo, which brings us now to our PTA Council report with Gabrielle Cohen.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. First of all, I just wanted to say to Jennifer Smith, congratulations. We are very happy to have you on the school board. We expect great things from you. So PTA has worked very hard to make sure parent voices were heard when discussing the reopening of our schools. We are also happy that the district was able to bring parents, teachers, and administration together to hear each other's points of view and give our thoughts. These conversations go a long way in understanding. As advocates for our students, what we need to look at is what is best for them. This brings me to what we've been discussing in our meetings, which is how do we get them back to school? May not be now, but eventually this is what we are striving for, and we know this will be what is best for them. As we look at this, we need to ask and figure out how we do this. What will make teachers, parents, and students comfortable enough to return? Do we need to find a way to do testing? Should we have a health check app? How do we prove to everyone that the cleaning protocols are enough? Together, we need to look at the questions and come up with the answers. In the meantime, it does look like we will be doing distance learning for a while and hopefully distance plus at some point. So we need to continue to improve our distance learning. If we keep bringing our teachers, parents, and administrators and students together to work on the issues, I believe we can improve what we have. Our failure rate is unfortunately at an all-time high. We have kids that this format is just not working for. We talk a lot about equity in our district, but we sometimes forget that equity is not about everyone having the exact same. Equity is about everyone having what they need to bring all students up to the top. We need to meet them where they are and help them. We have to look at our students who have learning differences, students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, as well as students who might be feeling like they are just different. We need to be sure that all students, no matter their race, religion, or sexual orientation, feel safe and able to engage with their classmates. So how do we do this? Maybe teachers should reach out to parent volunteers and help man the chat or assist in breakout rooms. This can help the students engage with each other and give a chance to connect. I know at least one elementary teacher who spends a few minutes each day meeting with students one-on-one. And this may seem harder at the secondary level, but if each teacher took 5 minutes of a class to meet with two students each day on a one-on-one basis, within 3 weeks or so, they could meet with everyone. This could help the students and teachers form a better connection and might help the teachers to catch things like falling behind before it gets too far. We know our teachers and students, as well as any parent who's lucky enough to still be working, are working harder than they ever have before. We hear you, teachers. We all have pandemic fatigue and Zoom fatigue, but we have to keep trying to find ways to work smarter and not harder. We need to keep moving forward and getting better by working together. So I want to end my report with something that will hopefully make everyone smile, at least for a few minutes. PTA is celebrating 50 years of Reflections. Reflections is a national art program which provides opportunities for recognition and access to the arts, which boosts student confidence and success in the arts and in life. Students submit their work in dance choreography, film production, literature, music composition, photography, and visual arts. They submit at the school or unit level, and then some of them are chosen to be moved on to council, then district, then state, and finally national. So we have a short presentation of just some of the work that was chosen at the council level to be sent on to the district level. We are unfortunately not able to show you all of the work that was submitted, but if you in the next few weeks, go on to our council website, which is smmPTA.org. You will be able to view all of the submissions in full that are going forward. And there are some really powerful pieces that you won't want to miss. Sarah, will you please play the video?
Yep, give me 1 second here. Let's see. Share with sound. That screen? You can see that? Okay.
Yes.
Written in stone, every rule that we would, centuries of
What happened?
old and unbending. Stay in your place, better seen and not heard. Well, now that story is ending. 'Cause I cannot stop to crumble. Come on and try to shut me and cut me down.
Just like how everyone in an orchestra matters and makes a positive impact to that orchestra, every person in this world matters and makes a positive impact to this world. And they all come together to make something beautiful. We're all so different, yet similar too, and we have to embrace our beautiful selves. Every person has so much potential. Together, we will make a beautiful difference in this universe, and each person matters, now and forever.
Feeling lost and feeling lonely, feeling further than 6 feet apart, missing friends and missing family, missing sleepovers and walks in the park. I know how you feel, but I know this much is real. I matter because
Thank you, Sarah. And we just want to congratulate all of our students who worked on reflections. And I forgot to mention the theme, which was I matter. I matter because. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle. And thank you for sharing that. Before we move to superintendent report, Lori, did you want to jump in here?
There are a lot of public speakers and it's very hard to read this list. So I think we missed one who had signed up to speak on the first set of minutes, I think it is. So rather than just go on, I feel like the only way to correct that is to let that person speak. And if a board member wants to revisit the vote in light of that and change something, then so be it. And if not, the vote would stand. That would be my suggestion.
Great. Do we need, Richard, do we need to take a vote to do that, or can we just do that?
I think you could hear the public comment as Lori has stated, and then there would just be a motion to reconsider if there's a decision by one individual member to do so.
Great, thanks so much. So Lori, can you introduce the speaker then, please?
Yes, the speaker is Nikki Kohlhoff.
Hi.
There you go.
Can you see me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm here speaking to the minutes again. The minutes for November 19th are the minutes reflecting my comment to the agenda from November 5th. And all it says is I addressed the board on the minutes, on the prior minutes. It doesn't say what my comment was in any way. And the problem with that is my comment, of course, was that the prior minutes weren't accurate. And when I made the comment in November 19th, there was no response from the board and the minutes were just approved as is. So I'm wondering how the minutes ever get corrected. And beyond that, though, it just reflects a further disconnect between showing what the public comments and what their view is and what they're asking their elected officials to do and what you do. There's no accountability if you guys aren't tracking it, and there's no public record of what happens with the school board. You guys don't consider emails public record and you don't put them in a packet for everyone to read. Alternatively, like other districts who don't have packets, they would read them into the record, and you don't do that either. And then with respect to names of people who speak, it's not noted whether they're pro or con, which is usually what the city council and planning commission would do. They would also have the packets so everyone can see what they're speaking to. Lori, I can see you shaking your head. Please don't. And now you'll turn your camera off, I'm sure.
Whatever goes off, Nikki, please complete your comments.
Well, you may not be on the dais, but we can see you, and it feels disrespectful when you shake your head when we talk. I was looking back.
I'm gonna disagree with you after you finish, so finish your comments.
Great. Back on ISPE, I happened to see those minutes recently, and there was a series of 3 meetings, one in Santa Monica, then in Malibu when you guys changed the whole plan, and then in Santa Monica again when it came back for an information item because you considered it done in Malibu. There were no names even written as commenting at the initial meeting in Santa Monica that prompted all of the changes. And somebody did speak in Malibu and that person wasn't recognized in the minutes either. So if there's no record of what the public is asking you to do, how do we know if you're accountable as elected officials? It highlights your failure to listen when we can show that you were asked by, say, 50 people to do X and you did Y. It seems by design that we aren't tracking public record. It shouldn't be a matter of cost. You're about to move forward on $100 million as a consent item, throwing that out the window. So if you're going to be spending those kinds of big amounts and making big decisions, then the public record has to somehow reflect what the public asked you to do. Thank you.
Richard, I saw that you wanted to address the speaker.
Not the speaker, John. I have a question for Dr. Drati and Sarah, particularly in response to the public speaker. It is the case, correct, Dr. Drati, that each and every one of our meetings, whether they be Zoom sessions or prior to this horrible pandemic, in person, that there are at minimum audio recordings and most often audio and video recordings of all of our meetings, and those are archived for time immemorial. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I just wanted John and Vice President Lieberman to make clear to the community that oftentimes, from my perspective, when I vote in support of minutes, minutes are not a detailed transcription. Most certainly they are not. Rather, they are to say who spoke and to record actual vote outcomes. And we rely upon the great technology we have with audio and video. So anyone who's curious as to see how these meetings have unfolded, those are all available, correct, Dr. Girardi, to anybody who chooses? Where could they find those videos?
Those videos would be on the, sorry, Dr. Girardi, may I?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
On the SMMUSD website, if people go up to the top where it says Board of Education and go to board meetings, the current year videos are posted there, and then all previous years of minutes and videos. If it's a special meeting pre-COVID, we always did an audio recording of those. Now, obviously, we can do video as well, but they are all online under the Board of Education meeting section of our webpage.
Thank you, Sarah. And then just one follow-up that I want to ask you and Dr. Girardi. There is never, ever an editing of those audio or video recordings, correct? So every stumble I ever make when I speak, or all the boo-boos we make as in kind of articulating positions, those are all caught, right? So everything is heard and people can see how things unfolded in real time. That's what I wanted to just clarify. Thank you, John.
Sure. Thank you, Richard. So Lori.
Yeah, Richard has made my point that I would have made and not as eloquently. So thank you.
So I would say, is there a board member who would like to revisit the minutes to make a new motion, or will the minutes stand approved as we already have done so? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to our next item on the agenda, which is item F, the superintendent's report. Dr. Girardi.
Yes, thank you. I originally had a plan to do a superintendent's report, but something emerged right at the start of closed session that I think I need to address you all on and community on. And so I'll do that part, and I'll bring on Dr. Kelly to do what I would have done, which is introduce one of the new directors in the fiscal department. So I think I need to address this because it can have implications about today's meeting, and I think you all need to know. And this is in regards to ex-board member and new council member, Mr. Oscar De La Torre. Congratulations to him. He was confirmed as a new city council for the city of Santa Monica, and congratulations for that. It is a huge accomplishment. He and I have been in communication for the last 2 weeks regarding the transition plan, and a part of that would normally be that he submits a letter of resignation. That's a normal protocol, which he did not do. But in our deliberations, I think at that point he's under the impression that he can be on both the school board and city council. And in researching that situation with the legal counsel, I got legal opinion from our legal counsel, and also from the city about the situation, whether Mr. De La Torre can indeed hold 2 offices. And their response was no, just because I don't have the legal name in front of me. We do have our lawyer here, our legal counsel here, Mr. Jay Furno. If you want to see the actual legal language, I am going to send it to you, but for the sake of time, essentially, the law says that he can't hold both offices in this city. If he was in Culver City and in Santa Monica, that can happen, but because we have dealings with the city, contracts with the city, and arrangements with the city, because of that, he can't hold comparable offices. So that's our position as a district. I'll give you the legal language on that. I think it's important for this meeting. We weren't going to bring all of this up here, but I think I did recognize that Mr. De La Torre introduced himself as being on the board. So just kind of want to let you know that, just in case things transpire throughout the meeting, that we need to know. So so with that said, that just concludes that aspect of the response. I don't know if there needs to be clarifying questions for me or not.
Yeah, I have a question.
Board members.
Yeah.
Superintendent Dradi, this is Oscar de la Torre.
So right now, I would like to just really hear from the school board members.
Hello.
We realize there's a dispute. We're checking into that. There's a dispute. Obviously, Mr. Dillatore is going to seek legal counsel regarding that whole whether he.
He already has.
But
I have a question. Can I ask a question?
That's up to the board if they want me to answer it or not. But the school board members.
So the board, I understand. So Dr. Dradi, thank you for sharing that. I understand this is an uncomfortable situation for many of us here. We have a great deal of respect for council.
I have a question. It's Oscar de la Torre. Can I ask a question?
Not at the moment, Council Member De La Torre. What I would like to say is, while the school
Can
board,
I ask a question?
Council Member De La Torre,
Oscar de la Torre, can I ask a question?
Not at this moment, Council Member De La Torre. If you please let me speak. What I'm trying to say is that while we have a great deal of appreciation and respect for the 18.
I keep on getting muted.
All right, I'm gonna call a 5-minute recess to this meeting. I'd like the board to return.
Yeah, John King, can I ask a question?
I'm gonna call a 5-minute break to this meeting. Sarah Warrenbrock, is it okay for the board to return?
Yeah, John, can I ask a question?
So what I would have to do, Mr. Keen, is, and I would have to, I think, end the meeting, and then you could go to closed session. I'd have to restart the meeting. Is that what the wishes?
Okay. Then what I'm going to say is I'm going to ask Councilmember De La Torre to please hold his question until.
Can I ask a question, please?
Councilmember De La Torre, you are now keeping us from doing the business of the district. I've asked you if you can ask your question, please.
I just have a simple question. If I can ask a question, please.
And I've answered your question. The answer is no. We are not taking questions at this time. You will be able to speak during public comment, which is the appropriate time for members of the public to speak.
The superintendent mentioned my name.
All right, we're not going to be able to.
I would like to ask a question.
Councilman De La Torre, I've answered your question. If this continues, we will have to ask you to leave the meeting. We have code of conduct at school board meetings, and you are keeping us from doing the business of the district. Please wait for general public comment, then we will recognize you. Dr. Kelly, you were going to introduce a new director for us, please?
And I think we need to.
I could pause the recording, Mr. Keen. I apologize. I could pause the recording and open a separate Zoom for the board members to go into. And then it would just pause the recording and people would still be here. I might need maybe Ben's help to set up a separate Zoom at the moment. If you'd like to do that.
Let's see if Dr. Kelly can introduce our new director. I think that would be the best thing for us to do right now.
Thank you, Board President
John,
Key.
I'd like to move, I don't know if I can do this, that we take a recess. Like to go to the board.
Is there a second for the motion from Craig, Board Member Foster?
Second.
Is there a second from a school board member? I see Jen has seconded that. I'll do a roll call vote. The vote is whether to take a, why am I blanking on the verb?
Recess.
Take a 5-minute recess. Brianna?
Yes.
Jennifer? Richard, are you with us or are you on your phone? I think Richard had to step out for a moment. Lori?
John, I'm here.
Okay, Richard, are you yes for a 5-minute recess or no?
I'm a yes.
Maria?
No.
Lori?
Yes.
Okay, and I am a no. So we would take a 5-minute recess right now.
Oh, yes.
The members of the public will stay on this meeting, and Sarah, the board will have access to the old closed session.
John, excuse me, John.
Yes, to Richard.
Sorry, what would I think I voted incorrectly? Like, was a yes vote was to take a 5-minute recess?
Take a 5-minute recess.
And you voted no for the recess?
Well, there were already 4 votes for the yes. My vote was irrelevant, and I believe we could have continued the meeting, but I'm fine with the recess. 4 members voted yes. I'm absolutely fine with that.
All right, I vote for the recess. Thank you.
How we're going to do this.
Yeah, I'm voting yes.
Board members and executive cabinet, I am emailing you a link right now to a Zoom, and give me a second.
All right, so I'll ask members of the public to please bear with us as we go. Thank you.
Yes.
Very sorry for the interruption to the members of the public. We will be changing the agenda so we can be more respectful of the public's time. I'm going to make a suggestion that we change the agenda to address major action item I-8 at this time, approve schools reopening model. Can I have a second for that motion, please?
Second,
Second from Jennifer. I'm going to do a roll call vote of the board. Jennifer,
yes.
Lori,
Sorry, yes.
Maria.
I'm sorry, I just logged in, so I didn't even hear the
Oh,
motion.
sorry. This is to change the agenda so we can move directly to major action item I-8 to be respectful of the public's time.
Yes.
Richard? Richard, are you with us? I'll come back to you. Craig? Well, I'm a yes, so that's 4 votes yes, and we did not have vote.
I voted yes. Did you hear me?
Great, thank you, Craig. I did not hear you. So we have 5 votes yes. Before we move to this item, I would like to introduce Jay Furno, who is a lawyer for the district. Jay can address the disruption we just had. Jay, the issue at hand is the school district is under the legal impression that when former board member De La Torre was elected to city council, sworn in as a city council member, he no longer could hold both offices because they were incompatible. Could you address this issue for us, please? And then we can conduct the business of the district after that. Sarah, do we have Jay with us? I thought I saw him earlier. There he is.
Yes, hi, sorry about that, I was muted. So regarding Mr. Oscar De La Torre's potential membership on both the Santa Monica Malibu School Board and the Santa Monica City Council, under Government Code Section 1099B, when 2 public offices are incompatible, a public officer shall be deemed to have forfeited the first office upon acceding to the second. Thus, upon being sworn into the City Council, council member De La Torre would be deemed by law to have forfeited any prior incompatible position, which would have been his school board or his position on the school board. Therefore, by operation of law, Mr. De La Torre is no longer a member of the Santa Monica School Board. He should be treated as a member of the public. And if Mr. De La Torre or any of his supporters, friends, colleagues would like to comment or make comments, they should be treated as a member of the public and make those comments during the public comment section of the board.
Great, thank you so much, Jay. And again, I apologize to the members of the public who are here for a very serious topic that affects 10,000 students in our district. And to have the meeting hijacked in that manner, I apologize, but we have legal requirements that we had to address. And I am happy to change the agenda to recognize the time of the families and thank you for being here, 357 participants. So on that note, we will move to major action item I-8, and I will introduce Superintendent Drotti. Dr. Drotti.
Great, thank you, Mr. Keene. Sarah, would you put the slides on so I can go ahead and get started? We'll start off with slide number 1, and I'll signal you when to switch on.
Can you see that, Ben?
Yes, I can actually. Okay. So great. Let me get my notes here. Okay, in this meeting, it is my intention to bring to you the school board staff's recommendation for school-wide reopening in the 2021 school year. As noted in past messaging, this recommended plan is for when LA County reaches the red tier with the state of California's 4-tier plan for reopening the economy. The option we considered were developed through some thorough analysis of the safety protocols set by the state and LA County Health Department, some recommended models by the LA County Department of Education, what high majority of schools will use to reopen, and furthermore, to that, and we access scientific information as well as stakeholder input to come to the conclusion before you. What has been our journey through the summer and the fall up to now? If you remember, the original conversation about coming back to school in person started early summer, but because of the pandemic, we took a detour and focused our efforts on solidifying our current distance learning approach. We held many meetings with different constituents throughout the semester that included 2 sets of town hall meetings. We also sent out surveys along the way. We then had the school sites engaged in conversation at the school site level with staff and parents. Sarah, would you click to the next slide? Before I delve into the actual plan, I think it's important that I provide some clarification regarding the state and county tier system. What you're looking at is a clarification of our current tier and activities programs that are permitted in the tier compared to in the tier compared to the next tier, which schools can reopen school-wide. We are currently in tier 1, which is the purple. This is the most restrictive tier. While in this tier, schools can bring back specific groups of students onto campus for specific services and programs. These include special education assessments and services, services for English learners, athletic conditioning, and child care hubs. We have already started to bring students on for these services and programs, and will continue to move forward. While also in tier 1, schools can apply for tier 2 for a TK2 waiver to bring back those grade spans. We have submitted those waivers and are waiting to hear back from the county. I want to make sure that everyone understands that receiving the waiver provides an opportunity to bring back the grade spans TK2. This does not mean that we are automatically doing it. There are mixed feelings about bringing students back under the waiver in our community, and we will have to come to terms with that prior to executing it. Incidentally, I bring this up just because the emails I've received this past 2 weeks, people are assuming that Beverly Hills, Culver City, and Wiseburn, which were approved last week, the assumptions that they are executing already. And I will tell you that they're not. I spoke to all 3 superintendents last night. They're grappling with the idea of reopening, even though they have received the approval. If you look at this past, I believe it was a Tuesday, Culver City's, their meeting went to 2 o'clock in the morning just to address the TK2. And even with that, they still didn't settle it because they're dealing with the same issues. They're in their situation, they're dealing with over 200 staff members who submitted their leave, so that way they don't come to work if they're going to be forced to come to work. So those are the issues we would have to also deal with when we are planning to reopen in TK2. Like I said, we're waiting for the approval from the county, and then we'll deal with it then. Now, when the county moves to tier 2, okay, tier 2, the county can begin to allow school to open while following the safety protocols. When we will move to tier 2, when would that happen? As a county, we have to reach 7 cases per 100,000 citizens or fewer for 2 consecutive weeks. Okay, we have to reach 7 cases per 100,000 citizens in the county for 2 consecutive weeks. At this time, this presentation was published last week. Our case rate have skyrocketed to 26.9 cases per 100,000. As of this Tuesday, it is now 42.2 cases per 100,000. The ICU bed capacity for our region is now at 0%. The county estimates that if everyone behaves, we could possibly move into tier 2 in February or March. As you can see, we are currently heading in the wrong direction with our case rates. But like I said, nevertheless, we need to have a plan ready to execute as soon as we're given the opportunity to do so. So tonight's staff recommendation is for when our county moves to tier 2, whenever that might occur. And want to make sure that that's clear. We're not going to talk about tier. The proposal tonight is strictly about that and not about the work under tier 1, which includes the TK2 waivers. If you can't click onto the third slide, Sarah. When considering reopening remodels, we developed a list of common educational interests based on input from all the community engagement that occurred these past several months. The conversations that I engage in have been very emotional and a lot of different divergent views. These interests helped us focus our conversations and allowed for the development of empathy in these meetings. As I summarize the reopening models, I will explain how each of these models refer back to this list of common educational interests. If you can, Sarah, click to the next slide. Excuse me for a second. So now I won't go into details of the different types of the 2 different types of hybrid models we have been examining these past few months. You can read the slides for yourselves as a refresher. But in summary, there is a traditional hybrid. There is something what we call a traditional hybrid, which means that half of the class would be in class, learning part-time, part of the time, and another group will be working at home in an asynchronous manner. We would switch the 2 different groups back and forth, and there's different variations of how we alternate those 2 groups. Sometimes you can do alternating by days, alternating by weeks, or alternating by AM/PM schedule. And there are districts doing it in that way. And there would also be a 3rd group of students who will be learning asynchronously at home only. And like I said, I'm assuming people have been engaged in a lot of these conversations, so I won't describe in detail of what the implications of the traditional hybrid is. But those 3 groups, the group that is at home the whole time, in this model will probably need to have different teachers than they currently have, because we need to recreate a whole system of online learning for specifically that group. And then the teachers would then alternate between group A and group B. And then the teacher would be responsible for teaching the students in front of him or her, and then also be concerned about the students working asynchronously in a more independent way on the days that they are not on campus. So as you can see, if you stack this concept against the interests that I got through mentioning, the idea of social emotional connections on campus, obviously it provides opportunity for students to come on campus and to meet and socialize and create that socialization that would have normally occurred. There were many arguments back and forth whether that would be a good approach, because students wouldn't necessarily be connected to sitting next to each other or in regular communication in the past. Teacher wouldn't be close to the students, and they would people would be masked. So there's some pros and cons. Those are some of the cons that people brought up regarding that. And then the biggest con over there is how do we address the students who are not on campus, who are working independently, those are some challenges that came with that. And also, lastly, changing classes mid-year to another teacher, or possibly a computerized system to teach content for those classes that are not going to have a class was a challenge. So we stacked all those pieces up against the interest and where we went. Let's click to the next slide, Sarah. And then there is the hybrid model with enhanced technology, so that whichever group of students at home can learn synchronously with the same teacher as the in-class group using live stream technology. And this is something that we also wrestle around with. It's also another hybrid. The idea of this is you would have a piece of technology that you can live stream what is going on inside the classroom. And the teacher we still have to deal with the same group of students I mentioned in the traditional hybrid, the group A, B, and then C, which is the online group. The whole idea for the technology was for the teacher to live stream what is going on in the classroom for those cohorts who are not on campus. And that also was cause for some interesting conversations and a lot of divergent views on that, a lot of pros and cons. And we also went through the interests of the community and stacked it up against that approach. Click to the next slide. So distance learning plus approved school activities is another concept we looked at, and looks much like the learning that is currently taking place right now. However, there is a plus component that could include that would include for the following at the secondary schools, such as activities such as support activities for students who are failing behind from academic or social emotional aspects, identifying who those students are and finding ways to bring them on campus for intervention. Activities like athletics, arts, music, drama, we will bring those kids on campus in a safe way within the safety protocols. Enrichment activities such as clubs, activities that often occur on campus. You know, you have certain elementary schools that have rituals that you would identify and bring on. Yeah. And then all of these will be supervised by teachers and or other school staff. And all of this will be designed and coordinated by the staff. And then we would actually implement all safety protocols. In the secondary level, Sarah, if you click to the next slide. In the secondary level, at the elementary school level, core content like math and literacy will remain synchronous in the morning, 5 days a week. In the afternoon, the plus components would be introduced to address social emotional needs. These plus activities could include social emotional learning, outdoor fitness activities, labs, hands-on projects, interventions, accelerated learning activities, and so much more. So it would be a coordination of the sites and the staff to make sure that opportunities for all students to get on campus would take place. Again, both the distance plus models were also stacked up against the interests that I mentioned earlier. Let's now transition to all the activities. You just heard the different models that we were considering, and then I'll describe just the activities that took place. Because I think it's important that you as the board members know how many conversations occurred and how we came to terms with the current recommendation. As you know, our emergency operations team, along with our site and union leaders, have been working for months to ensure our district can meet the health safety protocols that are set by the county. Throughout October, I met with several people from our stakeholder groups to present the reopening models, answering their questions and listening to their comments. We had 2 sets of town hall meetings that were open to the public, and I've been in giving updates during my superintendent's report at every board meeting, so that public can also hear. Additionally, many staff members and families have reached out to the board members and me via email and a Let's Talk portal with the thoughts and perspectives about which reopening model the district should implement when we reach a tier 2 and when the county allows us to reopen. So what you're looking at here is just the different groups that we met with. Click to the next slide, Sarah. In November, principals, we thought it was important to take the conversations to the site level, because we thought we can reach more families with some of the ideas. So the principal engaged their staff and families in discussions regarding the merits of each model the proposed. During this time, we piloted, during this time in November, we also piloted the live stream technology with some teachers. Principals held several meetings with their staff and parents to explain how the details of each reopening model would play out in their specific sites. I also met with parent and staff representatives from each site to discuss the merits of each model. And I want to kind of spend a little bit of time on that piece. What I meant were, who do we pull to the district office for this conversation? We identified 2 sets of teachers, a FAC member and a school site leadership team member from the site, which represented each site with the staff. And then we also have 2 parent groups, either with a PTA member or leader, and also a school site council leader or parent, and then the principal. So each site had 5 people come to the district office representing their respective sites and bringing back information from the conversations they had at the school sites. So we had to break up into 2 separate groups, the secondary group and the elementary group, because the numbers were too big. I think the elementary had possibly 60 to 70 people, and then the secondary had about 40 to 50. So it was some good conversations, and I think that conversation allowed for for people to see each other, see their concerns, and allow for us to build some empathy. So I thought it was an important group, and in that conversation, we actually, after we deliberated about all the different models, the Distance Plus emerged as a unanimous consensus in each of those 2 groups, thereby giving me confidence that that is something that parents and teachers would accept. And don't get me wrong, when we came in, we were on opposite sides. We were in different places. It took a while for people to listen to each other, hear each other, for us to come to those consensus. And so the description of the Distance Plus, the concept, came from those meetings that I just got through describing. So thank you to all those staff members and parents who were bold enough to come and have those really deep conversations. If you can, click to the next slide. Before I go there, actually, I skipped one point. Maybe go backwards one more time. After we had the conversations at the district at the district level with all those different people, we then created a survey, given the input that we got, and we sent the survey out. And that was the last survey that the secondary students filled out, parents and teachers filled out, and not just teachers, I'm sorry, staff filled out. It includes classified and management and certificated. So with that said, I would like to take a moment and introduce Dr. Alicia Bailey, a new Research and Evaluation Director, who will go over the survey.
Alicia, I believe I just made you a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen.
Thank you. All right, is it projecting all right for everyone?
Yes.
Great. So these are the reopening survey results, which I believe are available for the public to look through and peruse on their own. We focused today on this presentation on 2 major questions. The first question: what is the main priority in regards to reopening school, or regards to school period, for the different stakeholder groups? And that was the first question of the survey, and the results for the elementary parent survey that went out to elementary parents We have some similar or very close percentages, and the two main high priorities are the continuity of academic support and instruction, and then the health and safety precautions during the pandemic. And here is the pie chart that describes that close breakdown. And then here are the numbers below to look at it at your leisure. In green are the two, I have highlighted the top two rankings or choices. And you can see that a close behind that is social emotional connections on campus for elementary parents. We also we broke it down for Spanish respondents to the Spanish survey. And as SPED stands for special education, SED stands for socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and then EL respondents, which stands for English learner. For the secondary parent survey, there was a little bit higher of a higher of a first choice. And that first choice comes down to continuity of academic support and instruction, but pretty close behind it was health and safety precautions during the pandemic. So about a 31% to 29% split. For the secondary student survey, we see a clearer top choice and type preference, and that for students is the health and safety precautions during the pandemic at 39%. The next two competing priorities would be continuity of academic support instruction at 23%, and then maintaining connection to classmates, staff, and school community. On the pie chart, it says 23%. Technically, it is 22.6%. But now here we see a bit more of a divide with the staff. We see or between the rest of the stakeholder groups, the staff are reporting at a 72% rate. Their main priority is the health and safety precautions in reopening. And you can see that pretty consistent with as a main priority amongst all the different staff groups. So which model then should the district implement when in the red tier? We asked all the respondents to rank the top four, rank all four options: distance learning plus, traditional hybrid, and hybrid enhanced with technology. And so what the data you'll see right now is what is the first choice of all the respondents. So the first choice in the respondents for the elementary parent survey is 33% for enhanced hybrid model is my top choice. But at a close second, 28% is distance learning. This next, the bar graph, is the same data represented in just a different way. So in the bar graph, true distance learning options were combined, distance learning plus and distance learning traditional. And hybrid, the two options for hybrid were combined so that you can see the public's preference for those two. And as you can see, they're pretty close, with 956 people voting as one of the two versions of distance learning as their top choice, where 960 are choosing hybrid as their top choice. So for the secondary parents, you see a similar one, though a slight difference. We see that 37% of the respondents chose an enhanced hybrid as their top choice, with 26% choosing distance learning as their top choice. So we see distance learning at 1026 and hybrid at 1021 when combined. So if you look at the pie chart, this data is reflected in the pie chart by looking at almost the exact split between the two options. So red and dark blue but represent hybrid options, where green and light blue represent the distance learning options. In the secondary student survey, we see a bit more of a difference between a split between the two different options. 36% of students are chose distance learning as their top choice. And distance learning plus is 19%. So if you look at these two colors, you get the representation in the first bar in the bar graph. For 693 students, they chose a distance learning model as their top choice, where 564 students chose a hybrid as their top choice. The staff survey is much clearer. 57% chose a distance learning, clear choice, and preference is very strong in the staff survey. Distance learning is their top choice, and at 57%, distance learning plus comes in at 29%. So in other words, distance learning is the vastly preferred model for staff. At 1 or 2, either plus or traditional distance learning. So that's 740 people chose that as their top priority, and 121 chose a hybrid model. So in this, in the appendices of this presentation, we do have the full raw data that's available to look at as in the public. And with that, I will give it back to Dr. Drotti.
Thank you. And then Sarah, you can just take me back to the next slide, which has to do with the safety protocols.
Let's see if Alicia stops sharing. There we go. Yeah. And let me get back to, can we see this?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, great. So before I go into my recommendation based on the preponderance of information that we received, I want to make sure that it's clear that nothing is going to happen until the safety protocols are in place, and we are ready. We purchased all the PPE equipment and everything we need for in the case that we need to go back. The students that are back under the tier 1 program, under tier 1 programs that we're currently having, like such as the athletic conditioning, the special ed support, EO hubs, all those activities are operating within the safety protocols. And as we continue to add to the tier 1 programs, we'll continue to make sure that the protocols are adhered to. It'll be the same when we go into tier 2 and we actually implement a model under tier 2. And so I wanted to put this out here so that way the conversation isn't really about this piece here, although it is important. The focus really be about, from my opinion, should be about the model, and then the reopening. We can always talk about the safety protocols at a different time, because we also have an entire presentation we can give the board and the community regarding those as well. If you can't, switch to the next slide. So based on this, based on the preponderance of information, as well as input gathered from public comments made at board meetings, messages sent via email in our district's Let's Talk portal, the staff recommends that SMMUSD Board of Education adopt the Distance Learning Plus model as the reopening schools model for the 2021 school year, upon receiving permission to reopen within tier 2. We believe, the staff, that this is the best model to meet the collective interests for social emotional connections on campus, maintaining connection to classmates, staff, and school community. Also addresses the continuity of academic support and instruction, and then health and safety precautions during the pandemic. And just to speak a little bit about these things, the logic behind these things is that the social emotional connection, we recognize that's a huge interest for everyone. And we think that a well-targeted, organized plus activities will adhere to that in a more consistent manner. Because the hybrids really provided a real choppy approach to addressing this, because as you mentioned, whether it's a live stream, we're live streaming from classroom, or we're doing a traditional, the teacher really reaching all the students in a uniform way will be very difficult. But we think a plus approach can address this. And the committee that I met with the parents and staff agreed to that. Maintaining connection to classmates, staff, and school community. Obviously, this is about bringing kids back on campus or students back on campus, and the PLUS model addresses that as well. Continuity of academic support and instruction is huge, was huge. Imagine us having to, let's say if we were to go into the traditional, that will mean my office or the district office will be sending out, or the school staff will be sending out commitments from staff, from parents and students in deciding to disenroll from their current classroom and enrolling into some kind of virtual online distance program. Thereby so obviously that would create issues with continuity of learning. If it's the live stream, then obviously some people agree that you don't have to change the classrooms, but that piece, our staff found it very challenging to be able to manage students in front of them and manage 2 other cohorts who are at home while live streaming. And the belief was that it would take away from the focus on academics. It would become more or less about managing instead of actually teaching the curriculum and so on. So and then furthermore, for the continuity of academic support, now that I will tell you right now, even though right now we are not on campus, in the last month, since November, we've had to quarantine over 14 staff members because of whether it was a positive in COVID or something has happened. Not that they were transmitted from our site, but the point is people bring onto campus confusion. So you add students to that mix and everybody to that mix. Just think about the disruption. I guess the concern about the disruption that would cause. If a teacher gets sick, what do you quarantine the whole class? If a student, all that movement that would have to occur, the feeling was that it would take away from the focus on academics, and it becomes more of a management. And in our research, when we're talking to schools that are doing a hybrid and all that, they would say that that's most of the time is spent on contact tracing and chasing people down, and possibly even having to find subs or different things because some staff were turned. Like, as I mentioned, you have a lot of staff submitting what we call leave of absent applications, so that way they can either quit or just go find another job or just leave altogether. So we just thought that disruption of trying to find new teachers, having to live through the year with whether it be because somebody was sick or somebody was injured or somebody just feels very anxious about being here, it's still a disruption. So we thought that component would impact the continuity of academic learning. And then obviously health and safety precautions during the pandemic. As I mentioned, most of the core content pieces of distance learning is still there, and we would work to really minimize that. We would work to bring kids on campus and within the protocols. And so all of this, all the conversations that I've engaged with and the different groups I've engaged with, I feel more confident that we can deliver a Distance Plus in a harmonious way that addresses these interests. And if you click to the next slide, I think I covered, my apologies, I covered the different pieces already, but I think I covered the conversation about this slide already. But with that said, if you go to the last slide, and then we can just open it up for questions.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Drotti. So Sarah, if we could get the screen back. This is where we would normally go to clarifying questions from board members. We do have a large number of public speakers today, but if there are clarifying questions, I do want to get them now on the presentation. Okay, seeing none, it means we will go to public comment. I do want to say something before we go to public comment, before I turn it over to Vice President Lieberman. I just want to say to the public that nothing is more important to us than our children. Any parent knows that. Those of us on the board right now we are all parents. We all have children who are suffering or thriving under current educational outcomes right now, just like your kids are. We are, all of us as a community are hurting right now. We are suffering under the strains of this virus. We're suffering economically. We're suffering physically. We're suffering emotionally. And we're also a community that's very divided right now in what we want. But hopefully what we all want is what's best for our children. And I implore you with your comments tonight, you are entitled to say what you want. I implore you to reach inside of you and find the empathy for the other people in this room who might disagree with where you're coming from, but want to get to the same place. I implore you to tap into that. We do not to be, we can disagree with what we believe and have a real discussion without belittling and demeaning those who feel differently. That said, it's public comment and everybody can do what they want, but I just implore you, that's just where I'm coming from. So I'll turn it over to Board Vice President Lieberman, who will introduce our public comments.
One thing I do want to get the board's feedback on is we have approximately 50 speakers on this item. So do we want to, we would automatically, according to our bylaws, reduce their speaking time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes apiece. Are we all comfortable with that and leaving it at that?
I would suggest that we do 2 minutes, yes. As opposed to doing something shorter, yes, I would definitely say we do 2 minutes.
Everybody okay with that? Not that I can see you all. I see Maria.
There's a thumbs up. I think Jen is in favor. Rui Israel, who is not a board member, is a thumbs up for that. Great. So we will have 2 minutes for public comment. Thank you, Craig. I see
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori.
Yeah, because I wanted to let you all know as I read your names that you'll each have 2 minutes to address the board, and I apologize for inconvenience if people plan to give 3 minutes of speech. I know how hard it can be to just shorten it as you're speaking, but we're going to have to do that. Otherwise, we're never going to get to the decision-making part, but we are interested in hearing from you. So without further ado, I'm going to read your names 3 minutes at a time. I'm sorry, 3 people at a time, and you'll speak for 2 minutes at a time. So the first 3 speakers are Elian Payuk, I hope I'm not butchering that, Andrew Gumbel, and then Honey Rosenthal. And Sarah will unmute you as she finds you.
Elian, you've been unmuted.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Elian Payuk. I'm a family medicine doctor, and I have 2 small children in the elementary schools in Santa Monica, so I'm definitely invested in this process. And I definitely see both points of view. I treat COVID patients on a regular basis, daily basis at this point, and so I'm very well aware of the safety concerns. And I very much don't feel like at this precise moment during the middle of the spike, we can open. And so I definitely appreciate the safety concerns that have been brought up by many speakers. At the same time, I see that a lot of harms are being done to the children as well. On the emotional side, on the physical side, I've gotten reports of a lot of depression, kids doing poorly in school, and there's definitely a lot of harms being caused by the current process as well. And even though it seems right now when we're in the middle of the worst spike that this will never end, the reality is that there is an end to this tunnel and that the vaccines are being distributed. And as we pass out from this most terrible time, that we will come into a better time when we should be planning to reopen. My concern with the current plan from the board is that DL at an indefinite basis doesn't really address some serious concerns with the health of our children. And I think that we need a stronger plan for reopening as the risk level goes down. While I don't think that we can reopen right now, as these numbers go down, and they will probably go very down dramatically once the vaccine is in wide production, then we should be able to really reopen more strongly and in person more robustly, especially since there's so many medical studies proving that kids really aren't high transmitters and that there is an ability to open the schools safely. So I do recognize safety concerns, but we need to have something more in place to offer to the parents, to the students, and not have an indefinite deal. We need to have some
Speaker's
endpoint.
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrew Gumbel, then Honey Rosenthal, and then Claudia Bautista Nicholas.
Oh, well, I went too long.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm the parent of a third grader at Will Rogers. I have two children who went through the system, who are now out of the system. I love this district. I have loved many, if not all of the teachers that I have encountered in my years in the district. And I want to push back a little bit on something that Sarah Bruff said earlier about the notion that people who want to push for a robust reopening when it's safe are somehow hostile to the teachers or heaping disrespect on the teachers, at least where I am coming from, where the authors of the petition that was circulated earlier to call for a robust reopening and everybody who's supported us, including at the rally this afternoon, we do not disrespect teachers. We love the teachers. We want to bring everybody along, teachers, parents. We understand why you're nervous, especially in this moment with the high infection rates. But it is really important as things improve to have as robust a plan as possible. Those of us who wrote the petition did not support the idea of distance learning plus, but we're going to live with it. And we would urge you as board members to make the plus as robust as possible. And to that end, we would ask you to attach some conditions or at least just sort of insist on certain things with that plus. The plus would mean two meaningful opportunities for students, certainly at the elementary grade. I'm only going to speak about elementary because that's my experience with my child. 2 opportunities a week to have meaningful interactions on site. One with a class teacher at least, and then the other, attending to the social emotional needs. Our children are really suffering. They're breaking down psychologically. Some of them are handling it better than others, but there are some really bad cases out there. We need to think very seriously about their well-being. We need to think also about the future of the district, because if there is not a robust plan and we don't have a workable model in place that shows how in-person learning can learn by the end of this year, and again, this is assuming that things get better with the vaccine, there's a real danger that we'll still be stuck with this same oppositional conversation at the beginning of next year, and parents will ditch this district. We will lose huge amounts of budget.
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to apologize to all of you because I know it's going to be hard to keep your comments to 2 minutes, but I want to remind everyone that we've heard from many people, including some of you, and I want to say that I know that all board members read their emails. And if you want to send anything in addition, please feel free to do that. The next speaker again is Honey Rosenthal, then Claudia Bautista Nicholas, followed by Wade Major.
Hi, I can't get my video to start. You guys disabled it? Is it possible for you to enable
No, I don't think we disabled videos.
It says the host has asked you. Okay, so it did it now. Is it working now? It's
no
still
video,
on.
but your audio.
Okay,
There
here
you go.
Okay.
You're on. You're on.
Okay. Dear school board members, thank you for this chance to speak. It's time we listen to science. It's time to open schools. While some teachers at our schools have put in countless hours to make online learning work, it simply doesn't. Zoom is not a classroom. The largest school district in the country, the New York City School District with 1.1 million students, found a way to open schools. In Los Angeles and Santa Monica, preschools, private schools, daycares, camps, and clinics that provide pediatric, special, speech, physical, occupational therapies all figured out a way to open safely. It's time to open schools. The science supports opening schools. Here I'm pointing to my first article. According to the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, millions of more years of life were lost because schools were closed than had they stayed open. Quote, the decision to close U.S. primary schools could be associated with more eventual years of life lost than would be observed if these schools had remained open. Restoring access to in-person primary school education should be an immediate national priority, even while the country awaits a vaccine. Quote, the attempt to save lives by closing schools may not have resulted in the net savings when considering the potential harms associated with intervention. I'm going to my second source now. Let's look at the CDC, what the CDC has to say. The latest from the CDC is, quote, children who tested positive were not likely to have attended school or childcare in person. In essence, in-person schools are not going to make it more likely that a child tests positive for coronavirus. So we need to listen to the CDC. It's not schools that are spreading the virus. Next, I'm pointing to the New York Times article. School children seem unlikely to fuel coronavirus surges, scientists say. Months into the school year, school reopenings across the United States remain a patchwork of plans, in-person, remote, and hybrid, masked and not, socially distanced and not. But amid this jumble, one clear pattern is
Speaker's
emerging.
time is up.
Thank you. Claudia Bautista Nicholas, Wade Major, and then Lauren Daskevich. I'm sorry if I mispronounce any of these names.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, board members. I am Brianna. I am here today as a parent of a junior at Samo High and an AP Spanish teacher. As a parent, I acknowledge that my son would love to be with his friends and his marching band family. I also acknowledge that his teachers have made incredible attempts to make him feel valued, seen, and appreciated in his virtual classroom. As a teacher, I can tell you that I ache to see my students. I know that we would prefer to be in person, getting to know one another and celebrating all college acceptances that are beginning to come in. I love teaching and I love each and every one of my students who are all my kids for as long as I live. In that spirit, I had a course evaluation at the end of the semester. Although my students are not thrilled with being away from their friends, they have found silver linings. They are happy with no time wasted in class and commuting to school. They like sleeping in and 100% stated that they want to keep the 5-day grace period for all assignments. After reading their comments, I realized that our students are resilient and appreciate staying safe at home. They have requested more time from teachers to connect socially and to have time to complete work asynchronously. As AP students, they want to cover the AP curriculum so that they can pass their AP exam. I am committed to make sure that I cover the essential material for them to achieve a passing score. In the past 6 years that I have taught AP Spanish, we have had 90 to 100% passing rate. I know that what I need to do to achieve that score, and I can't do it in hybrid. When it is safe and the county provides the green light to meet in person, I would love the opportunity to volunteer to be one of the first teachers to create in-person activities to meet my students. So I am here to ask that we work together as parents, teachers, students, and administrators to think outside the box, improve our distance learning plus proposal, and provide opportunities for students and teachers to meet when it is safe and when the
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wade Major, Lauren Daskevich, and Caitlin Harrington.
Yes. I'm Wade Major. I'm the father of a 7-year-old girl in the 2nd grade at Webster Elementary. And I'm also in the school site council. Very quick comment here. One thing that I have noticed in the data that we've looked at, and I've seen it here obviously with the district data, is that I think the way that the surveys have been put out, the interaction on Zoom, and certainly with respect to Malibu parents who feel like they're so underrepresented in the district that there's no point in really commenting anyway, that their voice won't mean anything. It hasn't been a transparent communication process, and it almost can't be. Also, we're all subject to what comes from Sacramento and from the health department and from LA County, and we're all kind of hamstrung in this. We all have our hands tied behind our backs, and the district can't really make any decisions. If everyone were free to make decisions, we'd be making different decisions within the district for different schools. Malibu versus Santa Monica would be addressing different numbers. I think we need to shoot for that. And what I'd like to do, because so much of this seems to come down to disagreements between the parents and the teachers, there ought to be a dialogue between parents and the teachers union that doesn't require the district to run interference between the two. The district obviously has to be a part of it, but so far the district is talking to the teachers and then the district talks to the parents. And there's a lot of friction between the teachers union, what they want and what the parents want. And it's kind of the elephant in the room. And I'd like to propose, and I will email you all to this extent, But I'd like to propose that there be a dialogue going forward, regardless of what we do in the new year and the new term. There are going to be changes throughout 2021, and we need to have the teachers union and the parents on the same page for when the days come that we make those decisions, so the school district doesn't find itself running interference between the two groups.
Are you, is this at the end? I guess.
That's it.
Thank you so much. You beat your time limit.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lauren Deskovich, Caitlin Harrington, and then Rui Israel.
Hi, Lauren Daskovich. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm a parent of a second and third grader at Edison. It's been a long day. I'm tired. My comments will be to the point. My husband and I are practicing physicians. We've been essential frontline workers throughout the pandemic, and we are strong supporters of returning to in-person schooling. As a doctor, I rely heavily on evidence-based decisions, and data has clearly shown that the benefits of in-person schooling far outweigh the risks of COVID transmission for children under 10. In Europe and the US, reopening of elementary schools has not led to higher rates of disease in communities, and US in-person childcare providers showed no increase in risk of disease. Schools around the country and the world have successfully opened to in-person learning, not distance learning plus, but actual academics. In LA, we have the added safety opportunity for year-round outdoor instruction, mitigating risk even further. It's absolutely incorrect to think of distance learning as the safer option when we know for a fact that children in distance learning risk mental health repercussions, obesity, hunger, child abuse, on top of loss of education. The American Academy of Pediatrics and the Infectious Disease Society of America support reopening of schools. If money is needed, ask. Don't further perpetuate inequity by chasing those that can afford it to reopening private schools. Look ahead. Vaccine administration has already begun. We will get through this surge. If you short-sightedly commit our children to distance learning plus without weighing the very real risks, you will be ignoring science and data, trailing far behind the rest of the country and the world, and failing those vulnerable children whom you have been chosen to protect. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Rui Israel is next. I just lost my list here. Oh, I'm sorry, Caitlin Harrington, and then Rui Israel.
Hello, hi. This will be quick. My name is Caitlin Harrington. I am a third grade teacher at Webster Elementary. I think Claudia said it beautifully. As a team, we need to create a robust distance learning plus model. Many teachers at Webster feel when in the red zone, when the Department of Public Health and CDC deem it safe for all, we can provide social emotional support and social opportunities for students in person through the DL plus model. That being said, returning at any point in the purple zone, even if the waiver is approved, is unsafe for all involved. We find many students progressing academically and are providing as much support as possible to help the students feel successful. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rui Israel, followed by Courtney Hayes, and then Glenn Sato.
Hi, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I am on Malibu Elementary School Site Council. I'm also on Malibu School Leadership Council for the past 6 years. I just wanted to give a viewpoint from Malibu. As far as I'm concerned, and from the parents I've spoken to and the administrators, I want to commend the job that the teachers are doing on the distance learning platform. And I think the distance learning plus model would be appropriate for this school year. It's been going well. And I think the issue of getting into the hybrid situation would be difficult because the kids seem set in that routine. However, I think as speakers before me have mentioned, we need to get our kids back to school. We need to get them the social, emotional well-being and physical, and they need to get back into an in-person situation. But primarily, I want to mention that I think what the district needs to do is really focus on the 2021-2022 school year, because it seems like the train has left the station for this year, but we really need to figure out a robust in-person situation for that next year. We've got the vaccine rolling out, teachers can get vaccinated. The health and safety is going to be really hopefully in a more less precarious situation by then. So please do your best to start focusing on that and figuring out what that school year is going to look like. In terms of Malibu, I want to tell you that the cases of COVID, it's 186 in Malibu total versus 2,091 in Santa Monica. We are two completely separate cities. And so we request that you give Malibu the latitude to make its own decisions once we are in that red tier to make our own what our return to school will look like. So versus a case rate of 1435 in Malibu to 2262 in Santa Monica, deaths are at 5 in Malibu and 54 in Santa Monica. So again, we are very different cities. We have very different needs, and please take that into consideration.
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rui. Courtney Hayes, Glenn Sato, and then Melinda Dembski.
I saw Courtney and I unmuted her. Is that? Can you hear us, Courtney? Okay.
You can't find her?
I found her. I've hit unmute, but or
Oh.
I've asked to unmute, but she doesn't look like she's responding.
Okay, let's come right back to her and hope that she just stepped away. And let's go to Glenn Sato and then Melinda Dembski.
Okay, got it. Hi, Glenn Sato, longtime listener, first time speaker, born and raised in Santa Monica, went to Rogers, John Adams Junior High School, Samuel High, SMC. I'm just a local guy, born and raised. So here's what I want to say. We're in a pandemic. We're seeing explosive numbers of infections locally. This infection is transmitted when we gather with other people. We depend on each other to greatly reduce our contact with others to protect ourselves from COVID. Can we trust others to social distance, wear a mask when they are in school? Can we trust others to social distance, wear a mask when they're not at school? Are you willing to risk your family's lives or long-term health? I'm not willing to risk my family's life or yours. There is no crystal ball to tell us when this will end. It will end, but we don't know. Vaccines are coming out, but they must be taken before you get infected. Distance learning is the best option for the health of all families and all school personnel. This is about safety for all. We should be preparing a comprehensive plan for a safer return in the fall of 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Melinda Dembski and then Gail Gilman.
You got to unmute. I can't.
We can hear you, Melinda. Can you start your
my video?
There you go.
Okay, am I unmuted? Can you hear me? Okay, all right. Thanks very much. Hi, I'm a parent of a third grader at Franklin Elementary. And first I want to say I agree with fellow parent Andrew Gumbel that parents are coming to this process with respect for our wonderful teachers and for our school board. We know you have the best interest of the kids in mind. I also respect parents who are stretched to the breaking point and trying to look out for their kids and families. We all live, work, and learn together, and hopefully we can keep the conversation civil, productive, and work together with empathy on a reasonable path forward. If we're going to be doing DL for the rest of the school year, many parents are going to be very disappointed. But if we are going to do it to be productive, we think that we should make sure we're moving forward and making progress. To echo some other comments, let's make distance learning more robust right now, and also make sure we're putting meat on the plus that parents were promised. DL plus, well, plus what? It's not plus 0, so it's got to be a whole number. So we think it should be DL plus 2. Parents were promised that it was going to be something. So we want it to be DL plus 2, at least 2. Sites should be given some discretion to do more, especially as things get safer. But the district should, if they're going to approve distance learning plus, make plus 2 a minimum guarantee for students, so all students have some minimal social, emotional support within 2 in-person opportunities on campus. Second, if we're going to be in DL for the long haul, we need to make sure we're moving forward, not backwards. On-campus opportunities cannot come at the cost of losing live synchronous teaching time in distance learning. This limited teaching time, about 3 hours or so for elementary school kids right now, is really the only valuable teaching and learning time that our kids have. We need to increase it, not decrease it, and move more towards a normal length school day where teachers are teaching our kids for most of the school day. This will help them reverse the slide academically that many kids are facing. This can happen right now while we're still in purple.
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Where are we now? Gail Gilman, and then if Courtney Hayes, if you're on, you would be after Gail.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for your time here tonight and all the work that obviously has gone into all of this planning and this proposal. I have 2 children who are currently at Santa Monica High School and 2 have already graduated. I'm here to express my concern that the DL Plus model doesn't provide the robust academic support for core classes such as science, math, and English. The options that seem to be offered in the Plus model as described in the documents feel more like extracurricular activities to me, and they feel optional. There won't be incentives for students or parents to commit to going back to school if these are the options that children can get elsewhere. I don't understand why we would go to the effort of bringing students back and not prioritize academics. While the kind of activities outlined in the DL Plus will support arts and sports, I feel that going back to school will be like a fun afternoon, but nothing that helps our students catch up on all that's been lost. I fear that if we wait until August to bring our students back, a full year and a half after closing, there will just be so many of them that we may never get back at all. I would urge the board to consider prioritize academic learning and support when bringing students back. I voted for a tech-enhanced hybrid model when we reach the red tier, but if a plus model is what gets our children back to school, I want to support that. This does not mean we need classrooms full of children. It doesn't mean we want to put teachers or children at risk. It means we need to be smart. The CDC classifies our teachers as essential workers, and I hope that the district supports and is working to prioritizing vaccines for our teachers. There are established protocols to safely being with people in small groups. I'm frustrated to hear that due to bureaucratic red tape, we are not able to take advantage of our gorgeous year-round weather and be allowed to have outdoor meetings areas set up on our campus. We've also watched restaurants and other businesses across our community all establish protocols to remain open. I think that as a community, we need to be prioritizing our schools, the things that actually bind our community together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last call for Courtney Hayes. Sarah, do you see her?
Yes, she is right here, and I think she's unmuted.
Yes, I am unmuted. Thank
Great.
you. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak. And I am speaking on behalf of the teachers at Will Rogers. I am a 5th grade teacher at Rogers. And the reason that I'm speaking is there is an implied social contract that families would come to school, that the families that are coming to school are healthy to the best of their knowledge. It has been apparent during distance learning that following physical distancing and safety guidelines has been especially challenging for some of our families. This adds an additional layer of stress and concern to protect our school community members, as we cannot be certain who has or has not made decisions that may put our families at risk. There is no data to suggest that in-person learning within a hybrid model with COVID safety measures will yield better academic results than distance learning. In fact, evidence suggests it might be worse due to the instability created by inevitable quarantines and shutdowns, stress and anxiety surrounding possible contagion, less direct instructional time, and teachers with greater workloads and divided attention between in-person and at-home students. The conditions that have made this especially difficult are largely associated with problems outside of the realm of a school, or educators. This is one of the very limited benefits COVID has offered to illuminate exactly where families and communities need support. Students are experiencing traumas and challenges that exist because of COVID-19, but those are confounded by the systemic inequalities that pervade our society. The plea to support the mental health of students by returning seems out of place and problematic as it speaks for
Speaker's time is up.
historically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, my dog has just pushed open the door here. The next three speakers are Kazuki Uema, Jackie Stansberry, and then Tasha Buccioni.
Good evening, board members and team SMMUSD. My name is Kazuki Uema, and I'm a proud parent of a 7th grader at John Adam Middle School, and I'm also a 4th grade teacher at Will Rogers Learning Community. I'm here tonight to ask you to support the Distance Learning Plus model for our school reopening. As you know, yesterday indicated the deadliest day for the virus in Los Angeles. Unfortunately, this has been the trajectory of the virus. The reopening of the city has only proved to be a disservice to our ability as a community to control the spread of COVID-19 and mitigate the impact in our community. As teachers, we are community members, and we have been designated as essential workers, and we recognize the responsibility of the role that we have as teachers. We are in the service of educating children, and our responsibility is not only to provide academic opportunities, but to support the child's holistic learning experiences. This means that we need to make sure to ensure a safe environment that supports a child's ability to learn and access their education. In order to do this, we need to make sure that the pandemic is under control. In the meantime, we need to do everything we can to support the teachers who care and are committed to educating the children. We plead with you now to help us in making this possible and allowing us to continue to do what we do as highly qualified professionals. We can teach virtually. We can continue to love the children and build a strong community. We can make DL better. Let's keep everyone safe. Please support the Distance Learning Plus. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Stansberry, Tasha Buccioni, and then Kelly Haas.
Jackie, you have to unmute first. Do you see?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I'm one of the few parents who is here to say that I actually support Dr. Drotti's recommendation. And I do stand with the teachers who do not feel safe returning to the classroom. From a parental point of view, in terms of what's best for my child, she's an 11th grader, and I want her to get the most substantive academic education that she can get this year, despite COVID. And I think Claudia Batista said it best as a teacher of AP Spanish, that curriculum, any rigorous curriculum, cannot be covered in the hybrid model. So I think as a parent, I feel like I can be in charge of my daughter's social and emotional well-being. I can encourage her to get out and get exercise. I can encourage her to see friends or communicate with friends, but I can't teach her. I can't be her educator. And the real reason I think it's imperative to make the decision to commit to DL is because we need to tweak DL. It needs to be better. I think the teachers did a tremendous job this semester. There's room for improvement. I'm not sure if all of the parents who are recommending a hybrid plan understand that if Dr. Drotti said tonight he wants a hybrid plan, the state and the county are still not going to allow schools to open. So how many months are we going to hang in waiting for a hybrid? We need to plan for what we have, which is DL. And I think we can get started on finding out how to make it the best DL program possible. The other thing I wanted to mention is that a lot of opportunities for our kind of socioeconomically challenged students reside in distance learning. California has a robust, or I don't know how robust it is, but it's a new program so that students who need to work or take care of families can get educated online. So I really think it behooves this
Speaker's time is up.
One last thing, we need to
Thank
teach
you.
our kids to learn.
Thank
to be
you.
good
I
distance
just want to
learners.
be fair to everyone. I understand that you and many people have more to say. Thank you so much. And before we go on to the next speakers, there are people who are continuing to sign up on this item, and our board rules say that those people who sign up after the item has begun already will be reduced to 1 minute. So know that you're on the list, but if you signed up after the item started already, you will be restricted to limited to 1 minute. The next speakers are Tasha Buccioni, followed by Kelly Haas, and then Harriet Fraser.
Hello, I am both a teacher and a parent of 3 students currently engaging in distance learning at both Edison and Lincoln Child Development Center. And I'm here tonight to support the board's plan to recommend that we reopen in the DL Plus model when Los Angeles moves into the red tier, which I'll remind you is still substantial spread of COVID. I do believe we must reopen our schools as soon as it's safe to do so, but I'm not sure that we all agree on what safe entails. To this end, I would like to urge the district to commit to a robust testing and tracing plan like the one that LAUSD has. We cannot truly know that our schools are a safe place to be if we are not regularly testing all staff and students, especially when our county is still in the substantial spread tier. Moving beyond that, though, I want to say that maintaining Distance Learning Plus will help maintain continuity of learning. We've learned so much this semester about what works and what does not work during Zoom classes. And I think that we would be better served building on that momentum that we've already gained during the second semester, rather than losing momentum and trying to switch to the hybrid model. In the distance learning model, I am able to co-teach classes with 2 separate teachers, and I meet the needs of our English learners within their core content areas. We also have special education teacher, para-educator that joins the class often to support students as well. Students are able to break into small groups and breakout rooms and move between the groups as needed within one class session. We would not be able to do that in a hybrid model. I continue to support English learners in small group sessions of about 15 students after our Zoom synchronous, during our asynchronous time every single school day from 2 to 3 p.m. and often well beyond. Students are coming to me for help and I'm there for them, sometimes 4, 5 o'clock at night. These groups change from day to day based on their proficiency, grade level, and student need. None of this would be able to happen in a socially distanced hybrid model.
The speaker's time is up.
That's all.
Thank you very much. Kelly Haas, Harriet Fraser, and then Amir Torkamani. I see the Kelly Haas square. Are you, there you go. Now we need to unmute, we need to be unmuted. There you go. You're
Okay.
unmuted.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kelly Haas, and I'm speaking today as a former elementary school teacher and as a parent of 2 children who attend Franklin and Lincoln. I love teachers and know how hard they work, but today I'm here as an advocate for all students and parents who want the option of a hybrid model when the county says we can return to school. Students have no union, just parents. In my opinion, teachers are essential. Distance learning is not working and many kids are suffering, both academically and emotionally. On November 2nd, the LA Times reported a surge in D's and F's, as well as reduced attendance in Los Angeles. Students are not meant to sit alone all day in their rooms. I'm sure they appear great on screens, but both my kids complain about being bored, missing their friends, and feeling lonely, not to mention having to do homework on computers all evening after being on the computer all day. On top of a struggle to learn, I'm truly worried about their social and emotional well-being. Schools across other parts of California and the country are offering some form of in-person learning, and more data is released each day showing the spread of COVID-19 in schools is very low. On November 29th, Dr. Fauci said this in an interview on Business Insider. Schools haven't been the drivers of community spread. Massless groups inside have. The data shows the spread among children from children is not big at all. Read the science about schools. It's out there. Santa Monica schools have all this outdoor space and offer nothing, while I see other teachers across the country being creative with how they can reach their students beyond Zoom. Our school district is small. We are not LUSD. All I'm asking is that you try. On a personal note, my mother is 70, yes, 70 years old, and has been a high school nurse for almost 40 years. She's been attending work every day since September 8th with about 2,000 high school students, and we talk daily about what's going on. No staff member student has been hospitalized thus far, and she said cases are not from school. They're from large gatherings outside. As a Board of Education, isn't it your duty to make sure kids are getting the best education possible given our resources? Are you really going to vote to keep our students home until June 11th? Is this what's best for our kids, missing 13 months of in-person learning? Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. That was fast talking. Harriet Fraser, Amir Torkamani, and then Nikki Kohlhoff.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name's Harriet Fraser. I'm a parent of an elementary, middle, and high school students. And I obviously appreciate the concerns of the cases numbers at the moment, being a British trained doctor now living in Santa Monica. We have a new president who says he will get children back in 100 days. He is aware of the science. He is aware of what is happening successfully in 88 other countries, in other districts, in other parts of the states. We know that the contagion levels are low in the school setting from this research. The McKinsey report was clear on how behind our children are falling, and those that are falling behind the most are those in poverty and children of color. We need decisive action to avoid widening this achievement gap. This is apart from the severe socio-emotional consequences and mental health consequences that these children are suffering. I am concerned about preparations for this and where we are up to as a district. We need clear and regular communication on COVID district. Please, lack of communication breeds fear. I am also concerned, very concerned, that we are making decisions for the red tier tonight on less than half the parents in the district and only just over a third of students at the high school who completed this survey. I put it to you that it is those not completing the survey who are in most need to be in front of a teacher in a meaningful way with core academic work. Decisions should be made by our leadership on the science and what is best for our students. My concern is, number one, to get 25% most needy students back to school as LACPH now, and two, to get a robust hybrid program in place when the waivers are confirmed for TK2. I believe 6th level will bring confidence to the district about bringing secondary students back. This is why I believe we should introduce a robust hybrid model in the red tier that will best serve the students and particularly those most in need, many of whom most likely did not complete the survey. This will take strong leadership in order to start to heal the socio-emotional scars as well as the academic ones. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Amir Torkamani, Nikki Kohlhoff, and then Lori Taffet.
Yes, hi. Start my video, there we go. Yes, hi, my name is Amir, and I have two daughters at Franklin Elementary, and I wanted to speak today to express my disappointment and disagreement with Dr. Drotti's recommendation. The California and Los Angeles Department of California and Los Angeles Departments of Public Health have done the hard work of providing us with a guideline for when and how it is safe to reopen our schools, especially for our elementary schools. And under those circumstances of opening in a safe environment, the science and the authorities are very clear that it is safe and important to return to in-person instruction. It's not just my personal opinion. These are the opinions of authorities, including the CDC, Dr. Fauci, the American Academy of Pediatrics, UNICEF, the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control, studies out of the Yale Child Study Center, Brown University, University of Michigan, the Lancet Medical Journal, and more. This is not an issue that is up for debate. It's established science, and we need to follow the science. More importantly, the results of the survey have shown that the parents have voted, out of the 4 choices, have chosen a return to in-person instruction under the enhanced hybrid model. Dr. Drotti's recommendation reflects a refusal to acknowledge the science and accept the science, and a decision to ignore the parents. And it honestly makes me very sad and upset for my children because they are the ones who are going to have to suffer. It makes me very sad to think about the day that we enter the red tier and I'm going to have to take my children and stick them in front of a computer while other parents around the country are allowed to send their children back to school. It's very, very sad. And I think that a lot of parents and a lot of people are, when we reach that day, are going to look back on this day today with a lot of regret and a lot of sorrow because we're going to be in a very unfortunate position. That being said, it is what it is. So I implore the board, please, under the district learning plus, distance learning plus model, put some meat on the plus. Please don't just make it a continuation of what the
The
current
speaker's time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nikki Kohlhoff, Lori Taffet, and then Matt Covington.
Okay, sorry, it was stopping me from unmuting initially. I think it's great to see so many parents speaking out tonight, regardless of their opinion. And I think what it shows, though, is that many here feel that the process failed, which is usually my focus process because the district really needs to learn how to follow one. Parents and students need to be, or parents and teachers need to be in the same room having discussions. I agree with the earlier parent who said that. Parents are not satisfied being represented by one or two handpicked parents that the administration chose to represent them. The site meetings were the most productive meetings and had some great ideas, but then those all disappeared when Girardi brought everybody back to his little committee at the district level. And while he broke them down into primary and secondary just because the groups were big, we needed primary and secondary and perhaps separating middle and high school parent committees starting during the summer. We're behind the 8 ball now because we didn't do our job during the summer and start with these committees. And it's because our district doesn't want to engage in real parent input. And so here we are. We need real committees, a separate one from Samo High and middle and elementary like Palos Verdes does. We need to make distance learning better now, but I wonder if Distance Learning Plus is going to get off the ground. I'm concerned that the same folks who don't want to come back to campus for hybrid, why would they be okay with coming back for plus? I feel like it's kicking the can down the road. Logistically, it's probably impossible to pull off hybrid at the high school because we waited too long and didn't cohort, but there's no reason why there couldn't be an elementary committee to figure out how to do that, because we do have to follow science when they say it's safe to come back. If folks say it's not okay to come back when the health department declares it's safe, then, you know, I'm concerned about how long we'll go without in-person school. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Taffet and then Matt Covington.
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll try and turn on my video too.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, there you are.
Hey, thanks so much for allowing me to speak. I'm a parent. My daughter is a 3rd grader at Edison Elementary, and this is like one of the first meetings I've been a part of, and I was really passionate about coming because, yeah, we're struggling. I'm just going to speak from the heart. I tried to write something, but it got all crazy, and people are just doing, I think everybody's doing a great job speaking and really hitting all the points. And I'm just going to kind of speak more from the heart and say, you know, our family's really been struggling with this distance learning model, and it's just not working for us at all. And our daughter is, I find, not really learning this way. And we need a better solution. And I really felt disappointed and saddened in this school district. I was so excited to move to Santa Monica because of these schools, and I love our school, and I love the teachers, and I love my daughter's teacher right now, to be honest with you. She's great. She's trying her best, but this isn't working. And I felt like the district and it's failed us because I feel like from the very beginning, we haven't had that passion of knowing like, hey, what's best for our kids is to get them back in school. And we're going to figure out a way to do it because you know what? It is possible. I just watched a video on the Las Virgenes school district. I watched their superintendent. I watched him talk. He said, oh yeah, we want to make this happen. And this is how we're going to make it, do it. You know, we're going to do this, this, and this. Come on. I mean, talking about the complexities and this, that, and the other, you know, no, it's not. It is possible to make it happen. And the parents are here to support you to make it happen. This is about our kids. It's an emergency. They need us. They need our help. They need our support. And I feel like if we truly cared, we would come together and make this happen because there's plenty of solutions.
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Covington, followed by Elizabeth Banks, and then Parvin Petty.
Good evening. I'm Matt Covington. I am a Santa Monica school parent. Some of you also know me as a member of the Financial Oversight Committee. And tonight I'm speaking solely in my individual capacity, and I do not represent or speak for the FOC. Additionally, my comments only pertain to K-8 instruction and not high school. My wife and I are huge fans of the public schools. We even named our golden retriever puppy Grant. Our kids' teachers are currently doing amazing work and maintaining a positive attitude under very difficult circumstances. With due respect to the staff recommendation to continue distance learning for the remainder of the school year, I am advocating that the school board recommend reopening the schools for daily in-person instruction as soon as it is legally permitted to do so. And I believe that the failure to do so will result in long-term damage to the Santa Monica Public Schools. Other speakers have very adequately and eloquently described the devastating costs to our children of having the schools closed, and I've seen that in my family. They've also addressed adequately the gross inequity of closing the public schools. I'm going to follow on the theme Mr. Gumbel introduced, which is that the current path is potentially devastating for the Santa Monica Public Schools in general. Socioeconomic diversity is one of the great assets of our public school system. The offspring of Ivy League grads are going to school alongside children whose parents may not even be fluent in English, and we all agree that that is a great thing for both of those kids. However, those Ivy League parents are not going to sacrifice educational quality, and you are losing those families right now from the district, and the cumulative loss of their contributions in both economic support as well as volunteer support as they leave the system, likely permanently, will exacerbate the severe budgetary challenges that the district already faces. This is a black swan crisis that requires extraordinary measures. Once the state and county public health officials allow in-person instruction, the schools should reopen. I realize that some beloved teachers may not be comfortable returning under these circumstances. This cannot prevent reopening. We must follow the science. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Banks, then Parvin Petty, followed by Jennifer Paris. Or, yeah, I'd say Paris, but I'm not sure that's correct.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Hello?
We hear you.
Okay, you guys can hear me. Sorry.
We can.
It's okay. I can't get video right now. My name is Elizabeth, and I have a third grader at Edison. I believe the district is being reckless by making a decision in regards to in-person learning at this time. My husband and I are both essential workers. Having to work opposite schedules, trying to juggle distance learning for our son is absolutely impossible, and I'm struggling to hold it all together. My son has had many challenges with distance learning since the beginning of the pandemic, as we are not a technology-driven family. Remote learning is not for everyone, and it's only getting worse. He absolutely needs to go back to in-person learning, even a few days a week. Going to school for in-person learning would be more beneficial than Zoom school every day. My son is completely disengaged and is experiencing heavy depression and anxiety, and he's only 9. The decision makers don't seem to understand what is happening to the children on the other side of these screens. I've had to seek professional help for my son. The idea that the district believes continuing distance learning would be beneficial to my child's academic and social emotional challenges is ludicrous. The district is not looking out for the best interest of our children. We need in-person academic instruction with the teacher. True educators know that there's nothing that replaces in-person learning. Even medical experts say the kids need to be back in school. Santa Monica prides itself on being so progressive, yet the decisions it's making is clearly benefiting only the most privileged families. Their children will not fall through the cracks. It seems that those less privileged gets left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Parvin Petty, then Jennifer Paris, and then Monica Gonzalez.
I don't see Parvin. I wonder, let me check the last name.
EDDI.
E-E-D. I don't see that. Let me just look through the list of P's.
While you're looking, let's see if I can get Jennifer Paris and then Monica Gonzalez. Can you find Jennifer?
I found Jennifer. I found her. Jennifer Paris, are you there? There you go.
Hi, just trying to unmute. Hi, everybody. I'm here as a parent to support Distance Learning Plus. As a parent leader at Malibu Elementary School, I participated in several meetings to discuss the best scenarios for opening in the red tier, and with the consideration of all stakeholders, students, teachers, families, and administrators. Distance Learning Plus is a great compromise to start the process of safely introducing students back to campus and integrating in-person learning effectively. With that said, each school site has different priorities and different requirements to create a successful Distance Learning Plus program. I ask that you give each school site discretion to create the best schedule and plan for their site. I'm so proud of our administration, our teachers, our parent volunteers for putting the time and effort to come up with a learning schedule and a plan for Distance Learning Plus when it's safe to reopen. You know, these are the first steps to returning to in-person learning. And we do have the COVID vaccinations coming out with an anticipation of reaching it, full general public by the summer. And I hope that the district can begin forward planning to return all students to full-time in-person learning this fall. I hope each school site is working towards ensuring that no student is falling through the cracks and that all students' academic and emotional well-being are constantly being reviewed and that any student in need are supported by the schools. So I wanted to keep it short and sweet for you guys. So thank you so much for the time. Appreciate you all.
Thank you very much. Sarah, have you been able to locate Parvin Petty?
I don't see, still don't see the name. Let me find Monica.
Okay, yeah, let's go to Monica Gonzalez, and then Monica will be followed by Jeff Bellinghausen and then Melanie Green.
Good evening. My name is Monica Gonzalez, and I'm a parent of 3 boys in the district, a senior, a sophomore, and a 4th grader. I am also a 5th grade teacher at Will Rogers Learning Community. I am here tonight to ask you to support the Distance Learning Plus model for our school reopening. We as teachers are prepared to return to in-person teaching and recognize that is the best model to serve most of our students. However, we know that we will not be able to serve our communities if we ourselves are finding ways to manage the traumas of this experience in our own lives and families. Furthermore, while we understand how critical and vital our job as educators is, we did not imagine that we would be at the front lines risking our lives for this work. Our hope for the near future is that we are able to get this virus under control as a society. We need to hold space for that hope. We can do this by allowing time for the vaccines to become available to the majority of families and educators. We can do this by allowing some time for city, state, and federal branches to address the needs and barriers for our learning community. This is work we need to come together to do and should take precedent to the call to return to in-person learning, as this would universally serve our community in responsive and just ways. Ultimately, this is the work of an educator. Please support the Distance Learning Plus model. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeff Bellinghausen, then Melanie Green, and then Elizabeth Garcia.
Hi there, hope you can hear me. Yeah, I'm Jeff. My daughter's at Franklin in 4th grade. I'll just tell our story quickly, and then maybe if I have time, I'll talk more. She's a great kid. She is doing okay academically with distant learning. I'm sure she could do much better without it. Emotionally, she's really struggling. We also have a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old, and both trying to work full time from home. And 2 months ago, she thought she had cavities, so we took her to the dentist, and it turns out she's grinding her teeth at night, and it's giving her chipped teeth because she's so stressed about work or about not being in school. She wants to see her friends. She cries 2 or 3 times a week now, which she never used to, begging to go back to school. Why can't we go back to school? Her 4-year-old brother is in school, in a preschool, and they've been open for 4 or 5 months, been doing it safely. They wear masks, especially at the elementary level. I'll defer to all the doctors on this call and all the science and all the articles and all the scientific evidence that proves that it is okay and safe to come back to schools when safety precautions are in place. And it sounds like the district is on top of that. So I really hope if we do this distance learning plus, that it's a very temporary measure. Once we get back to red, maybe every month we reevaluate if we can get all the kids back in school in person as much as possible soon. I hope it's not a end of the year. We'll just finish up because it's too hard to get started. It's been proven in many different places, countries, states, counties in this state that it can be done. And even though it's very hard, doesn't mean we shouldn't try to do it for our kids. And if I wish we could survey our kids, especially at the elementary level. I would guess 90% of them want to go back and be in school with their friends and their teachers. I'm not sure about high school, but definitely at the elementary level, I would. And that to me is an important point that no one really talks about, and it can be done safely. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Last call for Parvin Petty, if you can find Parvin Petty. And otherwise, we're going to move on.
I found Parvin Petty. Hold on.
You did.
Hello there.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Sorry, I had to leave for a minute. Well, I'm speaking as a parent of a 1st grader at Franklin, as well as a physician. And I want to echo the voices of the physicians that have spoken before, that although I don't feel it's safe right now to go back in, I do think strongly we have to have a plan of when we can go back in person to the school. And distant learning has been okay, but has been very hard on our very small learners. And it can be done safely. I was speaking to patients today, and their students are going back in Manhattan Beach, in Torrance Unified, as well as Hermosa. If other school districts close to us can do it, so can we. So I just ask that we have a plan. We have a plan in place, so this is not an ongoing thing for the long term. And it can be done safely, as many other school districts have done. But only when it's safe, not at the current level and not when we have a spike. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me get back on track here. I think we're at Melanie Green, who will be followed by Elizabeth Garcia and then Jennifer Brockett.
I don't see Melanie Green. Let me search by Green. I don't see her. Let me see if I can find Elizabeth Garcia. Maybe she's going by. Oh, Liz Garcia. Ask to unmute.
Hi.
Hi, there you go.
Hi. Okay. Hi. So I have a daughter in 3rd grade at Edison. And although some kids are okay in distance learning, other kids aren't. And they're really suffering, and they're really having a hard time. And they need to go back to school. And you talk about people that don't answer the survey. I'm going to tell you, I speak to lots of parents at Virginia Park, at Ralph, and they do want to go back to school, but they're waiting for the district to make it possible. And they're not parents that have the time to write an email or get on the very many Zoom calls that we have. And they're very grateful for what the school that they get and that they go to, but they do want to get their kids back in school. They do have their kids at Virginia Avenue childcare. They do want to return as soon, as let's say as the waiver gets through. And I know the schools are working on returning the kids safely, and they're already working on their plans. And it doesn't mean that other people have to go back. The distance learning people can stay distance learning people. And there's some teachers that will come back. There's some teachers that are going and traveling on airplanes and taking vacations and going to the grocery store. They aren't inside their home worried that, they're going to get sick, because they know that you can, be amongst people safely with masks on, as I do when I go to the grocery store or when I have to go to Costco. So, it is possible. And I think for those that need to go back, let's say the 25% that really are struggling and suffering need to go back, let's start with them. Let's be creative.
Speaker's timer is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Brockett, followed by, I don't know if it's Myra or Mayra Herrera, and then Victoria Chang.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So first off, I want to say I did send a letter in to the board, and I know you've read it, so I'm going to try and be brief here. I'm a parent of 2 Samuel High students, and my comments really only pertain to the high school and the secondary schools. And I want to ask the court to adopt the Distance Learning Plus model. I think it's the only model that balances social emotional connection, academic continuity, and the health concerns at the high school, where cohorting is so difficult as to be nearly impractical. I also did connect with several of my older son's AP teachers. He's got 4 AP classes, and I'm personally very concerned that hybrid would make it impossible to have continuity when you've got these 4 high pressure classes. But that said, I think there are real concerns about the length of distance learning, and frankly, even the red tier seems well out of reach at this point. So I think in addition to adopting the staff recommendations for Distance Learning Plus for secondary, the district really needs to take concrete steps to address the ongoing inequities for distance learning. I'm going to try and get through some of this that I've already put in the email, but open when we get the waiver for K through 2nd students, offer on-campus instruction and support as much as possible to the 25% of students that are English learners and special needs, and also look to harm approaches. What can we do? We know students have fallen behind. What can we do in the summer? What kind of catch-up and support can we provide to make up for what for many students has been a lost and difficult year? And then, lastly, I wanted to thank, as I did in my email, Dr. Shelton, Ms. Cruz, Jessica Garrido, and I realize I left off Tristan Komlos, who's been very involved in putting together the high school's approach here. And I know everybody's working very, very hard. Our teachers are working hard, and we do appreciate them.
Thank you. Myra or Mayra Herrera, Victoria Chang, and then Ian Rowe.
Don't see Myra. Let me see. What's Myra's last name? Herrera. I don't see a first or last name there. Let me see if I see Victoria. All right, Victoria Chang.
Yeah, let's unmute Victoria Chang.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So to the Board of Education, my name is Victoria Chang, and I am an 8th grade math teacher at Lincoln Middle School. Today, I am here once again to express the common views of my colleagues and myself that the reopening model that would best fit the current state of the pandemic in our county is Distance Learning Plus. Transitioning into a hybrid model in the middle of a school year will introduce lack of continuity, more instability, and health risks for our students. As a teacher who teaches multiple grade levels and mixed core classes at the secondary level, for there to be pure cohorts according to county guidelines, many of my students may be reshuffled to new teachers. In the middle school level, I teach 150 students and would have contact with all of them within a week of the hybrid model. If even one of my 150 students comes to class carrying the virus, they have the potential to spread it to me, and I could inadvertently spread it to the other 150 students I will spend time with in a classroom, who could suffer potentially lifelong side effects and endanger their families, not to speak of the family I would be endangering if I were to get infected. To phrase it in terms of the concepts I will be teaching my algebra students, the spread of this virus is exponential. There is scientific evidence to prove that schools can drive community spread and increase the number of people infected within that community. Even if our county improves to being in the red tier, that doesn't mean that COVID-19 has been eradicated, nor does it automatically mean that our students and staff will have protection against the virus. With the vaccine against COVID-19 finally becoming a reality, I beg of the board to just choose the safest option right now. Have patience and have compassion, but please vote for the Distance Learning Plus model to last at the very least until there is a framework for contact tracing and at the point where school staff and students are vaccinated against this deadly virus. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Ian Rowe, then Carol Rabel, and Mark Wilson.
Hi, can you guys unmute my video? Cool, thank you.
There you go.
All right. Hello, my name is Ian Rowe, and I'm a teacher at Lincoln Middle School, like Victoria Chang. I'm speaking today to urge the board to vote for Distance Learning Plus for the upcoming spring semester for three main reasons. First, health. My classroom does not have ventilation. It's not suitable for social distancing, and students will be exposed to hundreds of people each day. Dr. Drotti said that we already had 14 quarantines while in distance learning. What will that number jump to if we hastily reopen? Regarding the supposed health data being presented by some parents here, the reality is that school data is inconclusive because ineffective contact tracing. We have some of the worst COVID infections in the entire world. So the simple answer is this: if kids can get it, which they can, if they can spread it, which they sometimes do, then that means that we'll be getting sick too. And I don't want to get a heart attack like a friend of mine did over summer. I don't want my mother who's in remission to get sick and die. And I don't want to see one of our families have to say goodbye to their children like what happened in Franklin County, Missouri. Secondly, academics. Students can succeed with distance learning as long as we don't treat it like a scapegoat. In spring, we didn't have grades, so many students simply didn't complete the work. Today, that's different. Grades are improving. I'm seeing that. The vast majority of my students are reporting that they're enjoying my class and they're learning. Is it ideal? No, but we're in a pandemic. 300,000 people are dead. Nothing is ideal about this. Let's not make it worse. Thirdly, social needs. I wish I could say that hybrid learning is some sort of glorious promised land, but it's not. The reality is that we will be exactly what we're doing right now. Students will not be able to socialize at a 6-foot distance. They'll not be able to work in groups. I will not be able to effectively teach half class, half online, half in person. I understand that some students are finding this hard. I really get that. It's hard for us too, but I guarantee that that will not change in hybrid learning. We're in a pandemic. This is depressing. The bottom line is this: you saw the data. 86% of teachers are telling you that distance learning plus is the way to go. 60% of students are saying that. So please, let's not reopen until vaccines are distributed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did we find Myra Herrera or no? No. Okay, so we're going to move on to Carol Rabel, then Mark Wilson, and then Steve Cannell.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Carol Rabel, and I teach science at Lincoln Middle School, and I've been a classroom teacher for 32 years. And I want to tell you that this job over the 32 years has never been more challenging than it is right now. And I mean every aspect of it. So despite the challenges, I want to say that most of my students are actually able to access the curriculum and they are actually learning. If you ask students that, many of them will actually tell you that. Distance learning is not ideal. It's not ideal for kids. It's not ideal for educators, but it is by far the best way to limit social interactions between individuals. Interactions that have put 55 of 58 California counties in the purple tier and have killed over 300,000 American citizens. Yes, people, COVID-19 is spread by social interaction. If we're going to flatten the curve and we're going to get back to in-person learning, maybe next school year, we need to do our part to prevent the further spread of this disease. And the way to do that is with Distance Learning Plus. And then we need to make sure that we get ourselves and then we get our family members vaccinated when a vaccine becomes available. Teachers and students are not guinea pigs in an experiment. This disease does not discriminate. Any host will do. COVID doesn't care what your reason is for interacting. It's going to simply thrive and continue to spread to the next available host. If we lose one student, one staff member, or one teacher, it's too many. Let's prevent this from happening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mark Wilson, then Steve Cannell, and then Esther Anderson.
Sorry about that. Thank you again for your efforts during these difficult times. I also want to thank the teachers and staff who are doing their best during these unprecedented times. I'm continually blown away by the efforts of my kids' 2 elementary school teachers. And they've proved yet again that teachers always rise to the occasion, no matter the challenge. And God knows we throw a lot of challenges at our teachers every year, not just this year. On the recommendation tonight, I do want to urge you to reconsider what it is you're deciding upon. This is not a question of should we send our kids back to school now. Undoubtedly, the risk is too high, and it probably will be for some time. You're being asked to vote on what to do when the county determines it's safe to return to schools. A vote that doesn't include hybrid is thus a vote to effectively shut down in-person learning for the remainder of the year. I work in public education. To my knowledge, this would make Santa Monica an outlier. That is to say, Santa Monica would be one of the only school districts that I'm aware of, at least, to preemptively say students cannot return to in-person even when the numbers make it safe. Elementary students are falling behind. Despite unbelievable efforts by teachers, there's no way around it. Distance learning does not work well for younger students. Is it better than last year? Yes. Is it the right thing to do while COVID numbers are surging as they currently are, and maybe for some time? Absolutely. But I think we owe it to our youngest students to do everything in our power to get them back in person when it becomes safe. While we can't predict when that will be, we should be doing everything possible to set ourselves up for success when that time comes. Lastly, I just want to make a quick point that I think elementary is different than secondary. I've heard compelling arguments tonight from high school parents as to why Distance Plus makes sense. And I'm persuaded. I also think I've heard arguments why it's urgent to get elementary schools back in person. So I urge you to consider potentially that it might be appropriate to adopt different models for different levels or different policies for different levels. One uniform policy may not be the right way to go when we're talking about an issue that's this complex. Thanks again for your time, and I appreciate all the effort and thought, and I'm sure stress that you all are putting into this. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Steve Cannell, followed by Esther Anderson, and then Shelley Erkey.
Good evening. How is everybody? Okay, so I just wanted to say that I support the district's recommendation to go to Distance Learning Plus. I'm a teacher of 4th grade, and often when I'm thinking about hybrid and teaching, you know, I think of kids who are sitting 6 feet apart from each other, who aren't interacting. And I sort of juxtaposition that with what's going on right now in my classroom, which is kids who are always interacting. They spend most of their day in breakout rooms in small groups. talking to each other, talking about the work, talking about their lives, interacting. They've set up their own sessions where they are doing their work together offline once the class ends. They're making connections with each other despite the fact that they are not in the same room. And yes, they definitely miss being at school. I miss being at school. I miss having them. But it's just not worth breaking up what they have. And right now, during distance learning, we're in this together. I mean, my class is in it together. And we know that we're a team. If we go to hybrid, I'm going to lose part of my team. They're going to go someplace else because they won't be a part of our team effort to get through this. And that team effort is really saying we want to stay safe. We want to make a decision that will keep everybody safe. And that's teaching them something. That's teaching them community respect and understanding that we each have a responsibility for each other.
Speaker's time is up.
And it's not just about
Thank you.
what we need to do. Thank you
very
very much.
much. Esther Anderson, Shelley Erkey, and then Sadie Inatsugu.
Hi, good evening, esteemed members of the school board and Superintendent Drawdy. I'm speaking to you today to urge you to approve plans for a distance learning plus model when and if it is safe for students to return to in-person learning. As a special education teacher of students with moderate to severe disabilities, many of whom are medically fragile and unable to wear face masks, distance learning has provided me with a safe way in which to connect with my students and families every day and provide them enriching educational experiences, which we are continuing to support their growth and development and goals without endangering the lives of them, the lives of their family, or the lives of my older staff members or my own medically fragile family members. I have seen my students grow in their ability to attend to virtual lessons and expand their ability to remain engaged for longer lesson times. They're engaging in communication through sign language or the use of switches. I have students who had no meaningful communication before who are now making that communication because it's getting generalized both on Zoom with me and at home with the parents, because I see the parents every day and support them in doing that. Well, as a teacher, I want nothing more than to be able to return to the days prior to COVID and work with my students in person. The risk to them, their families, and my staff and me is too great. A hybrid in-person model, while it may sound preferable for childcare, will only exacerbate the difficulty of what I'm trying to do as a teacher, as my teachers' attentions will be necessarily split between providing educational content and experiences online and managing classroom behaviors, patrolling mask wearing or students who can't mask, and eventual disruptions with quarantines and shutdowns. And to what end? For students who have been in hybrid in other districts, parents and teachers alike are reporting that the only real difference is geography. They will still be doing what they are doing now, except with greater risk to them and their families and school staff, as well as the community as a whole. This crisis has not gotten better in our country. This is not the time to be reopening, going back to school, going out, or gathering. We need to focus on providing our children with educational opportunities that will support them safely without risking their lives or the lives of their families, communities, or the limited population of teachers we have. Estimates suggest that LA County.
Thank you very much. Where I lost my place. Shelley Erkey, followed by Sadie Inatsugu, and then Mariana O'Brien. Find Shelley.
I thought I heard another name before the Esther
she's
and
unmuted.
other people.
Shelley try to speak?
It was Steve Cannell, Esther Anderson, and then Shelley Erkey.
Okay, I got it wrong then. My fault.
That's okay. Appreciate the help. Shelley, you're on, but we can't hear you. You're unmuted. It shows you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
I'm gonna
There you
mute
go.
you and then ask you to unmute. Let's see if that works.
You're unmuted, but it's hard to hear. It's
Yeah, I
hard to hear
can't
you.
hear her.
Yeah, I can't hear at all.
Do you have headsets? Sometimes that helps.
Do you want to, while you try to get a headset and get set up, let's take the next speaker.
Okay.
Sadie and Itsugu, we'll come back to you, Shelley.
Hi. To those who would
are.
call, sorry. To those who would call our teachers cowards and belittle their concerns or that they don't care about educating their students, today I would like you to take yourself out of the perspective of a protagonist. I would like you to see yourself as not the starring role, but as a human being who is part of a community of other people. I would like you to put your thoughts towards a very important part of this community, our teachers. Every teacher at SAMO and throughout the schools in our district is a person, just like you and me, who puts their efforts into making your children feel like they are part of a community instead of just parts of a machine. Throughout my 4 years at SAMO, my teachers have cared about me enough to see past the things I put on paper. I know some of my current and past teachers are here. Hello. Teachers are people with families and children and lives to tend to just the same as everyone else. And just the same as everyone else, they are not immune to the deadly global pandemic currently holding our schools shut by the mouth. Please remember that it is in your best interest as well as theirs, as people who have been dealing with the safety of children for years, to listen and understand when they feel unsafe. I do want to go back, and my younger siblings here at home also want to go back. We can all agree on that. I don't think anyone is saying that distance learning is better than in person, but everyone deserves to feel safe, and belittling our teachers is unacceptable. As a senior spending her last year of school at home, I love my teachers and I respect their decision. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you, Sadie. Thank you for waiting so long. Okay, Mariana, do we have Shelley set up yet or no? Shelley? No. Keep trying, we'll come back. Mariana O'Brien and then Sonia Pearl.
Hi, thank you for taking my concerns to heart. I just wanted to say, first of all, I have taken John Keene's words to heart about really listening to other people and their perspectives. I sincerely appreciate and acknowledge the real tragedy for our younger students and how hard this is for them. I do understand, and seeing faces really makes me feel for them. I do want to remind everybody that this is a singular situation, and I feel like we're in a war, and not with each other, but with the virus. And keeping that in mind will help us remember that we all want what's best for our children, all of us. And just until yesterday, I didn't have the experience of having someone that I love die of COVID. So it's a real thing, and we know that families are hurting. We are glad to know that everybody agrees it's best to go back when it's safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Pearl and then Tim Brandt. I'm hoping to, Sarah, maybe you can work with Shelley Erke, I don't know, but I'm gonna keep going so we.
All right.
There you are.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Sonia Pearl. I'm a parent of 2 middle schoolers. And as the PTA president at Malibu Middle and High School, I've had the privilege of being part of the discussions on the reopening plans with Dr. Dradi. And one thing that this pandemic has taught us is that we have to be flexible and think outside the box. So Distance Learning Plus allows that flexibility and can work really well if, as one person who spoke prior aptly put it, we think outside the box and put some meat on that plus. So I just want to beseech the board to allow flexibility by grade levels and by schools as to what that plus will entail as far as format, timing, space availability, number of students being served, Our Malibu schools are really small, and actually we're dwindling in enrollment because the surrounding schools are open. So if our plus model can have, let's say PE, for example, doesn't work well with Zoom, but would work perfectly in a plus setting. Students are outside, they'll wear their masks, they'll work out. Currently, we have training that goes on at our high schools. The same with string instruments. Doesn't work well with Zoom, but would work really well in a plus model. And of course, today, many healthcare workers got their first vaccine. So as teachers get the vaccine, we can expand the plus and eventually back to a normal routine for our next school year, 21-22. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sonia. Oh, Tim Brandt. And then we'll try Shelley one more time. There you are. Tim, you're on.
Hi, how's it going? I'm Timothy Brandt. I'm the parent of 2 kids at Edison, Tyler in 1st grade, Leilani in 3rd grade. I had a chance to speak over the summer. I was among a very small group of parents speaking up for a plan to get our kids back in school. So I want to apologize for getting a little too impassioned at the time. I just want to say that I'm really pleased to see more parents voicing their concern to get their kids back in school. This is like, it's really encouraging to me. I also have empathy for those who have true fear about this current pandemic situation, as John Keane mentioned. I know that the media has been an active fear-mongering campaign since day one, which I personally feel has heavily distorted the perception of risk anyone has to this disease, especially children who have a smaller risk of catching and transmitting this disease than the flu. Dr. Lauren and several others did an excellent job of laying out the facts on this, so I will not add anything more this time. I also just want to add that Virginia Avenue Park has been operating their childcare just fine since May. My kids are in that. Right here in Santa Monica. Also, several other schools in Southern California, around the country and around the world have been open and operating just fine. That being said, it's very clear to me that we're fighting a clear agenda, one that is quite obviously not on the side of our children or the families of this community. And no matter how hard we push, it's very clear that the district seems set in stone with their distance learning approach, despite all of its flaws and the trauma that it's causing both children and families. I just want to remind everyone that great damage is being done to our children right now. It cannot be overstated, and we will be dealing with the fallout of this for a very long time to come. I do commend the teachers for their efforts in facilitating distance learning, given the current situation. That being said, it's just not equitable for everyone. In my household, for example, my son has great trouble concentrating and staying engaged in front of a computer. I mean, imagine yourself as a 7-year-old with no social emotional contact, plugged into a machine. He's not handling it well. I mean, we have periods of screaming fits, complete meltdowns, which I'm sure are not unique. Okay, thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you, Tim. Can we get Shelley Yerke on, or is this a losing battle?
While we fight the losing battle to try to get Shelley Yerke back on, I just want to say that it's been great to have so many people here. We're starting to see people sign up to make comments about other speakers' comments. So what we're going to do is, this is the last call for comments. If you would like to make a comment right now, please sign up. If not, we will have to come back to an additional comment period after, if we can accommodate that. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Lori.
Okay, sorry, I didn't even see those new ones. Okay, so Shelley or no, Sarah?
I don't even see her on anymore. I wonder if she's trying a different device.
Okay, well, we'll go on then. Brett Rosenthal, and then Rosa Wax and Shonda Pastor.
He's coming. Just one moment.
Okay.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Brett Rosenthal, and I have a daughter in 1st grade. And I just wanted to explain how difficult it is from our perspective for our daughter at that age to really get any benefit out of Zoom schooling. She really, I think kids at that age just don't have the skills to follow along with a class program and on the Zoom format. And it's just been a really, really frustrating experience. And seeing how daycare centers, preschools, private schools are all being allowed to be open to the public. It's just been a very frustrating experience to see any lack of explanation for why public schools should be closed, but these other entities are open. And I received an email recently about how pretty soon in LA County, waivers they're gonna allow to have waivers apply for schools to be reopened. And I just don't understand why that process has not already begun. And I just really hope that, if there's any impediments to reopening schools, whether it's a political issue or the teachers union that is the big impediment, that starts to be made much more public so that parents and the leaders of the school district in Malibu and Santa Monica can apply that pressure where it needs to be put, so that hopefully sooner than later schools can be reopened, our kids' education and mental and physical health can be prioritized, and we can no longer use the pandemic, which I understand is very real, as an excuse to keep schools closed, because the science, all the studies around the country and the world, including Europe, clearly show that schools are not the source of COVID being spread. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Rosa Wax, followed by Shonda Pastor, and then Noel Lewis.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hello, my name is Rosa Wax, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my kids. I have 7-year-old twins who are in first grade, and they deeply and dearly miss their school. They miss their teachers, their friends. They miss having fun while learning. They're super active and super excited kids, and they do the best that they can over Zoom for the 2 hours or 3 hours that they're on. But ultimately, they're not learning as much as they would be in a school, in an in-person setting at school. Basic math skills, reading, writing, interacting with their friends, social skills. It's just tragic. They wake up every day asking if they're going to school, and it's heartbreaking seeing their sad and disappointed faces when I say, nope, not today. So I urge the board to do what they need to do to at least get our elementary kids back. They miss it dearly, and it's just so sad seeing what they're going through. And, as everybody has said, we see the reports from doctors and all over the United States. Schools are opening. Other places in Los Angeles are open. Other school districts, Las Virgenes, Redondo Beach, and let's make it happen for our kids. What's the holdup? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Shonda Pastor, then Noel Lewis, and then Berenice Onofre.
Hey, Shonda, I asked her to unmute. Are you there, Shonda? Can you hear us? I see her. Okay, let me see if Noel Lewis. There we go. Oh, Noel, you're muted. Oh.
I can't see.
Hello, everyone. Addressing the board tonight, members of the board. I urge you to decline this distance learning proposition, the distance learning kebab with meat, as proposed through June of 2021. This is certainly should not be voted on without examining our current attendance and attrition rates year-to-date in distance learning, which I'm sure are probably atrocious given what I've seen and heard anecdotally. I asked you to support the affirmation of the elementary waiver process proposed by no other than Barbara Ferrer, our county health officer. Enough said. My thoughts on process, it has appeared that Santa Monica has approached this with not a desire to get students back on campus and somehow created factions With the mismanaged voting and survey process, school has been held during wartime in history, but somehow this crisis has been mismanaged. Torrance, South Pass, El Segundo, Redondo Beach, Las Virgenes, et cetera, functioning with hybrid learning on waivers that they applied for ages ago. So is this confirmation that Santa Monica is passé and now officially below the standards of these other districts, as you seem to have thrown up your hands? So here's what an issue for parents that confuses us. Elementary waivers, not applied for, not approved. Are they going to be implemented, or are we getting this kebab instead? Duty of SMMUSD is to provide a sound education, and we're getting a lot of feedback that kids are dropping out of school, and it seems like nothing will be done until June of 2021. And then please lead a process that's not with confirmation bias. Please create an environment where families can discuss this and create a registration process that allows for real data on who's coming back to school or not. And again, please do not vote on this without separating the elementary school, middle school, and high school population. And let's get back to students. Let's look at the de-enrollment. Let's look at the going rate of pandemic pods, $80 an hour.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Berenice Onofre, followed by Lois Peters.
Let me check by her last name. I know. Oh, there she is. Okay.
Hello, my name is Bernice Onofre. I ask the board to please open the schools as soon as we are given the go-ahead. My concern today is the vulnerable students who were not doing well prior to COVID-19. These students are the disability students, the English learners, the foster, homeless, and low socioeconomic students. At present, these students are having learning loss. The district needs to hire teachers to provide tutoring for these students at present. And when we open the schools, we need to use all the open spaces. Perhaps we need to stop construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lois Peters, Stacy Rouse, one last call for Shelley Erkey, and then the next two speakers only have, starting after those, we're down to 1 minute. So Lois Peters and then Stacy Rouse.
Hi, my name is Lois Peters, and I am one of the adult transition teachers at Santa Monica High School. I have many concerns with returning to school while the numbers are high. I have a disease called neurofibromatosis, and with this disease, I have been on chemo to fight tumor growth. Having been on chemo, my immune system is weakened. My job is my passion, and with that being said, I want to tell you about my program and my amazing students who are in the program. My students are resilient, have more tenacity than any other humans I know. When we first went to virtual learning, I told them that this is going to be an adventure, and it sure has been. But we would be going through it together. Our adult transition program before the pandemic was a community-based program. My students had jobs in the community, and we did that majority of our learning hands-on in the community. I told my students and their families that they were packing their suitcases to be independent young adults after they turned 22. And this is what we did pre and during this pandemic. In the last year, I have taken this community-based program and adapted it to be virtual. This in its own feat was a challenge, but my kids are growing, making strides, and are still packing their suitcases for adulthood. My heart hurts for the students and not being able to provide them with a community-based program. However, knowing that many of them have challenges in wearing masks and be able to teach them while being socially distant in a hybrid setting is even more challenging. I could not imagine having them return and not be able to be with them and feel that it'd be detrimental to their social emotional health as it has been. I have been one of the few consistents since the school closure in March. My students need consistency and rigor. Having them go back to school and then possibly sent back to virtual would be detrimental to them.
Thank you. Stacy Rouse. I see her somewhere.
Yes, hello.
There you are.
Thank you all, and thank you teachers and staff for all you do. I appreciate all the empathy on everyone's part tonight, and I thank the students especially for speaking up. This letter is from Malibu Schools Leadership Council. It's abridged and arranged for time, and I'll probably still go over, I'm sorry. Dear board, we urge you to take decisive action at this meeting regarding school reopenings in the face of the pandemic. We respectfully ask you for 5 things. 1, that you approve the motion on the agenda to resume with the Distance Learning Plus model once the LA County Department of Health places us on the red tier. 2, that you'll advocate for our pursuit of the TK-2 waiver from LA County. 3, that you'll allow each school principal latitude and discretion at their individual sites over the following: format, timing, and implementation of the Distance Plus model at their own sites, and implementation of the waiver. Site level discretion allows for informed and local choice based on the needs and concerns of each school's community, staff, and families, and allows local knowledge and discretion to guide school decisions. 4, we ask that you make highest priority for in-person instruction for this fall for next school year. Given current expectations of the vaccine, planning for safe return of our children and staff to our school is wise and timely. And finally, we ask you to be exceptionally clear and transparent in communicating tonight's decisions to the Santa Monica and Malibu parent and employee communities. Your constituents are concerned about safety and the uncertain nature of these times, so extra awareness and kindness are required. As we're all aware, schools across the nation are already open or have rolled out plans for reopening. In Malibu, and it sounds like Santa Monica too, we're surrounded by adjacent communities that have some level of in-person learning already happening. Our families are leaving the district for these options, and we may not recover them in the future, no matter how good our schools are. Our schools cannot survive continued declines in enrollment. Our school community does have examples of safe reopenings at the Malibu Boys and Girls Club. We've mentioned LAUSD, and our own schools are already doing some things safely for the populations that we should be doing for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. I know Shelley Erkey was trying to phone in. I don't know if she was successful. And I'm seeing
her.
All right, let's go on to the 1-minute speakers. So I'm clear. The rest of the speakers, unless Shelley Erkey appears, have 1 minute to speak. And the list is closed now. So the first 3 speakers for 1 minute are Heather Pitts, Elaine Robinson, and then Melanie Faisal.
Lori, how many speakers are at the 1 minute level? How many do we have?
1, 2, 3,
9, I believe.
6, 7, 8, I think.
Thank you.
But Lori, I do see a Melanie Green above Heather's name.
Yeah, but she already spoke. I think she's somehow on twice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did see that too, but
I apologize.
I think that was just a mistake somehow. So Heather Pitts.
Hi, my name is Heather Pitts, and I'm the mother of a 2nd grader at Webster Elementary School. On December 5th, 2020, Dan Stepanowski, the superintendent of Las Virgenes, was on national news speaking about Las Virgenes schools being open, stating that they are, quote, over the moon excited and sharing that everybody is ready to go. He spoke about how schools are well structured, that it's easy to implement the protocols, and that the impacts of not opening to our students is significant. As we know, Las Virgenes and Ventura school districts are open. I point out those two because Webster Elementary School, where my son should be attending 2nd grade, is generally in the middle of those locations. And yet my son's school has not been open in more than 9 months. The Las Virgenes superintendent also stated, and I quote, "I think we may look back on 2020 and feel like we should have never closed elementary schools. Distance learning is woefully inadequate. My son receives 20 minutes of math, 15 minutes of language arts, and 30 minutes on another topic with his teacher, and the rest of the day is left to me, his working mother. This is not an education, and it is not sustainable. And if this persists, we may have to leave the district." Importantly, the Las Virgenes superintendent stated that teachers deserve all the credit and that teachers are doing a phenomenal job. Only more disappointing than seeing my son not get a proper education for coming up on a year is the realization that Santa Monica Malibu Teachers Union is actively lobbying its membership to contact the board and members of the LA County supervisors, demanding to stay on distance learning even if our schools receive a waiver. In their November letter to their membership found on their website, they directed teachers to make an emotional appeal to leaders, but yet do not provide any citations to science related to COVID nor the mental or emotional impacts of distance learning on our children. Respectfully, and as previous speakers said, if New York City can find a way with over 1 million students, then so can we. And if Santa Monica and Malibu can't do it together, then please let Malibu come up with its own solutions for our 200 students at Webster and let us move forward. We must find a way to reopen our
Speaker's time is
elementary
up.
schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elaine Robinson, Melanie Feisel, and then Sarah Anderson.
Hi, my name is Elaine Robinson. I'm a parent and a teacher at Franklin Elementary School. I have a first grader, a third grader, and a sixth grader. So parents, I understand the challenges of distance learning. I understand it from multiple perspectives as a parent, but also as a teacher. And I understand that some days are better than others. But I gotta tell you, while I'm on Zoom, my job is to provide a safe, supportive, organized, academic, and consistent environment for my students who I consider my children. I am in constant communication with parents to help them best support my students when they're on asynchronous time, as well as I have provided Zoom meetings with my parents to help them best teach and support their children, or how to best they can learn about how to support them through the technology, because I understand this is a learning curve for parents as well. But I gotta let you know that my administrators, Sherry Hinding and Cynthia McGregory, have been extremely supportive to me as a teacher, and we've already begun to start to plan our distance learning, what that's gonna look like. My students are able to do small group with me, breakout groups, get close and talk. Was that it?
Thank you. I'm sorry, Sarah. Thank you very much. Melanie Feisel, followed by Sarah Anderson and Roberta Brown.
Let me try searching her last name. I don't see Melanie on here. Let me see Sarah Anderson. Sarah Anderson, I do see.
Can you remember, all of the rest of you speakers have 1 minute apiece.
Sarah Anderson, do you hear us? There's like 7 Sarahs. It reminds me of elementary school. Sarah Anderson. Okay, let me try. Who else? Roberta
Brown.
Let me search by her last name. I see. Nope, spelled totally differently. I don't see Roberta. Okay, hold on. Deanne.
Okay, then after that, yeah, our last 3 are Deanne Ozaki, Robin Havasi, and Wendy Dembo.
I think I see Deanne. She put both the name that she was going to be listed under as well. Deanne, are you there? Okay. Let me try Robin.
What?
I don't see
Hello?
Robin. Oh, is Deanne, is that you?
Yes, sorry.
Let's see.
Is it my turn to go?
It is. Yes, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. My name is Deanna Ozaki. I have a child in 3rd grade and a child in 8th. I urge the board to approve the district's recommendation to continue with Distance Learning Plus for the remainder of the school year. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I felt it important for the board to hear from more of the 50% of the parents who support distance learning. While not perfect, I believe our teachers are doing a great job under less than ideal circumstances. Unfortunately, the hybrid model does not address the issue of the vast majority of our teachers not wanting to return. The hybrid model also does not provide an equal education for the distance learners. Those in favor of the hybrid model have expressed how difficult Zoom learning is for their children, even though there is live interaction with both their teachers and their classmates. Unfortunately, under the hybrid model with technology, the distance learners would lose that live interaction with their teachers and their classmates. And for that reason, I again state that I support the district's recommendation to continue with Distance Learning Plus. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, I think you found Roberta Brown, right?
I did.
Okay.
Roberta. No, can we hear her?
No, not yet.
I don't hear her. Let me see. Let me try to unmute you again, Roberta. Can't hear you. Sorry about that. Let me see if I see Robin. I don't see Robin.
And the last one would be Wendy Dembo.
Wendy, are you able to unmute?
Yes. Hello. Thank you all. This has been long. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'm want to say that I'm for Distance Learning Plus. I had a good friend die of COVID on April 1st, and that has really shaped my thoughts concerning a lot of things, my everyday life in the time of COVID. So I respect the views and desires of the teachers, and I think it's important to do what is safe. So that's what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So Sarah, are those are the last speakers that we can find of the people who have signed up?
Yeah,
And I'm
let's
gonna
try
close
Roberta
the
one
public
more
hearing.
time. Roberta, do you want to see if you can unmute and we'll hear you?
There's somebody who's saying they're raising their hand. I don't know whether they think they're signed up and they're not, or.
Yeah, Roberta, I can't hear you. I apologize. And Joanna, I don't see you on the list. If you did experience technical difficulties or you were not called on, you can always email the Board of Education and they read them. Yes.
Okay, so that is the end of public comment on this item. I think from all that, there might have been some clarifying questions that came up for the board. So I'm before we get to board member comment, I do want to open it up to clarifying if there are some out there. Lori?
They're not really so much clarifications for me as I think clarifications that I'd like Dr. Drotti to either reiterate from points he made earlier or some confusion that I think is coming forward from some of the speakers. So one is about waivers for TK2. I wanted to have you confirm when we did file for waivers, if we did, which I thought we had. Because I think there have been people who have said something different. That's my first one. The other is a lot of talk about the attrition, and I think you might want to speak to where we see most of that and why we would suspect that is. And then the third one is just what we know of the reality of what is open in other public schools and why we aren't like private schools, because I do think there's a little bit of a confusion about how much is open in other places.
Yes. Yes, I'll speak broadly, and then I'll invite Dr. Mora to come specifically about just the process for the TK2 waiver. And then in terms of enrollment, I'll invite up Dr. Kelly to talk about just the enrollment of where we are right now and where the attrition is coming from. And also the fact that it's not just us, it's every district in the whole state of California. With that said, maybe under the purple tier, as I mentioned before, there are schools that can apply for a TK2 waiver. So far, the public schools, Las Virgenes was the first school that was able to receive a waiver. Most have been just private schools. And there was a struggle because you need to attain letters of support from the union, from parent groups and different things like that for the application process to occur. Las Virgenes was able to ascertain those things, and I think they were the first school district in the LA County, the public school district, LA County, that received it. Subsequent to that, there was a law because the process of applying changed after several weeks of pressure from public school superintendents like myself and different people, saying that receiving that letter of support from the groups that they're asking for became challenging. So they switched to consultation of those groups. So we did go ahead and consult with the different groups that have asked us to submit the application. Under that criteria, we submitted, and I have Dr. Moore talk about when, and so did other public schools around us. And for example, Torrance, I believe I heard the name Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, also applied under the consultation criteria and were able to receive it, and they are where they are. Las Virgenes is more robust than the other schools. I think Manhattan Beach, we're in communication with a lot of the superintendents, and some of them have like a distance plus way of doing it. Some are more into the hybrid, but there's different approaches that people are having. So we're waiting for our application. Beverly Hills, Culver City, as I mentioned earlier, and Wiseburn received theirs I believe last week, and that does not mean that as I mentioned before, it does not mean that it's open. All the superintendents right now that I just mentioned are struggling with the idea of opening because consultation and receiving support is two different things. We are probably at some point going to receive our approval, and we will also have to go through the same process. Let me just kind of tell you what Culver City is going through, because I was talking to her, the superintendent, last night. They had a board meeting just about that matter, and it went to about 2 a.m. And certainly she can force and say, we are going to do it. It just means that she has to go find. She has about 200 applications of people will leave. So now it's a matter of, okay, how do we do this? Yeah, we're open, but how do we go out about execute this if you don't have working force to go educate, or if you have people on, or it just becomes so disruptive in the whole process, because at some point you will have to do some kind of a hybrid or a distance plus or something to bring students back, because it's a pretty tight cohorting system that you have to have. I think it's about 12 students, and you can't exchange the different cohorts. So you have to establish that and then and go about doing it. So it's not that many districts, public school districts that I know of that have that have either received, or even a lot of them aren't just aren't applying, know that it's going to be too difficult to get done. But there's not that many in the entire county. The confusion that Las Virgenes is open K-12 is not the case. They have K-2 opening, and they have what we have, which is special ed supports, assessments, EL hubs, things like that we actually do have. Those things that we're continuing, athletic conditioning, all those things that we are able to do under purple, we're doing. The only missing piece about the K-2, the only missing piece about the purple stage that they have that we don't have is that the K-2 waiver.
Dr. Girardi, I'm going to jump in quick. Actually, I do want to get the board a chance to talk, but I want to just repeat what you just said there, which I think is important, that in the purple stage, which is what we're in right now, we have brought back students with IEPs. Yeah. We're doing that in a 6-week process so we can roll it out and increase it at every school with cohorts of students with different needs. That's happening. We brought back English language learners who wish to, who need additional support on campus. We have done that. We have set up child supervision hubs at multiple school sites for students who don't have childcare, students who need supervision, students who need more access to technology. So we have done that. This is what schools in Los Angeles are doing to get to 25%. Private schools can bring 25% of high need students back. So I think what you've said is we are moving towards that 25%. What we're finding is of the 12 English language learners that say they'd like to come back, 3 or 4 show up.
Yeah.
People are signing up with interest, and then when the time comes to show up with the community spread, they're getting more nervous.
Yes.
The other thing we can do in Purple is submit for the TK through 2 waiver, which we did. We did after a lot of consultation. LA County Department of Health is the one who approves that.
Yes.
Once LA Department County of Health approves that, then we get to figure out what that looks like as to what you just said. So that's all we can do under Purple. But the discussion right now that I really want to frame it towards is what we're going to do in red, which is the recommendation that you and staff have made.
Absolutely.
I want to make sure that the board can begin the conversation on that. If
The
that's
only caveat, the only piece I'm going to add to that piece is I'm on a weekly call with Farrar and all the other superintendents, and so are district offices with their counter roles in the entire county. And she was very clear that they are going to slow down the K2 waiver application. So while I'm announcing this, the rate by which they're going to approve those things are going to be completely slowed down just because of where.
Understood. Totally understood. I want to move now to board member comment.
Dr. Moore, did you want to add something to that real quick?
Dr. Girardi, as much as I appreciate that, I really want to get to the board right now. I appreciate that. Sorry, Dr. Moore.
Got it.
But again, if there's something that's vital to put in, by all means, let me know. Yeah, Jen Smith.
I was wondering, just more clarification of understanding the reason why the waiver application would be slowed down. Does the waiver not require you to be in the red tier? So is that why they are slowing it down? I mean, the fact that once we get it, we're going to have to start the implementation process, and that will take more time as well. So is there an understanding of why?
The slowdown prior to 2 weeks ago, as I mentioned earlier, the case rates have just completely skyrocketed. And I think in today's conversation is really about the ICU beds across the region are such limited that they're going to try to really.
So are we saying the reason that they're slowing down the waivers is because if you receive the waiver, you can open in Purple?
Yes. So for example, if we go into the red, once we're in the red, this whole waiver business is going to be depleted because the red component would take over from that point on.
Gotcha. Okay, I appreciate that.
And board members, I apologize if I don't see you. We're kind of spread out on different screens.
Yeah, I don't know where that is.
Oh yeah, we're trying to fix it.
I think the member has to say something. Yeah, but as soon as we speak, it'll regenerate us all to the top.
Great.
You sure? Because it isn't doing it now.
Well, I got you, Jen, and John.
Who would like to? Again, if I don't call on you, please text me so I can add you to the queue or raise a hand in the thing. Who would like to speak or ask a question, Lori?
Well, I think if there are questions, we should take them first. But otherwise,
I don't see any. I think
I'm going to lead up. I'm happy to lead this off. I guess I just want to state the obvious that it does seem kind of otherworldly to be having this conversation while every day new COVID records are set, the ICU beds are overflowing, and each day, more people die than died in 9/11. And I think everyone on this call knows that, whatever side you're on. It's hard to think about the red tier and the orange tier and the yellow tier right now, but they are going to come sometime, and that's why we're having this conversation. Look, everybody wants students to be back in their classrooms as soon as it's possible and as soon as it's safe. And I guess since people obviously have disagreements about that, I want to express, first of all, my hope that as a community of all the people who are part of our schools, we can hang together around our shared commitment to educating our children well, and that my hope that we don't fracture permanently around our differences about when we reopen classrooms for in-person public instruction. It's an important decision. There's so much to be said, but whatever people's opinions, I just feel like, as some people have said, and as I'm often reminded, almost all people here are coming from a place of passion about our schools, concerns about their own personal needs and their children's needs, and also about the larger needs of all children in our district. And I feel compelled to repeat that our teachers care deeply about their students and are working their tails off. Parents who want to remain in distance learning and those who want their kids back in hybrid all love their teachers. We have differences of opinion, but I'm hopeful that people can approach each other and respect each other and be constructive and have empathy for others who hold opinions different than theirs. All that said, I do support Dr. Drotti's recommendation, and it's largely because of what I've sort of already alluded to. I think it's the best, it's the best solution that meets the needs of our district as an organization that includes parents, students, teachers, administrators, and staff who have a wide range of views on what we should do. And I think it recognizes where we are now, both in terms of the differences of opinion and in terms of the developing science and the regulatory confines within which we still have to operate. We need to balance the concerns we all share about how to best provide for students academically and emotionally, recognizing both, I think, the vulnerability and the needs of students, but also the vulnerability and the devotion of our teachers. Everyone is struggling with COVID, and you can hear it every time anyone speaks. I mean, we hear people who I don't think ordinarily break down and cry because they're very strong in the rest of their professional lives, and yet when they talk about the struggles of their children, they are much more fragile, and we're all like that right now. So I just want to say, I just think this is the best solution to a bad situation. And it's a solution that, as one parent said, who doesn't prefer the distance learning plus model, but I think she put it really well, that even though it's not what she wants, it does provide an on-ramp to more in-person learning as allowed by science and public officials, and the experiences, I think, and I hope that we will begin to have with our plus activities. I do think, as people have said, that this decision will allow teachers to just focus hard and harder on continuing to get even better at distance learning instruction, while also coming together and stepping up to provide and define plus opportunities, and simply to focus their energies rather than on fighting back and forth about what version we're going to be in, or moving back and forth between different versions, which is what I fear would happen if we went to hybrid. I think our teachers will be best able to focus their energies on developing an even more full and enriching distance learning curriculum this way. I do want to say to those who are citing science, I am a person who definitely believes in and trusts science. And I also believe in the importance of public institutions and of understanding data and what it means. I absolutely believe we have to continue this, to follow what the science says. And it's clear that what it's begun to tell us is that with the right protocols and the safety measures in place, including testing, contact tracing, and low community positivity rates, none of which we have right now, the risk posed by opening schools for our youngest children appears to be low. But I think it's naive to ignore the reality that the science on COVID is still very much emerging and in a developmental state. I mean, it's been around for less than a year here. So while the data points continue to emerge about the lesser known long-term impacts of COVID, even on children, and schools that have reopened all over the world are shutting down all over the world. I think we have to be honest that science develops over time. It's not unnuanced. And in this case, it's not fully known, everything we can know. but we can and should recognize, I think, the trends that science is pointing towards. You know, in that regard, I was just on a Zoom meeting last night and everyone's got a story like this, with two young parents, a child in daycare. Both of these parents have what are considered, I don't know if their jobs are considered essential, but they are required to go to work every day. So they have their child in childcare. They don't know how they got it. They don't know who got it first, but all of them now have COVID. I've heard that there's a child at Franklin who has COVID. I mean, these are real experiences, and while they may not match up to larger data, they're real touch points for people who live here. And, you know, so I think we just have to acknowledge that. I also really feel compelled to say a word about our teachers and how much under siege I think they feel. I think I've already said how hard they're working. I think they're all here. They've been here tonight. They were here, I guess it was 3 weeks ago, sharing their experiences. These teachers are not lazy and they're not looking to shirk their responsibilities. They're scared. And they also don't believe, as they've been telling us, I think, that they can deliver instruction as well or better in a hybrid system, which is really all we would be able to create. Again, no one would be able to go back full-time in any of the next couple of tiers. We could only go to 50%, I think it is, capacity, which would enable theoretically a hybrid of some kind once we're in the red. So all that said, I'd like to just say that in keeping with this decision, I also want to acknowledge a lot of the comments that have been made by parents who don't love this idea, but who've made, I think, really constructive suggestions about how we can make distance learning plus as strong as we can. And so I think that's probably where most of us have to focus, where most of our discussion has to focus. I got lucky because I got to speak first, so I got to say some additional things. But so I'll just say a few things, and then I'm sure other people will have many things to add, as well as their own, how they've gotten to the conclusions they've reached, whatever they are. But clearly, I think, as has been said, we need to focus on helping teachers who are providing distance learning and who aren't doing it as well as some others, aren't as comfortable with it. We need to provide them as much support as possible. We need to expect and help our teachers do better and better with the system, the cards that they're dealt, which is distance learning. We need to do, I think, with a laser focus, we need to identify those students who are not engaged and are not succeeding in distance learning. And we need to use every tool in our toolbox, I think, and some we haven't maybe thought of yet, to reach those students, to identify them, find ways of reaching out to them, list them, name them, have adults in our schools reach out to their families, to them, and address those who are struggling emotionally and academically, and figure out what we can do to help. I think it's a given that we've got to convene teachers and principals as soon as possible, and anyone else who can start identifying ideas and plan for a rollout of the plus opportunities as soon as we can. And I think the idea of thinking of 2 opportunities a week as a touch point, one which is absolutely led by a teacher, is a good guideline anyway. I think as we add plus opportunities, one of the other things I think parents have said is they don't want to have that at the expense of live or synchronous time. And so to the extent we can accommodate that, I think we should. I think we need to develop a regular kind of monitoring or reporting mechanism that includes benchmarks so that the board and the community can see what we're doing, how we're doing, what the progress is, how plus is being defined and implemented. and we need to evaluate how we're doing. And the last thing I'll say is I absolutely believe that we need to I will make it, and I would hope others would agree, at least make an aspirational statement that we really hope we will be back in person come fall 2021, 22. And in that regard, I think we have to do whatever we can in whatever forum we can. And I would urge everyone on this call to do the same, to urge that teachers and school staff be prioritized for the vaccine, because I think that is ultimately, since it's on the horizon, the way we're going to get back in person as soon as possible. So I'll stop there. I know I could talk forever, and probably everyone else can, because we've been living and breathing this. We want you to know we are all working as hard as we can to try to come up with answers. We care about your kids. We care about you, teachers, and we care about preserving our district and our community. So I'll stop there.
Great. And just so you know, to your last point, I reached out to some other superintendents, and today LACO took an active role. Dr. Eduardo took an active role in lobbying Governor Newsom to prioritize teachers. So the critical mass of people advocating for teachers to have access to vaccines is really building. So that's a good thing. I've got TJ and Craig next on the list.
Thank you, John. Can you hear me okay with these headphones on? Okay, try not to. First, I want to say thank you very much to all of the speakers, the teachers, the parents, the teachers who are parents with the kids in our district. I want to say thank you very much. I want to say that I am a teacher and a parent myself. I have a senior who's at Seminole High this year, as does Jen, our newest board member, and also Craig has a senior also. So we, some of us are living the experience with the parents who spoke today, albeit at different age groups, different grade levels. That being said, I was going to frame this, John, in a certain way, my comments to start, and I'm hoping that I've taken some notes here. I would like us at the end of this discussion to kind of touch back at some of the things that I'm going to mention and ask for, and some of the things I think that Lori just articulated, which I agree with everything Lori just mentioned, just stated. Dr. Drydy, I intend to vote in favor of the superintendent and staff's recommendation tonight. And I want to thank you and your staff and the teachers for the incredible work that has gone in, oh my gosh, for months. But in exchange for my vote in favor of the recommendation, I have some serious asks. And this is where, John, I'd ask you as a president of our board to see if there's other members of the board who agree, so that could be part of the direction. I know that many members of the board have been meeting with different stakeholders. I've met with groups of parents, with teachers, and I know my fellow board members have too. We are most truly deeply committed to the students in this district. That's why we are here as educators, supporting educators and supporting the kids. And one thing that's become super clear to me, well, lots of things, is one, that people are all over the map with how they assess the situation. And I think that that has been clearly articulated in the public comment tonight, as well as in the data points that were presented to us by Dr. Drydy and his staff. And that just makes things so difficult. And I just wanted to reflect back to speakers and persons who've come and asked to bend my ear over the course of the past many weeks and months, that I understand where the criticism comes on process and a feeling that parents aren't being heard or teachers aren't being heard because maybe it's not ending up or landing exactly how one might hope that it would land at the end. But this has truly been a deliberative process where people have been given respect by way of their positions. And I know that Dr. Drydy and his staff have been taking those in. And I really appreciate the work that Dr. Drydy and his staff have been doing with Sarah Braff as one of many representatives of the teachers union. So the thing that was clear to me is that I think that it's hard for people to see process when it's a deliberative one and where there are so many pieces with so many stakeholders. And I know that Dr. Dradi, you're endeavoring to try to do the best you can to articulate what's happening. I hear you do it at each of our meetings. I read your messages to the parents, as I am a parent, when you send them out to the families who are currently enrolled in our district. But it's sometimes, right, the message just doesn't land. And it's not because of you, it's because of the bombardment of messaging from all over the place. So that links to this business about the plus and the hybrid and all of the different things we've discussed over time. And in meeting with the many parents, albeit on Zoom, I want you to know I did not break any protocols. All my meetings were via Zoom with parents. It was clear that there's so many different ideas as to what plus means. And I think we heard that today too in some of the public testimony. Some folks attributing this plus to be just extracurricular activities and feel-good stuff, which, by the way, I think feel-good stuff is really necessary for the social emotional well-being of the kids, of the students. And so some are wanting, more STEM, lab, science. I think one person put the math they're reading and the other thing together, and maybe not the arts. But we have to come to some shared definition as to what plus is. I also heard, Dr. Dradi, that a lot of folks from different places in our district are asking if they, at a site level, can be part of defining how the plus is met where their kid goes to school. And I think that if I support the distance learning in the plus, but I think that the plus has to be flexible. And my wish is that you would allow for your site administrators with the families to meet the standards that we as a board and you set for what the plus is. And so I'd really like to see us, my colleagues on the board, say yay or nay if you're for the staff recommendation. And then, John, one of the things is I'd like to see how quickly we can get to a common definition on the standards of what plus is and what it means for families. Me personally, I'd like to see a child be able to have an on-campus experience twice a week. I would like that to happen as soon as possible. Lori, and I think is the first to have mentioned this in one of our past meetings, but I said, listen, let me not just attribute it to one person. Maybe a lot of folks talked about this, but plus as an on-ramp, as a process itself into getting us back to full instruction back on our campuses. So we should be we should set standards for plus. We should be incredibly flexible in letting site administrators and families define how to meet those standards for their schools sites. And then we should be learning from one another and finding a way in which we can take all that is good and beneficial and that works well, and to plug that into our reopening plan. And I would like us to be ready, Dr. Dradi, to have some sort of expanded summer school program and offerings as well. So I don't want to just wait till the fall of 21, because I know that some of my friends on this board think I'm a little too optimistic, but I'm gonna keep that optimistic position and hope that these vaccinations are distributed more quickly than we even expect at this moment, and that we could have something quite robust for the summer. And I'm absolutely with Dr. Onofre, who mentioned this, with what Maria has been saying, well, this whole board, but people just really saying, look, there are the students who are most in need. They were the students most in need before the pandemic, and we need to prioritize them. Okay, so these are my three things, right? I'd really like us to say, as a board, here are the standards for what plus means. I would like there to be a flexibility at the site with site administrators and families on how to achieve that. I personally would like to see 2 times per week. I'd like there to be the benchmark and some way in which we can let families know how we're doing. And I know we're doing that already, Dr. Dradi, but I'm a big guy on the visual stuff, right? I keep begging I love Dr. Mora's things that she brings to us. I wanted like a little school bus down a path that shows where we're going and what we're doing. I mean, I think some of that stuff helps. So I'd like to see some of that. And then as I close, those are my three things that I mentioned. And then I want to say teachers, common definition, the standard parents, students, teachers doing a great job. What, I'm sorry, John.
Summer school.
Oh, the summer school. Thank you. I mentioned that. And then I just want to kind of give you an anecdote of my own kind of personal experience with all of this. And I think some of you heard me at our, I think Lori was 3 weeks ago, you said that we had this first conversation about the potential reopening. I think a lot of people in the community know that I'm a teacher, and I'm a teacher at Santa Monica College where I teach political science. And I get many of our SMM USD students after they've graduated and they've made their way up to SMC, proud to be SMC. And what, when Santa Monica College made the determination really early to not hold in-person classes in the spring semester, my head exploded. I think my friends knew that about me. I mean, I was just really upset that there was a decision made so early. I think it was made, well, it was made early. Maria can help me when it was made. But I wanted to share with you that as I've lived this experience in our district, as we have discussed and deliberated and the anxiety of how would we pull off hybrid, how would we do this, what about the vouchers, are we at purple, are we at red? I'm seeing the strain on the persons who work in the district, not just at the administrative district level, but in the teachers who write to us, all of us on this board, and who write to the PTA leaders, the parent leaders. And I called at that meeting 3 weeks ago, I think with Lori, for some sort of stability and certainty for our families. It's pretty clear that we're not going to have a consensus on hybrid, in my view. And so for me, the plus is where I have landed in making my voice as a trustee here in the district for families to Dr. Drotti. But I just want to say that I think unless you're really in the thick of it, unless you are one of these teachers, the teacher's going to tell you something that I know too. Distance learning teaching is harder than in person. I want folks to know that the teachers are working harder than they have ever worked before. I mean that. Please hear me say that. It is much more difficult to teach in this DL environment than on ground. And of course, we want to be back on campus together. So I just saw firsthand kind of what I find to be now very much a wise decision at the college to say, hey, look, we're going to really work on how we do DL. The number of professional development hours, all the supports I have gotten as a teacher there, supports that we're giving our teachers in the school district to do a better and better and better job at this without pulling the rug out from under the teachers and the families and changing things up. But at the same time, using this plus as an opportunity to on-ramp to a full return. I hope I've made some sense. Thank you for listening. Dr. Drotti, I will vote in favor of the recommendation, but John, please, 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 can we get some sort of sense at the end after everyone's spoken, if maybe there are other members of the board who concur with some of the things I've suggested. Thank you.
Sure. So what's going to play out now? So next is going to be Craig, and then Maria, and then Jen. And then we have some of our nurses are here who would like to address the board and the community. And then I will try to wrap up the overview of what our colleagues are saying. So I've got Craig, and then Maria, and then Jen. Thank
I'm not going to make any attempt. What we usually say is we'll try to avoid re-saying things. This is too important. I think I have to take my path through this. And sort of to the contrary, I think my narrative weaves perfectly between Lori's and Richard's. And so much of what they say I may not say, but it interlocks with what I'm saying. I think the first thing that needs to be said is we all, everybody gets, understands frequently at a very personal level how tragic this is and how many people are hurting and how many kids are hurting and how badly hurt people have been and will continue to be in this tragedy. I've said from the beginning that the number one priority for the district, for me, has got to be the safety of our teachers, our staff, our students together. And that's the only thing that could come higher than making sure our kids get the education, the kids in our care get the education they need to live the most successful lives they can. And really, we rarely are forced to juggle those two things in the way that we're juggling them now, the way we're reconciling them now. So I start with all that as kind of an acknowledgement. I hope that we understand what the 50 people who spoke and the 500 people who were listening are experiencing. You know, we get so many emails, and I say this, I hope to give people some comfort. There's a lot of, when you look at decision-making, there's a lot of tools of decision-making that I think apply here. And I want to call out 3 cognitive biases that I think are helpful. There's a confirmation bias that says that people have a tendency to pull out of documents or information things that work with what they already think. So when we hear people with opposing points of view, sometimes they're citing the same reports. So and then there's an availability heuristic, I'm saying that wrong, that says that I think the stuff around me is what's happening for everybody. So we have a tendency to think what's happening to our child is happening to all children, what's happening to our family is happening to all families. And the last one is a projection bias, that what's happening right now is going to keep happening. And I think all of those have made this even more stressful for everybody, because it's easy to get locked into even more traumatic points of view than the trauma we're experiencing. And to me, the most difficult of these is the projection bias, because we're looking at making a decision tonight that's going to last through the rest of the school year. And I believe, based on facts, I hope, my God, I hope based on facts, that April, May, June, hopefully sooner, is going to be radically different than today. So we have to make a decision for today that can adapt to the changing circumstances and adapt in a positive way. So the next thing I want to say is I am super aware there are communities around us making very different decisions, particularly, I mean, around both cities, but in Malibu, literally every school around us is open. OLM is open in Malibu to a large extent. Las Virgenes is open, Oaks is open, and Viewpoint is open. So, you know, we are in a different situation, and that needs to be acknowledged. You look at the facts, and they were in the presentation. 80% of our teachers do not want to go back to school, yet 70% of our parents do. That's an incredibly difficult situation, not for the board to resolve, for us to make a situation that works, right? I'm a scuba instructor, right? And part of what you have to do in a disaster that we're in is make sense out of chaos. And when you've got 2 groups that are so essential, moving in essentially opposite directions, it's going to be very, very hard to make a positive outcome from that. Never mind that when you get in the details, TK2 is probably different than 3.5, is different than 6.8, is different than 9.12. And these are all problems that deserve a special solution, but they're commingled. combined with the fact that even in the parent level, if we do a hybrid, parents are going to be told you can't have your teacher anymore if you don't want to come back to school. But those parents don't want their kids to lose those teachers. And we don't want those kids to lose the teachers. So the complexity of a hybrid solution, in my mind, ultimately proved to be considerably worse than really even distance learning, because our kids don't need more disruption, right? There are other ways to solve this problem. So I too am in favor of accepting Distance Learning Plus, accepting the superintendent's recommendation. And I say that with particular reference to our circumstances. If our circumstances were different, I could see a different outcome. I very much wanted kids to get back to in-person school. That's just not the best solution right here, right now for us. To me, Distance Learning Plus is both a safety valve to get more than just saying we can't get to hybrid, so let's keep doing what's working, you know, better than we expected and well for many kids, but really not well for many more. But it's a safety valve that it allows us to continue to add. It's a plus. But to me, it's way more important that it become a self-adapting system, that by creating a plus, we can start with, and I'll come to my agreement with what Lorian said and Richard said earlier, but we start with a minimum, right? And Richard said standards, I would say minimums. We start with minimums, but then when our projection biases prove to be wrong, God willing, you know, inshallah, that they are wrong and we can do more, that we can evolve from whatever we're doing into more and more and ever more, and more people will come in off the sidelines and more teachers will feel comfortable, et cetera. So for me, the beauty of Plus is that it's an evolutionary tool that can adapt in a positive way to possibilities that I truly believe will be created. So for me, we're going to, first of all, cleave to what the state and the county health officials tell us we need to do. We will not be doing anything that they don't want us to do. We will implement a system of Distance Learning Plus, which is centered around innovation, and also 2 points that have been made earlier. I think that we need to create minimums, and we need to let each campus community, each site community in the parlance of the district, each school community, teachers, parents, administrators, make a coalition of the willing with what that plus looks like on their site, keeping to the district standards and minimums, so that it can evolve differently and we can cross-pollinate back and forth. And if one community is less comfortable moving forward and another community together is more comfortable, I think we should do that. I think that is very much in the best interests of the people that we serve, which is the families and the kids and the teachers. So what are some of the minimums that I would suggest? I definitely think the 2 opportunities a week. Thank you, John. I see you writing these down. I think this is a great way to do this. So I think the 2 opportunities a week is terrific. And I've heard a lot of parents talk about make those teacher opportunities to the extent possible, make it as robust as possible. The second thing I think is, and I've heard this from a lot of people, but let's not do that at the cost of distance learning. It's in the word, it has to be a plus. It can't be a shift from one to the other. It needs to be additive. One thing I haven't heard said is that we should be getting feedback on certainly the pluses, but also the distance learning, monthly. It should be part of the superintendent's report, which it is sort of in an informal basis at each meeting, but I'd like to see a report, and I'd like to see not parent surveys like we've done, but like health surveys. How are we doing? How are you kids? Or is it improving? Is it deproving? Or what do you need more of? What do you need less of? I also think we need to, we've worked with a number of populations to get them special supports. But I think we need to, and I think we need to look at folks who are struggling regardless of whether they meet those populations. We need to cast our net more broadly and make sure that folks who are moving from Ds to Fs, who are moving to incompletes from not incompletes, that we identify those people who are falling through the net regardless of whether they fit the usual, folks that we are particularly protecting, special ed, and the folks that have already come back to school, that we capture those kids. And then the last thing, which is not this item, but I think it's really important to state, is that we do pursue that TK2 waiver, and we use a similar logic with regard to the TK2 waiver to work to get our kids who most need to be back on campus. So, and then the last point, the last major point, and then I've got another point, and then I'll sum up. The last thing, and it's also been said, is this just gets us through the end of the school year. So for the love of God, we have to be ready to go back in August in the very closest to normal circumstances. And I applaud what Richard said. If we can push really hard to get vaccines so that we can go back and not have to think about hybrid, not have to think about social, go back with the minimum of interventions, that's what we need to be doing. But we absolutely, completely, when we stick a pin in this decision tonight, we need to then turn to make sure that we're working towards a successful fall return to school. And I would call back to say, I think Distance Learning Plus will be a great step in that direction, because if it turns out we're not going to be able to do what I hope we can do and go back kind of normal, our Distance Learning Plus experience will be really, really valuable in terms of knowing where our successes have been and sort of doubling down on those going into the fall. So I think this all builds on each other, but we absolutely, completely need to be anticipating the fall and doing the best we can. So one really small caveat, but it's really important to call out. One of the thorns in our side of getting going, and I've heard it over and over and over again, is teachers are worried their classrooms won't be clean and they won't be safe. And sometimes we do an amazing job on stuff like that, and sometimes we don't. And I just want to say, I'm sure Carrie Upton's on this call, it is super important that we deliver safe classrooms, clean classrooms, that the standards we tell our teachers they're going to have are met. We don't get two chances to go, yeah, we didn't get it quite right, we're going to come back at it harder. This is one of those, people are crawling out on a limb here to do the right thing for the kids, for the education, for themselves. We've got to do everything in our power to make that safe. So I want to really, really emphasize that we've got to count on the folks that keep the classrooms clean and safe to make sure that whatever we've told our teachers and our parents we're doing, we execute on really well. There's not a lot of room for mistakes. So we get a coalition of the willing back in school with this TK2. We get, with Distance Learning Plus and TK2, but Distance Learning Plus, we create minimum standards for it. We expand those standards on a campus by campus situational basis as the coalition of the willing can support. We cross-pollinate, we get reports back so that at a macro level, we can make sure that everybody's moving and getting the benefit of the best ideas. And we work really, really, really hard to get fully back to normal in August. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. So let's go to Maria and then to Jennifer.
Thank you. I won't, it's hard to not reiterate some of the points that, my three colleagues have already mentioned, but I'll try to just get to the key points that I have here. And I will be one of those two that will be supporting the DL Plus. However, I'm like with Richard, that we have to have standards or additional recommendations that need to be attached to that to guarantee that the DL Plus is going to be effective and will be a positive direction for the learning of our kids. And I don't think for me or any of my colleagues, I think our intent has always been that we're going to reopen the schools as soon as it is safe. Here, from March to like the middle of summer, things began to get better. Then all of a sudden, as we got into the fall and there was that underlying statements that were being made, well, we're getting into flu season, things are going to get a little tougher now. And sure enough, this is where we're going. That's where we're at now. You know, we're here now going to winter, and, you know, the numbers have escalated more so than we thought they were going to. And I think people in the community just took it too lightly to think that we could still continue to do, you know, we were doing it in the summer and get together and have, you know, and not really take a lot of the safety precautions seriously. But anyway, as part of, you know, the recommendations, I think we need to begin to look at the points that were brought up by some of the parents to strengthen our academic support and instruction with DL. And what does that mean? I think that for all intents and purposes, I think our key here, and I think Craig, you mentioned, and so did Richard, that the principals are key here. I mean, they're the leaders of each of their schools, and the principals are part of Dr. Dratti's leadership team. And so, and they, I'm sure, gather, you know, once a week or once every 2 weeks, once a month, whatever it may be. They're constantly getting together. And for me, the principals are really, you know, Dr. Dratti's advisory team. They're the professional advisors, more so than even us as school board members, because we're not educators. They are. And many of them, I think, keep up current to with a lot of the journals, education journals, that will support whatever decisions that they make on their particular campuses. But most importantly, I think that that families really and teachers really don't trust this district. We've kind of lost their trust, you know, and how do we begin to build that trust with our families again in this district? And I think that the voices, if parents feel that their voice is being heard, and it's difficult to do it, and people say, well, we need a town hall. We can't have a town hall with thousands of parents, you know, of people on it, because it's not going to work. But that same town hall feel can, I think, work perfectly. Well, not perfectly, but can work better when they're held, like, let's say, during their school site meetings at each of the schools, because at that point, you know, the parents can voice, the teachers are there at each particular school, the principals, and everybody in that particular school site council arena know the issues in their school, know the teachers, know the families, know which families are not, if they're not, you know, connecting up, that maybe there's something wrong with this family and you need to connect up. So people know all the nuances within their own particular schools. So I do agree with my colleagues that we really should concentrate and give them flexibility for these schools to be able to identify the plus activities. Because they might have teachers there that can respond to some of these activities more so, let's say, at one elementary versus another. Let's say an elementary school here in Santa Monica versus one in Malibu. So I think we have to give more, I think, power to these, you know, school site councils to come back with responses and have those conversations within their, you know, particular schools. And so that the principals can come back when they convene with Dr. Dratti and their school site council and Dr. Mora, that, you know, all this, you know, they can have those discussions. And I'm hoping that amongst each other, they can help each other out, because at one point somebody brings up issue, maybe another principal might have already dealt with it and found some type of solution. For me, I think that would be the best case scenario in terms of getting everybody's voices heard. And I think little by little, I think we can build some of that trust with them. The other thing is, you know, we need to message more of what we do, you know, in this district, because we do a poor job in messaging the good things that are happening in this district, and especially like messaging especially once we figure out, you know, because we know we're going to go DL plus. Okay, let's say we do that, but what does that really mean? We don't really have a plan. The plan of action isn't really set. So I mean, what we have been doing right now is having discussions that we're going to move towards. So what does that really mean? So I think the discussions have to be had so that the plan, and you can actually have something written. I'm a visual person. I want to see something. I want to see something. And I know with Dr. Mora, when she originally during the summer, during the forum, she kind of gave a scenario of what a daily schedule would be, something to that effect, because I think parents and family would say, oh, is that what a D plus, what the plus activities would entail? it would happen during this time. I mean, that's, that's specific, and things can change. You never know, things will change, but at least have something there more visual so that I think parents can grasp their hands on it and say, oh, this is a good idea. Or maybe that they will get better ideas that they can then hopefully give their ideas and share their ideas within their school site council. So they, again, can hopefully come up with some good, plus activities in their particular schools. And again, we have committed ourselves for safety protocols. I know they didn't want to touch this tonight, but I think in terms of that, if we're going to expect, let's say, to even bring in some of the kids that, because we heard earlier from our, from the director of our special education and how some of their kids are already coming in, and it's only like 2 or 3 kids in a classroom. Because at the end, like they mentioned earlier, as we try to open, a lot of families, when it came to it at the moment, at the last minute, decided to pull out. So we had to have minimal, children and our students in our district because of the whole safety situation. But I think we have to look into, to feel that there is something there to protect everybody, is that we have to talk about the COVID testing. That somewhere along the line we have to ask that teachers that do want to come in, that they feel comfortable if they do COVID testing, even on a weekly basis. And that we have to be able, I know if we can set something up in our district, if not, if we can talk to, I go once a month just for my own safety precautions, not that I'm running around, I'm not, but for me, it's, my vulnerability with my mom who's in hospice, so I have to protect my family. So in that sense, I think it's LHICare.care here has a testing here in Santa Monica at the airport. So if there's any way that we can actually open it up so that teachers can have, can avail themselves of that COVID testing for that extra safety precaution, and the same for families. If our families want to really participate in bringing back their children, then I think that they have to, in other words, protect, teachers in the classrooms too, by hopefully the families, abide by the county safety precautions, but also to do COVID testing so that so there's just one added layer of protection. And then the other big thing too is instead of a written plan, because I checked out our safety plan, and there's a lot of written pieces that say what we're going to do for cleaning, and what is it? Let me see. HVAC info, cleaning protocols, custodial clean. There's a summary, approved disinfectants. There's a whole list. But what I would like to see is more of a diagram of each school campus where you actually see them, what is the safety protocols that's going to be put in place, if we're going to allow some kids to go on campus, especially if we're going to do the plus activities, like in the afternoons or after school or whatever it may be. But there has to be more safety precautions than that. And I would like to see visuals on that. I want to see what a classroom will look like if we're going to purchase shields for the teacher's desk and for students. I want to see that and show us examples of what the classrooms will look like. The other piece is I know I'm listening to Dr. Onofre, and this is one of the pieces I've brought up in the past, that even before COVID, we had a list of children not being successful. I'm sure they've fallen more behind because I know I've heard the comments from a lot of our parents from the English language learner families, and their children are really struggling. So I would like to see if we can get, I don't know if we can do it by January, but if we can get it by January, the list of students. I mean, I don't want to share the names, of course, but at least say we have a list here of students that are at risk academically, there are social and emotional issues, that they may be EL students, they may be special needs, or whatever they may be, but these are the more higher priority kids that we're talking about, that at the time that we're able to especially in the K2 arenas, that if we're able to get the waivers and let's say we get into a point where there's safety there, and we can bring students onto campus and it's safe, and the community is safe, and there's a feel of safety among teachers and families to come onto campus for the K2, but that we need to make sure that we make them feel comfortable and trust us that the safety mechanism will be there. Because I think Craig mentioned the fact of the cleanliness issue, because things were not, that was a big issue before about keeping even the bathrooms clean. One thing I did notice that I was on our agenda today, that we were gonna vote on that whole restroom improvement. So from what I understand, hopefully we can go back to it so we can approve it. So because they can begin their work in late December, it says the completion date for the restroom improvements would be finished in the end of February. So here we go. So that would be a big plus, at least, to guarantee that at least we're not trying to make ugly bathrooms nice by cleaning, but we actually will have nice, nice bathrooms, because we're gonna, refurbish them during this time. What else? And all I want to say, let me just end with this. I think you've heard a lot from us. I'm here, and I think we've heard a lot from teachers, and I hear you. I think all of us, and I hear you, because for myself, sometimes there's days when you look around, and I wake up with fear that you don't know whether you go to the market, you read, and I'm going to come home and I'm going to get sick the next day, and the fear that, oh my God, I have to go to, it's just a big fear factor there. For me, it is. To stay clear. But one thing I want to say is, at least, tomorrow is the last day. And I know that the demand from this board and parents and so forth is so high from teachers and for staff, everybody. But I think we just all need to take a deep breath and say, can we just in this next 2 weeks, just kind of let the air out slowly and just recoup. I think we've been in such a stress mode this whole summer to now. I mean, it's been very, very stressful for everybody. And I would hate to say, okay, teachers, I want you to do this and this and this. Okay, Dr. Dre, I want you to do this and this. I think we just need to, everybody just chill for 2 weeks and really try, if you can, to relax, and knowing that we can take a deep breath. We're back in 2 weeks in January 4th or 5th or whatever that date is. And then hopefully with a new renewed view of the work ahead of us, and how we really realistically, if anything tonight, we heard from all the parents in the conversations that I think myself and others, my colleagues, have had with families on Zoom this last couple of weeks, and the emails we've gotten, is that at least we can regroup with a better sense that we're here to work for it together as a team, as a whole district, as family and parents and teachers and administrators, everybody, that we're all going to work together to make this a better process for all our students, so that our kids do get a great education. But it can't be done with an attack mode. We all have to, in a sense, kind of chill out and figure out how we're all going to be helpful and supportive of each other to make sure that everybody's going to be successful. And I'll just end with this, because out of all the places I ended up, I'm always like to talk to people, and I had to go into physical therapy. I just had to do that. And my physical therapist, I didn't realize, had students in her district. And so she was telling me about their pod that they set up, because they and their families had to work and they had to find, childcare. So, they were to do that. And there's 4 or 5 families that are paying someone to actually take care of their children during the day. And it's, again, families within the school, within the same classroom of the kids. They themselves created their pod, but it's almost like they understood that they had to create that safety mechanism amongst the 3 or 4 or 5 families that I make part of that pod, that they were going to keep themselves safe too, so that they wouldn't, spread, any COVID, just spread COVID to amongst themselves. So this is a priority that they took really seriously, and they said it seems to be working. But again, it's a commitment of the families to stay clear and to abide by the safety mechanism so that they could do that. And I think if all of us do that, and do, like I said, I'm going to catch myself next week doing a little soul searching myself to figure out how we can, gather together again on January the 4th or 5th, whenever we come back, and really come in to start hammering, the plan so that we can literally see something visual, hopefully by our January 17th meeting. But anyway, that's it for me.
Great, thank you, Maria. So a slight schedule change. We're going to have Jen Smith, and then Brianna is going to speak, and then we'll hear from our nurses. Nurses, I'm sorry that I moved you down one step. So Jen Smith, Brianna, and then nurses.
Okay, hi. So I didn't know how to get on the list, so here I am coming after all my really, really thoughtful board members saying so many amazing things, and I had to cross them off my list as I went by because thinking very alike. I am in favor of the distance learning plus model. I feel like it is. I feel like it was brought to us because it is the most likely to succeed. I think that I think that the reason that like one of the things Lori said was that the hybrid model might bring instability to our kids, and I think it's very important to keep stability. So I think I appreciate the model brought because I think it is the most likely to succeed. And the other thing I wanted to say was I thank you for everyone who has reached out, who has emailed, who has spoken tonight. I have read all your words. I'm still sort of working on how all of this works, but I wanted you to know that your voices are heard. And I have also met with some groups, and I really appreciate you reaching out, and know that I'm always available. But I would like to use your voices now to not just to come to us and as parents at a district, but to go to the state and somehow form a coalition of parents in the state of California to promote and insist that teachers get on that priority list for the vaccine. I think that that would be a really wonderful, amazing thing, and get us faster to the place that we all want to be. And so I would put that. I am in favor of all of the sort of plans that have been suggested in terms of the standards and the summer program and the plus, and then so somebody said +2. I say, that in future, Craig, I love the expansion of it, the +3, +4, +5, great. I think that the flexibility that could exist could really be a benefit. Parents, I know there are a lot of parents who wanted more, and a lot of elementary school level parents, and I hear that. And I think that with the flexibility that the Distance Learning Plus program can bring, I think the possibilities are really a part of what you're asking for and can be the start. And this is the beginning. I think, oh, and part of the cleanliness thing, and I really love that we have to get it right, but I'm hoping that it's right now because we have kids in our schools and on our campuses. And the other thing I wanted to ask was about the air filtering system and the HVAC. And I know many teachers have asked about the, I think there's work going on right now, but they don't think that the air in their classrooms. And so I want to have some sort of understanding of what that looks like and how we can alleviate the fear and how we can make sure that that when we are sending teachers and kids into a classroom, that the air filtering system is optimum. So I think that's all I have to add to all of these really thoughtful comments. And I will let our student.
Great, thanks, Jen. And just so you know, on January 21st, we're doing a larger facilities report. But so for the public, that would be a great time to share that. But I encourage you to reach out to Carrie Upton with specific questions. He can help you with that.
Okay.
So now I will turn to Brianna for her comments. Thank you, Brianna.
Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who spoke today. Thank you to the board members. I agree with a lot of what they said and the different plans they have, including the summer distance learning type plan, in addition to making distance learning successful with real meaningful programs in place. I think that given the circumstances, Distance Plus is the best option for us and for my fellow classmates. I believe it won't jeopardize our teachers or our classmates or our loved ones at home. And I can empathize with the parents at home. And us high schoolers, we're trying to do our part. We started a tutoring program with middle schoolers to try to get that emotional connection with them and help them in their classes. We see that and we want to be a part of that as well. So if we can help, we're here as well. And I also agree with Ms. Smith earlier talked about the continuity of like not wanting to go back and forth between classes or between schedules or teachers. I think that's important too. And I think that this schedule will definitely allow for a solid plan and not so much moving back and forth. So I think that Distance Learning Plus balances the need for some of our emotional connections and interactions, as well as helping with our academic success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brianna. And I think, one of the things that makes our board, I think, a little unique and I think a little more effective is the role of student board members. So thank you so much. Ben, I do want to give our nurses a chance to address some of the issues that have come up.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they speak with more brevity than my colleagues, but I know that what they have to say is very important. Kidding, colleagues.
Yeah, I believe it is Carolina and Maya. So Maya and Linda.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you, Mr. Kian. It's an honor to speak to this group, and it's critically important to address the future of our, of the health of our community. No one is benefiting from this lockdown except those whose lives are being saved by the public health measures. We cannot think we are in life as usual. We are not. This period is like England during World War II. We are under attack, and we must wait and be careful until it is safe. The health and welfare of our students is our top priority, and that is best served by caution and wisdom in those difficult times. The district follows the LA County Department of Public Health guidance, and based on the guidance, we have developed meticulous protocols to ensure the safety of our school community. And that is our goal. We want to ensure that we have all protocols and the personal protective equipment, which we have secured from LACO, to ensure that staff and teachers and healthcare providers are safe. And that's been our goal. And we have been spending a lot of time on the current populations that have been coming on campus to ensure that we are following all the safety measures. So I am open to any questions the public has, teachers, board members, and parents.
Thank you so much, Carolina. Jen, did you have a specific question you wanted to? Okay.
No, I just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah. I think, and again, I think it's important that we recognize a lot of the work, a lot of the amazing work that's being done by our healthcare staff is unseen. It's unseen by parents, it's being unseen by a lot of people, but it is there. And they're the ones who've created the on-ramp that will allow us to do this. They've allowed us to bring back our students with IEPs or English language learners. I think the fact that we successfully started this, the hardest part is the first step, and they allowed us to do that. And it's very highly regulated by LA County Department of Health. And so far, everything has met the very high standards that are needed. So if we do have future questions, it's good to know that you're here, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. I would like to try to, Maya, yeah, I'm sorry, Maya, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the board's thoughtfulness and Dr. Dradi's thoughtfulness. He's really done a lot of work there's so many different things to keep track of. So thank you for all your hard work. I wanted to address a couple of concerns and questions that have come up. First, surveillance testing. So, we have the PCR test, which is the best that we have, but I just want to let people know at best, it's only 80% accurate. And there's a lot that depends on when that test is taken, but at best, it's only 80% accurate, which means that 1 in 5 people who are positive test negative. So I just want to make sure that's clear. And it's only a moment in time data, right? So you test negative and 5 minutes later you could test positive. So just keeping that in mind. Dr. Ferrer in our last, Dr. Dradi is on these calls every week with us. One of the things too is that being sensitive, for it to be effective, we'd have to do it at least 2 to 3 times a week to get any positive data, for it to be constructive. And the concern also, and so I'm just, laying it out for you. The concern is developing a false sense of security. You saw what happened in the White House when they just relied on testing and not other tools. It is a tool. It's an additional tool just with physical distancing and wearing a mask. But those are some of the constraints. That being said, we are still working and pursuing relationships and trying to figure out how we can do surveillance testing in the district. But those are the constraints that we have. We do have testing sites and availability. So part of our requirements from the county is that we have a testing protocol. So on the website, and I encourage all of you to go to the website. There's now the red button if you go to any of the district web pages. If you click that, it brings up the coronavirus webpage, and all the protocols and all the information about health is on there. So the safety protocol is on there, and then it's sectioned out to, you can find our information about screening and our screening charts and protocols. Exposure management, so there's the the triage information, so if someone gets sick at school, what happens. And PPE, which is really important. I think this is a big point of anxiety for people, is the feeling that we don't have enough PPE. So there's a chart on there that explains what groups get what types of PPE based off of their risk, their job risk factors. And that's not, we didn't make that decision, right? That comes from the CDC, that comes from national health guidance. So that's on there too. And on the website, we will be, after winter break, we will have a dashboard that will show you how many people are quarantined and isolated, so you can kind of see the trajectory of what's happening in our school. That's coming, we're working on it, but just kind of being transparent of what's happening, the work we're doing behind the scenes. And then training. So I fully acknowledge how anxious people are about coming back in person. And for the things that we can do safely, that the county has said we can do safely, like our special ed and hubs, and building up to our 20% when it's safe to do those things. Not when we're in the purple tier, right? What we can do safely is we have lots of trainings. We have an online or virtual training first to get all the information, make sure everybody has all the information. And then an in-person training too, to make sure we practice PPE for groups that need it. And then all the, okay, so what does the screening protocol look like? And I fully acknowledge how anxious people are about starting. I just want to reassure that we have trainings. I had COVID myself in March, and it took me 9 months to be able to walk and talk at the same time. So I fully acknowledge how anxious people are about the situation. And we have trainings, we have PPE, and we will do it safely.
Thank you, Maya. I also, I just want to emphasize that, the nurses have had training in contact tracing and received certification from Johns Hopkins School of Public Health in public tracing. And that's how we ensure that our community is safe. And that's our goal. We want to make sure that any event that takes place on campus is safe and following LA County Department of Public Health guidelines.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, both of you. And now I have the enviable task of trying to tie this together from board comments to get us to a motion and a vote. I will try to tie this up and just have a few comments of my own within it. I really liked what Craig's said, where he said that, you know, we can't resolve this. We need to make a situation that works. And that speaks to, for the longest time, I felt we could resolve this. I felt we could come up with a magic solution of a hybrid with the technology where everybody's getting something and birds are flying out of windows and it's this wonderful thing. It's too disruptive. And Craig said that as well. The hybrid is too disruptive. If the key thing is providing the best instruction, the best delivery of curriculum to as many students as possible, that's done through distance learning. The big thing that I want to stress are the students who are not tapping into distance learning. We are allowed to expand to 25%, and that 25% should be peopled by special education, students with IEPs, English language learners, and then the students who are struggling. Students who are struggling, who need to get, whether it's tutoring programs, whatever it can be, we need to identify better and bring those students in. What we're finding is 3 out of 4 of them don't want to come in. The parents want the supports, but they don't want to come in, which means we now need to come up with solutions that are not in person to help these students. Because if 3 and 4 aren't going to come in, we need a better solution. So I'm going to sum up now what the board had to say. 1, the expansion of the 25% in purple. Sorry, let me start over again. 1, because I had 2 1s because I came up with a new 1. 1, we need to make distance learning better now. Let's use this break to take a rest, like Maria said, and then reevaluate. How can we learn from the people who are doing it well? How can we support teachers? I'm not saying make them do more. I'm saying how can we work more efficiently and be better? Where are those silos of excellence? Where are the examples of excellence that we can all build from? That has to happen now. 2, expand the 25%. Identify and support struggling students. How do we help make people come in? We show them the safety measures. We communicate better. We physically show them what classes look like, and we succeed. We build slowly and succeed so that we're not yo-yoing back and forth. The best thing we can do is to level up slowly and do it right the first time. 3, when and if waivers are approved, because I don't know if it's when or if it's if. The way things are looking, we need to look holistically. We need to find a coalition of the willing, and we need to build that way. But like we're hearing right now, it could be March, it could be April, if or when. DL plus, we need to, and this is coming from what everybody has said, DL plus, we need to identify what the plus is. We're talking about maybe 2 times per week, and then an expansion. We're talking about working with a teacher 1 time a week. We're talking about this being additive to distance learning. We're talking about giving each site flexibility. And we're also asking for teachers, parents, and students at sites to come together to define what plus will look like on their site. And then, as Craig said as well, Craig, I'm quoting you a lot, plus is a self-adapting system. We will grow with plus, because then, to quote Lori, plus becomes the on-ramp. Plus allows us to come back to school. When we go from red to yellow, plus allows us to expand. And when yellow ends, then we're back in school. Plus has to be the on-ramp. It can't just be these pockets of little things. It's the on-ramp to get us back to school. And like Lori said, let's start thinking about August 21st now. I do believe a vibrant plus gets us from purple to red to yellow to back to school in August of 21. Testing. I know Maya mentioned testing. We're still going to we have meetings set up in February with some of our local healthcare providers to see what kind of testing protocols we can bring into our school. I think our teachers will feel better if we can test all adults on campus when we come back. The spread does not seem to be coming from students, younger students. The spread seems to be coming from adults, adult to adult. That's where this seems to be happening. And unfortunately, everyone's saying the young kids can't do this. The young kids, after 1 day, learn to keep their masks on. It's the adults who are making decisions that our students are paying the prices for right now. We as adults have to model better behavior. Better messaging and communication. Maria was right. We need to rebuild that trust by communicating better, communicating more tightly, show videos, show where it's working. I talked to a teacher last week. Distance learning can work. Small groups can work. This teacher got this young child who is transitioning from homelessness. This child is now reading. This child was not reading in second grade. This child is reading now. Our teachers are amazing at what they do, even on distance learning platform. That expertise and that care is unparalleled. That's why our district is so good. And to think that we could go out and say, forget about these teachers, we'll just replace them. You cannot replace the decades of excellence that we have in our district. We're advocating for vaccine priority for teachers. And I loved what Brianna said. Brianna talking about the students came up with a tutoring plan, high school to middle school. Let's let principals at sites know that this is happening. Let's let middle school principals know maybe we can trickle this down to elementary school. That's why we need to get students in the room with teachers and principal. And lastly, we have to show the progress and communicate. Show the progress. Like this was part of the whole plus. We have to monitor. We have to see what's working. We have to set the benchmarks and we have to share it. Dr. Dradi, I will type all this up, but this is what the board is saying right now. The board is saying, we hear you, the Distance Learning Plus is the best way to go. But what the board is also saying, we're going to hold everybody's feet to the fire. That all the parents, whether they wanted distance learning or whether they wanted a hybrid, all the parents want something that's more. They want better. They want more. We've got to figure out a way to give, whether it's an illusion of better, whether what we're doing now is the best we can. We don't know that. Let's make things better. Let's show people how we're working. Let's put the work out there so people can see it. It's time to deliver. It's time to deliver on this. We spent too long crafting the perfect plan, and we worked our butts off. I know you worked so hard to get to this point, and people didn't see our feet working under the water. Let's show the work now. It's like new math. Let's show the work. So that's the culmination of board. I'm going to ask my board members reluctantly, did I leave anything out that you feel needs to be said before I call for a motion and the vote? Yes, Lori.
I don't think you left anything out, but I just want to clarify for those who aren't used to some of our little jargonistic expressions. When you mentioned the TK2 waiver and when and if those are approved, you said something about the coalition of the willing. I just want to explain what that means to those of us who don't speak that language.
I'm so sorry. Are we talking acronyms?
I think what John was trying to say is if and when we get TK2 waivers, we will look at what teachers are willing and what parents are willing to send their students. So we don't have to start by saying, you shall all be there, either students or parents. We will look to those who are willing. And that's sort of an expression we've developed in a variety of.
And to add to that, I do want to add to that, every elementary school waiver is individual. We do not get a waiver for the district. We get waivers per school site. So I know that we heard from a parent at Webster. Well, Webster, we have a lower rate here. If Webster is able to go, then that's what I mean about the coalition of the willing. They can blaze the trail for us. They can show us that it can be done safely, and then we can follow that.
Yeah, can I add to that too, back to the projection bias? We're not saying tomorrow under purple with it spiking and 3,500 Americans dying. We're talking about when people are willing in a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, if that comes. It's not, one of the big confusions was, you're going to do this tomorrow. No, this is very much done in a better future.
Right, and I know we all give our perspective. My perspective is fueled from, my best friend is a cancer surgeon at UCLA. His cancer surgeries have been canceled starting tomorrow for the near future because there are no beds. Not only are there no beds, there's not adequate tubing. They can't use extra tubing because they're saving it for COVID patients. The cancer surgeries are being delayed. That's the reality we're facing in Santa Monica and in Westwood at UCLA. I'd like to call for a motion if I could. Does anybody like to make a motion? I see a motion by Lori, seconded by Craig. If there's no more comments, I'm going to call for a roll call. Okay, seeing no more comments. Richard?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Brianna?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that is a unanimous approval of staff's recommendation. Ben, you wanted to wrap up this item?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the vote for confidence, and we heard everything you have to say. I just want to tell the community and the students and staff that, you know, we didn't make this, staff, myself, did not make this recommendation lightly. This has been a journey, an absolute journey. And I've been humbled through the whole process. And in my meetings, I've literally sat down with staff in tears, parents in tears, with what's happening at the places. And I evolved through the whole process. I remember I was all about hybrid from the beginning, you know, traditional, and then we transitioned to synchronous, and then eventually we evolved to this distance plus. One thing I want to tell the community is a part of the calculus to say this is the best way forward is taking the divergent views, the emotions, and the data, science. I know you hear, I have countless emails saying we're ignoring science, And most of the time they're talking about the transmission rates of students to students and students to staff and all that. But I also want people to understand there's also another data point that we have to look at, which is whether it's real or unreal, or legitimate or unlegitimate, the data for fear and anxiety. That is real and impacts a person's ability to function. And you wouldn't know this, but you know, when I played college football, we used to fly all over the place, but I was deaf as much as the coaches and my peers told me flying is safer than me driving. I did not believe them. They showed me data after data. I used to have to take sleeping pills just to go to sleep, and so we can get to our destination. And it totally impacted my function because that fear controlled. Now I'm getting better at it now, and I'm not doing that anymore. But the point is, you know, I still get anxious, but it's no longer the same. So I guess my point is, that's the data point that was a part of this consideration. And I think everybody needs to understand that. So my evolution was influenced by all those data, the hard science, along with the fear, along with anxiety, and with the understanding that we are here to educate the students. And if I was to put forward a hybrid or any of those hybrids, based on all those factors I just got describing, we were not going to be successful, like Jennifer Smith has said. Based on my personal opinion, all the conversations I've had, we were not going to be successful. Somebody can say, well, how come Las Virgins is doing it? Maybe they didn't, maybe that data point of fear isn't as much there. But it's a reality here. Okay, it's a reality here. Oh, what's going on with Torrance and all that? Maybe their fear isn't that relevant there, but it is in Santa Monica, Malibu. As a result, if I was to impose something that they're doing that we had not addressed the fears yet, then it wasn't going to be successful. So another question is, well, you're in charge, force people to do it. I mean, and we have logical people. You guys are all adults, you're logical people and all that. And can you just imagine, can you actually force that situation? And because education is an intimate relationship with students and staff. And if we're forcing somebody to do something, all that was going to cause chaos, thereby making it unsuccessful. So I just wanted to say that, look, I'm not happy about this. I'm not happy about the pandemic. I feel bad for the staff. I feel bad for the parents, and I feel bad for the students. But right now, I think we need to come together. We really do need, correct, Foster is right. We really do need to start thinking about the following year. I would love to solidify. I need to get my staff to put 2021 to bed as best as we can and continue to ramp up. But we need to start pivoting to 20, because there's a lot of planning that has to happen between now and then. So thank you. Thank you for this. Parents, we'll if you're struggling out there, look, one of my first, I'll be meeting with principals. We meet weekly. I'll just tell them, look, there are families legitimately struggling out there. Are there something, how are we communicating and how are they communicating with you about where the kids are, that we can intervene in some way? So sometimes I just don't think our parents community may be telling the staff, the teachers, that stuff isn't working for their kids and all that. I'm not sure. Maybe that's just a guess, but I haven't run into situations where that has been the case. So if your kids are struggling with this, let us know. Let your principals, let your teachers know, and so we can intervene and try to figure out different ways of supporting. If it's right now, we are trying our best to open up opportunities for people to be on campus. We are struggling. We get numbers, people say their interests, and then when it comes down to actually doing it, we're getting less people. So we're having a hard time figuring out how much room we have and how much room we don't have. So as a parent out there, if you are struggling, please, when those surveys come out and when you get contacted, answer yes, and then we need a full commitment. So that way, if you're not going to come, then we can make room for somebody else. Okay. So with that said, that concludes it. Thank you, board members. I know this wasn't easy. We're going to do our best to improve on the system.
Thank you so much, Dr. Trotti. Just so to communicate to my colleagues and to the members of the public, we still have a lot of agenda left to do. I'm going to try to make it as seamless as possible. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to consent. We will be pulling item G311, which is the approval of project list district-wide Santa Monica campus assessments. We will be moving that to the January 14th agenda, because to do that item properly, we have public comment, we have staff report, and the board would have wanted to comment too. So that will be moved to January 14th. I would also like to pull.
Hey, John, can I just ask, did we check with, I'm sure you did, but did you check with Carrie and Steve? Okay.
Yes. Because we have a public comment for item G310 on consent, I would like to see if somebody could make a motion to move consent minus item G310.
So moved.
Moved by Richard, seconded by Craig. Any discussion on those consent items? I'll do a roll call. Lori.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Craig.
Yes.
Brianna.
Yes.
Maria, did I say Maria? Yes, I did. And I'm a yes as well. So consent passed. Now we go to item G310. Lori,
There are three speakers, actually.
Okay, great. Great, thank you.
You want to hear the speakers, or do you want any kind of staff report on this first?
Do we have Carrie here to do a report on it? That probably would be great. Just a quick introduction. There he is.
Hello, members of the board. Kerry Upton, Chief Operations Officer. Yes, this is a process. It's a Sandy Glaze process where we go into the restrooms and they get deep cleaned. All of the tiling, the grout, we replace partitions, and we basically make those restrooms feel clean and neat. It's something we've been really wanting to do. We've been lagging doing it because my staff, getting this item to you because my staff's been really busy getting all of the other COVID preparedness and getting the spaces open and one plan and another plan. But this is something we've been wanting to do, and we'd like to go ahead and jump on it. We could push through this in the next 6 weeks and get through most all of these restrooms. It's 56 different restrooms in the district. There will be another package coming in, I think in February, which will do all the rest of the restrooms in the district.
Terrific. Thank you, Carrie. Let's go to our comments, and then if there's any questions, we can ask those of Carrie after our comment speakers.
Great. Okay, so there are three speakers on this item. Nikki Kohlhoff, followed by Esther Hickman, and the last one is Wendy Dembo. So if you are all still here, we'll take you in that order. Sarah, do you see them?
I see Nikki. The video has started. I asked her to unmute. Nikki, are you able to unmute? Yep.
I-
There you go.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't switching, it wasn't toggling back. Okay. Well, so while campus assessments were postponed, rightfully so, because of course they needed an explanation and discussion. You all talk about losing trust and needing to regain trust. And while the restrooms are gross and need to be fixed, this is just, it's still connected to the other topic and not spending bond money without a full plan before you launch into it. So my question still remains here. We're upgrading with the Sani glaze, but we don't know the scope of the rest of the work. Are the toilets actually getting replaced? Are the urinals getting raised? It might be, graphic, but that's one of the gross things about the elementary school bathrooms is fifth graders have different requirements than kindergartners in that respect. We don't know what it is. A lot of people want hot water in bathrooms, and we're hearing from staff that that's not a requirement for code, so it won't be done. But I'm guessing the public wants a little more discussion on that, especially with the COVID issue. This really begs the question of why the ed specs, which are supposed to be our governing planning document, don't address basic needs like toilets and open space. We have a code that requires how many restrooms are needed on every campus depending on the number of students. So why did we approve ed specs that don't have basic hygienic things like bathrooms? They also don't have open space. What should we have for playgrounds? The ed specs are missing a lot. And to launch forward on construction, even upgrading the bathrooms while needed without knowing if you're going to have to be moving them around or adding more stalls. I don't know why we can't ever master plan and have a whole plan. And it's what makes the campus assessments inappropriate, because you can't spend another dime of bond money on the wish list stuff like maker spaces, when for $1 billion and 3 bonds, you've been promising people clean bathrooms and removal of portables. So, unless you can guarantee that these bathrooms won't be moving and that they're making all the fixes that should be required for code, I'm not sure why we spend $200,000 on the cosmetic fix if we're going to have to come back and gut them to comply with code. And then why wouldn't our ed specs be to code when that's what we've been promising for $1 billion of bonds? There's really no excuse. And then that includes the high school too. We're spending money on high school without necessarily adding all of the required bathrooms, and it's a misuse of funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Esther Hickman. Is she still on?
Just unmuted her.
Oops, I saw a person. Okay, you're not unmuted.
Sorry,
There you
it's
go.
difficult to
There you
unmute.
go.
Anyway, yeah, I'm just concerned about the bathrooms as well. If with the last 98 million, if bathrooms could be prioritized, because I have heard on all levels that in the elementary, in the middle schools and the high schools, that the bathrooms are really revolting. And so I wonder if, you said there's 56 bathrooms, maybe just a transparent audit of the bathrooms so that people feel satisfied that the bathrooms are really being upgraded to a sort of, not humane, but to the standards of a very wealthy district. So that's all, to just prioritize the bathrooms before laying out all the other funds. Thanks.
Thank you. Wendy Dembo.
Hi, I just want to, I agree with what Nikki and Esther said. That's really all I'm concerned about. I've heard for years about kids who refuse to go to the bathroom at school because the bathrooms are so disgusting. So, you know, they're, anyway, it's a little too much, but that's all I want to say. Thanks.
That is.
I think actually
all?
Dr. Bernice Onofre signed up at
Oh,
the very
for
bottom
this
of the
item?
list.
I thought she signed up on the other one, but okay, I missed her then. Bernice, are you here?
She is.
Oh, you're right. I thought she was on the other item. Sorry about that.
You know, my concern about the bathrooms is that we should have enough bathrooms for all the students, especially now that we're going to be returning back. I know it's not going to be tomorrow, but we need to prepare. We need to prepare because, and we need to have a plan. Because up to now, I don't think we are prepared to return. Bathrooms are going to be a key place to have up to code, to have them clean, and to have them enough of them. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers for this item. And I'd like to speak to the item and ask a question of Carrie.
Yes, Laurie.
First of all, I want to say that from what I'm hearing, everyone who just spoke should be in favor of this item, because I think what any parent knows is in virtually every district, bathrooms are a problem in terms of keeping them clean and maintained. And we, like other districts, have a lot of deferred maintenance issues, and bathrooms are clearly one of them. And that's what I think this item is designed to address. What I would like to Carrie to address is what I think is a point of confusion, which, as I understand it, is that this item is being paid for out of maintenance money, not bond money. This is not attached to bond money. This doesn't have anything to do with the item that we just postponed until January 14th. So Carrie, if you could confirm whether I'm right about that or tell it in a better way, I'd appreciate that.
Certainly. Just to start off with, this item is misplaced on the agenda. It really should be 2.4 as opposed to under the facility improvements project, because the upgrade of restrooms predominantly is a maintenance issue and one we use with maintenance funds, deferred maintenance funds when we get those. This year, we were able to get a good bit of money for the first year, for the first part of the year, $1 million, and we have $3 million coming in for the next 6 months. And we'll have a lot of projects that are coming at you as quickly as we can move them. And in part, we're able to do that now that we have a director of purchasing, which sadly didn't get introduced earlier in this meeting, but you're going to see her in a minute when we talk about our emergency resolutions. Okay, let's talk about code for a moment. We are one school away from the elementary schools completing the entire window paint floor modernization project. So in that project, one of the things that the Division of State Architects looked at from the top to the bottom was to make sure that we actually were code compliant. So we are code compliant for the number of restrooms in our district at every single school in every single way. And while they did that, they also had us do ADA accessibility changes. So at all of the restrooms, there were multiple projects that brought us up to the ADA make sure they were appropriately equivalent. But that also included making sure that the heights were proper for kindergarten, first grade, high school, middle school. So all of those things which we can do as FIP projects, we really have done a lot of that work. But the next part is the maintenance stuff, which is really trying to really clean them, to change out partitions. Fixtures, we've changed out a number of fixtures. We actually have, through a grant through the city of Santa Monica, we'll be accepting that grant, I think, at the next board meeting. We'll be changing out a number of our toilets for dual flow toilets. We've changed out a number of urinals over with grants for water savings. So we're changing those, and those are also occurring. So we're meeting the codes, we're meeting the heights. As far as hot water, the CDC will say that washing your hands with cold water is just as good as washing your hands with hot water. And it does work as long as you wash your hands for the appropriate amount of time and you use soap, because that's how it works. We do not have a standard for hot water in this district. If that is something the board wants to change, that would be great, but that is a multi-million dollar project because we only have hot water in very specific places at this time. So it would be going in and putting that in throughout the district. If that's something we want to do, we can, but so far we haven't gotten any direction to go in that direction. As far as the being prepared, we have bought and ready to put in place multiple portable sinks. So we have more hand washing stations, and our restrooms will support the hybrid, which is the only we call it the hybrid, but basically the distance learning, which means when we go to red, we can't have more than half of the kids on campus yet, as long as the Department of Health demands that everybody stays at a distance. And with the existing restrooms, we have spaces to be able to support that, along with our extra hand washing stations and the hand washing stations that we have in the elementary schools. So we're working through a lot of these projects, and there's a lot of things happening. Any questions?
Thanks, Carrie. Does anybody else have any questions for Carrie, or?
I'll move the item. I just want to say, I was going to move the item and I realized that I apparently missed a speaker on this item. So let's let that person speak, and then Richard, you should go ahead and move the item. It's my fault. It's just hard to read these and this person signed up for two in the same line, so I didn't see it. Kelly Simon, you can address the board on this issue before we take any action.
Yes, hello, sorry, I am new to this process as well.
Oh,
My
that's
name
all
is
right. And I'm
Kelly.
having to track this in a way that is very different than when we're live. So my apologies.
First time for me as well. Anyway, thank you all for all the work you've done. I can't believe it's almost 11 o'clock. Both my 11th grade son, who's at Samuel High School, he's like, he can't believe that I'm still on this call for so many hours. But with regard to the bathrooms, specifically at the high school, Carrie, thank you for what you just explained. I'm not sure how all this works, but all I know is that my daughter, who's now 20 years old and spent 4 years at SAMO, often had problems not being able to access the toilet. And it just seems ridiculous to me that we spend all these millions and millions of dollars on these beautiful buildings, but if the kids don't have toilets that function to use, it just kind of seems all for naught. So I don't know. I just wanted to say that I appreciate all the work you guys are doing, and I'm sure you're doing everything you can to make the bathrooms functional. But I just want to make sure that in looking at all the fancy stuff that's happening, that we're not missing the fact that maybe there's not enough toilets that actually work. And the principal said kids stick rolls of toilet paper in there and that clogs them up and then they can't use them. So I don't know what the solution to that is, but the kids, I just remember I picked my daughter up and she'd be like, hurry, we got to get to Starbucks so I can go to the bathroom. So, I just hope that somehow the kids can have enough toilets to use. So thank you all for everything you do. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly. And thank you for sticking around to make the comment.
Yeah, really.
Richard, did you want to move the
Yes, yeah,
item?
I will move the item. Thank you.
Is there a second for this item?
I'd love to second it.
Okay, Lori is second. Do a roll call. Sorry, Richard.
Yes.
Who do I have? Brianna?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Did I get everybody?
No, you forgot me.
I forgot Lori. Sorry, Lori.
I'm a yes.
A second on the motion. Thank you. So that's the last item on consent, other than the one we pulled, which now brings us to general public comment. And I do believe we have some people that have stuck around for general public comment. So I'll give it back to Board Vice President Lieberman.
Okay, I don't know whether they're all here, but there are 3 people that I see who signed up for public comment, and I just want to remind them and everyone who's watching that public comment is the opportunity for people to speak on items that are not agendized. So we ordinarily do not engage with them and have a discussion because that would violate the Brown Act and because no one would know we were discussing the items. So without further ado, we have 3 speakers, Esther Anderson, Kevin Schenkman, and Wendy Dembo. Sarah, I don't know if any or all of them are here.
I think, let's see, Esther Hickman, let's see, hold on.
Esther was here a minute ago.
I don't see Esther.
There she is. I see Esther in the square.
Oh,
down here.
I see Esther Hickman. Okay, we'll go with Esther Hickman.
Hi, I can't see myself.
You're in the dark a little.
I know, and here's my 3-year-old. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about the history building, but I'll send an email about that. But I am concerned about the district exploring the law more fully around Oscar as no longer being a school board member until, so maybe he is until the Attorney General and the court say he can no longer serve in that role. But I do want to just express a feeling that the initiatives that he started in the 18 years of serving on the school board, that diversity in hiring, that is implemented, authentic ethnic studies, the Cesar Chavez mural and Cesar Chavez Peace and Justice Promenade, and naming of a school for a Latino, Latina, Mexicana, or Mexicano. So I just wanted the board to consider those things. And I'm going to go back to giving electronics to my 3-year-old. Okay.
Thank you. Kevin Schenkman. Oh, there you are.
Yes, thank you. And I also want to address the fortunate delay that occurred at the beginning of this board meeting and offer my unsolicited legal opinion. But because it's unsolicited, it also has the benefit of being free. Government Code Section 1770 sets forth the exclusive events that can cause a vacancy on the governing board of a political subdivision. There are only 2 of those that could possibly apply to Mr. De La Torre. One is the delivery of a letter of resignation to the clerk of the political subdivision. And as I understand from the comments of Dr. Drotti and perhaps Mr. Furno as well, that hasn't happened. And the other is the adjudication in a quo warranto proceeding, declaring that there is a former board member is no longer eligible to serve on that board, and that's the removal. Quo warranto proceedings are the exclusive way that a board member is removed in California. So Mr. Furno talked about incompatible offices and whether city council and school board are incompatible offices. And it may be and it may not be. He cites to some non-precedential, fairly old attorney general opinions. There is no court cases on point about whether a city council, school board are incompatible offices. But that entire discussion misses the point, because much like when a tenant fails to pay rent, the landlord becomes entitled to possession of the property. That doesn't mean the landlord can simply go and put locks on the doors without going through the appropriate judicial process of an unlawful detainer action. And that's what this school district is apparently doing, or feels that it's entitled to do, with respect to board member De La Torre. It is not for Jay Furno to decide the matter. It is not for Dr. Drotti to decide the matter. And it is not even for board member Keene to decide the matter. The process is through the attorney general and then the courts, and that is the exclusive process. Now that's my legal opinion, but I also want to offer a little bit of a political opinion, because if I were a member of this school district as a board member or administrator, and I was putting together a list of the people who I who this district should not piss off, Oscar De La Torre would be near the top of the list right now. And I've known, you know this, I've known Oscar for about 5 or 6 years now. Hell, I represent his wife in the voting rights case that is seeking to implement an election system that Tony Vasquez and Chris Harding advocated for so eloquently 3 decades ago.
Speaker's time is up.
And I just want to conclude with this. I have known Oscar to be disrespected, ignored, and marginalized by this school district, and it ought to end.
Thank you, Mr. Schenkman. Wendy Dembo, and then apparently I, again, missed another speaker, which is Nikki Kohlhoff, and Oscar De La Torre, who signed up for another item, apparently meant to sign up for this one too. So those will be the last 3 public comments. Wendy Dembo, Nikki Kohlhoff, Oscar De La Torre.
Hi, I'm not gonna ask about the lack of art at Lincoln. I think you guys know that that's a big concern. But I will say, I was thinking, you know, I work with some very famous Brazilian graffiti artists who literally came out of the favela through art. So it's so important to so many people. It offers life choices. I was thinking with the Distance Learning Plus, right now it's virtually impossible in the middle school to start ISPE during this time of COVID. It just seems like it would be something that would be fantastic if kids who want it to, or who already are on the playing soccer or swimming would have an opportunity to do ISPE and be outside with other people and a coach rather than watching things on a Zoom by themselves or doing stuff on the Zoom, or maybe not doing stuff on the Zoom, as that may be. That could be part of the Distance Learning Plus, because I think, you know, to encourage kids to get out and move is fantastic. Also, I'm very concerned that Jason Feldman, who came in 4th in the school board elections, I would have thought that he would just have immediately been given the position on the board, which Oscar is vacating. One thing about Jason that's really fantastic is that he has 2 children in elementary school, because if I'm counting correctly right now, there are 3 board members with kids who are seniors in high school. And the other board members don't have kids who are in elementary or middle school. And I think to have a perspective of a parent on the board who has elementary school kids, I think that's very important. He also has a child who's special needs. So he would come to the board with opinions and experience dealing with a child like that. So I just think that if there wasn't an election, it would make sense to just have, you know, you as the school board appoint people who applied. But since there was an election, it really makes sense to me that you would promote the person who came in next in line. And also, I must say that I wonder what's happening with the HVAC at Lincoln, because I know there's some buildings. I know most of Lincoln doesn't have air conditioning.
Speaker's time is up.
So, thanks so much. Good
Thank
night.
you, Wendy. Good night. That leaves us with Nikki Kohlhoff and then Oscar De La Torre.
It's asking to yeah, there you go. Okay.
Did I do it? The button's still there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Now it's telling me I can't unmute. Okay. All right. Well, I am glad that the campus assessments were pulled from the agenda today, but it's important to note that at least President Keene and Dr. Girardi felt that it was important, that it was appropriate to place $100 million worth of spending as a consent item, especially after we had, comments last week about the issues with the plans and, the sense coming from the community that clearly there wasn't enough input. I mean, it was just really appalling to see something like this show up as a consent item in the first place. So it's really not, you can't have a pass for moving it because somebody thought this was okay. Second, when we do get to the agenda item, again, you guys reference trust and having lost the trust. Part of it is spending $100 million on things that we did not prioritize. So we don't want to hear a list of meetings that we could or should have gone to. Lincoln, when Steve Massetti, who gets paid by the amount spent, talks about having, 50 meetings, but when 8 of them at Lincoln were the same people and only included 2 people who weren't paid by the district, that's not community input. So we don't want to see a list like that. I know at a prior meeting, Lori had asked them with respect to the high school to prepare a list of all the meetings we missed. It's not what we want because we're telling you now that they're not the projects we want. And that should be enough. This is part of the process, coming to a school board meeting and telling you we don't want it. And, until the bathrooms are, I'm not sure how they could be up to code when the numbers just don't add up. But until the ed specs are updated to include bathrooms and HVAC, and we know that every single bathroom and HVAC upgrade is planned and budgeted for, there's no more money for these projects. And top priority was supposed to be for open space. We don't have anything in the ed specs about open space per student. Franklin, they're not allowed to run on the blacktop because it's too crowded, and that's where you guys want to plop down a maker space. I mean, that's just makes no sense. The idea with removing portables was to build 2-story buildings that increased open space. Your plans expand the built out space. And just like when the city tries to claim parklets and sidewalks and, the breezeway in the middle of Olympic is a park, courtyards outside the classrooms is not open space. If they still don't have a field that's big enough to run on for 800 kids, that's not okay. And the ed specs fail to address that. And so you can't be building new items that take up the open space that's required. Thank you.
Thank you. And if Oscar is still on this call or on this Zoom call, he is, there you are.
Yeah, I'm here. I've been waiting patiently to try to participate in this meeting. It's unfortunate today that I was denied an opportunity to participate as a duly elected member of the school board. I understand that, the reasoning that John and others might believe is right. And I'm glad that Kevin was able to shine some light on how they're wrong. And more than just a legal issue, it's like I've served 18 years on the school board. I'm the first Mexican-American, Chicano, Latino, male ever elected to this school board. I served 18 years. I'm a product of the school district. I served as student body president. I'm a former classified staff member supporting the young people of our community, founder of a youth center, and also a father of 2 Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District students that are going to follow in my footsteps. And for me to be treated the way I've been treated tonight, it just goes to show it's just another example of how people of color are treated in the school district, how our voices are silenced, and that's just no way to treat someone. It's just not right. And I feel really bad about that because, I think I provide a voice that's needed. We look at the impact of COVID. Who is it impacting? Mostly in disproportionate numbers, low-income people, people that fit my demographic profile, Latinos, people on the front lines, essential workers. And I think we deserve a voice. If you look at the composition of the school board right now, you know, we have very few representatives from the South Side, very few representatives of color, people that need to have a voice in public education because it is the great equalizer. It's a great way for us to make progress in our society. And for this board to marginalize me, to keep me away from exercising my duties and my responsibilities as an elected member of the school board, I think is really bad and really wrong. And I hope to correct it, and it will be corrected. You know, we've been ignored and for many years. On the other hand, I have sat through meetings and I have witnessed how board members in the majority can garner the support of 20 staff members and consultants and marshal the resources of this school district to purchase a $21 million building we didn't need. I have seen how this school board majority can spend millions of dollars in lawyers and public relations consultants to fight parents who demand that toxic substances like PCBs be removed from their children's classrooms. But we can't ever find the will to invest adequately in addressing the needs of our most marginalized students. We have an achievement gap because the people in power in this school district do not want to deal with the issues at hand, do not really want to rectify and remedy these issues. And a lot of it is just surface and talk. And, you know, we're talking about social justice. Well, think about the social injustice of marginalizing someone like myself who has given so much to this school district. You know,
Speaker's time is up.
And it's wrong, and we're going to correct that.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comments. John, back to you.
Okay, so it brings us to back to major action items. I-1, election of Board of Education officers. I think Sarah runs this item.
I do. Okay, let me pull up the item. It is now time for the annual Board of Education organizational meeting where you elect a president and vice president amongst yourselves. And that process begins with me announcing the floor is now open for the nominations for the position of board president. Are there any such nominations? Dr. Tavildran-Deswin.
Hi, colleagues, I would like to nominate John King to serve a second year as president of our board. I found when I served that just when you get your feet on the ground, or I should say firm footing, I think there's a good reason to have members of our board serve for 2 consecutive years. And I think John has done a splendid job, exemplary job as president of the board, and I would like to nominate him for a second year.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for position of board president? Seeing that there are none, I'm happy to announce that Mr.
Sarah, before you say anything,
Yep.
I believe we have a public comment on this item before we do any action.
Yeah, we have a public comment.
Okay, I do both positions at the same time. So if you want me to do the vice president and then you can vote after the public comments, or what do you want to do?
I really don't know.
Just take the public comment and then we can continue.
Let's take the public comment and move on.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Otherwise, the action will be over when we take the comment.
You're right. So hold on that action. Oscar De La Torre, you have signed up to speak on this item unless you intended to only speak on the other.
No. I intend to speak on this item as well. Can I speak?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, you're on.
Okay. You know, it's disheartening to hear that John's going to be selected. You know, again, to be the president of this board, because I believe that John is a tyrant. John has disrespected parents continuously. Parents who disagree with him, he will work to silence them. And I have been personally attacked by John, just the example of what's going on here tonight. You know, and then, you know, really reflect on this. Take a study of the last 20 years. How many times have people of color served as president or vice president of the school board? And these are decisions that you all get to make. This is not the public. This is the 7 members of this school board. How many times have we had people of color who are on the school board that get to serve as president or vice president? Do the study for the past 20 years. Look at the data. You know, look at how many times people from the South Side and you get to be in a leadership role. and you'll realize that it's not that many, you know, and we're deficient in those areas, and that's why we end up having the achievement gap. That's why we have the Southside schools not having the same resources as the Northside schools, because you have the power being monopolized by one group of people that live in the wealthier part of the city, and it just screams of white privilege, straight up, you know. And let's talk about that. Let's have that discussion. That's why I hope that we have a real discussion about issues of racism and systemic racism, that we have restorative justice dialogues. We should have that. Let's have those courageous conversations. We want to apply that to the students. We want to say the students should have restorative justice conversations, or the staff, but on the school board, I've asked to have those types of discussions and we can't have them, you know. So now for me, you know, it's a good opportunity for me to speak my mind and to let you all know exactly, you know, how I feel, and let you know that in order to really deal with systemic racism, you have to start with yourselves. You have to look internally as an organization, and to keep on, you know, continuing with this marginalization of people of color, of people from the South Side, it's just wrong, you know. And I hope that you all reflect on that, you know. And John, as president, you know, I'm just going to let you know exactly how I feel. I look forward to working with you, though. You know, I'm not closing it off. I think we should continue the conversation, but I just wanted to let you know, at least do yourselves a favor and elect Maria Leon Vasquez as vice president. Because if not, it's just continuing the pattern, you know, of having a monopoly of power of one group of people, and seeing the resources and seeing public education, you know, all those resources sway to one side of our community. We can't have that. That's not what justice is. That's not what social justice is. That's not what racial justice is. So I hope that today we at least have some balance and we're thoughtful
Speaker's
about
time
that,
is
because
up.
that's not what we've been doing.
Thank you. I'd like to suggest that we vote on the nomination. I mean, I don't know what the formal process is, but it seems weird to just say there's one nomination and therefore you will become the president. And I say that partly because I want to state my very different opinion than the one that was just put out there. And I want to affirmatively say that I think John should be president, and I think he's done a really worthy and excellent job in the last year. And honestly, I feel like the comments that were just made were just deliberately inflammatory and divisive and disingenuous. And I'm sorry that they were made by a newly elected council member to former colleagues who he served with for all this time. But my main point in speaking is I want to say affirmatively that I think John's done a really excellent job, and I want to affirmatively support him in another year as president.
Okay, so there were no other nominations then for board president.
Can I speak as well, Sean?
Sarah's running this part of the meeting.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Foster, yes.
Thank you. You know, whatever subcurrents are running, what Oscar just said is true, right? We have had, I looked at this, I looked at it a lot. We really have had very few proportionately, really disproportionately few of our board members who represent the South Side or who are people of color end up in leadership positions. And whatever we do tonight, and I don't know that pivoting in this moment is the right thing to do, but I think it's really important, regardless of whatever emotions some of us may have, to take that seriously, because the values that Oscar's talking about are values that we share. And if you cast your attention to the facts that he's stating, they're statistically true. I mean, there's definitely a systematic underrepresentation. And I don't say that as a polemic, I say it as a statistical matter. So I do think, whether it's tonight or as I think, again, aside from the subtext here or the subcurrents here, I do think a social justice conversation, a restorative justice conversation about this is in order. And there's other things that we've talked about too that we know could use more attention that we should include in those. And I think it's important to talk about it because it's what we all believe. And somehow we as a board are not acting in our own beliefs because I would say because the experience of the board and our beliefs have somehow been able to depart from each other over the years. You know, I would certainly support a restorative justice conversation about this, and I certainly would support reflection about representation and putting our values where our votes are.
Okay. So there's one nomination on the floor for board president. Is there a second nomination? Okay, so the vote will occur after both president and vice president have been chosen, is when the formal vote occurs. But seeing that there are no other nominations for board president, Mr. John Keene has won the position by acclamation, so congratulations. And now we will open the floor for the position of vice president of the Board of Education. Are there nominations for that? I saw Jen Smith's hand go up.
So while I would like to put forth a nomination, I would just like to say I've taken the words of Mr. Councilmember De La Torre very seriously. I have to say that I feel in this time in our world, consistency is really important, and consistency and leadership is really important. So I would like to nominate Lori Lieberman as vice president, and I am absolutely open to every kind of conversation we can have around the issue of social justice.
Okay, Board Member Smith has nominated Board Member Lieberman for the position of vice president. And I see Mr. Foster, you raised your hand.
Yes. I think what Jen said is absolutely true. I would also like to put my name forward as vice president. Notwithstanding the conversation or the statements I just made, for me personally, I've been on the board 6 years. During those 6 years, Lori, Richard, John have all served extensively, and I have not been put in a position of leadership. And I think we all know why I haven't been, but I don't think that's right. And I don't think that one board member nor the office of vice president or president is so terribly powerful that someone like myself should not have an opportunity to give the talents that I do have, organizational experience, leadership experience. I'm a teacher because of the sort of divergence of views. And I didn't know I was going to say this, and none of this is all spontaneous, but other than the fact that I had intended to put myself forward. But I think our values and the practical day-to-day, again, have varied here, because I think if we thought seriously about this, we would want me in leadership. And there are particular reasons why I haven't been in leadership. And those aren't good reasons. Those are not problems. Those are not things that outweigh the benefits that I could provide. And tonight might not be that night, but I ask you all to seriously consider that you're sidelining a resource here that could be very valuable to this school district if you were to look at things differently.
Okay, there are 2 nominations on the floor. Is there a third nomination for Board Vice President? Okay, seeing that there are none, it is now time to do by show of hands for the Board Vice President positions. All in favor
Don't we,
of, oh,
sorry to interrupt, point of order though. Don't we normally do this by secret ballot? Not that it matters. I mean, I don't think it matters, but historically, I'm pretty sure we do this by secret ballot.
So I have the same script I've had for a while, and usually it's like usually it's just one person nominated, but not always. And in the past, this is the script I have followed. If you want to do it, if you want to do it by secret ballot, that's fine. This isn't the official vote for the item. So if you would like to do it by secret ballot, you can.
I don't think it really matters, but I guess what I would say is we ought to think about this for the board appointments, because my recollection is those were secret ballots last time.
That's correct.
But in this particular vote, I don't think it's worth trying to figure out in the spur of the moment how to do a secret ballot on Zoom.
There were secret ballots. I don't have a personal issue with it. I think you got to find out for the future, get legal advice on this, because I feel like you probably have to do it in public, but I don't know the answer to that. So
I may be misremembering, but I
don't remember either.
For a fact, we did secret ballots when Ralph got elected, because remember, you were surprised. You actually didn't. You assumed that the ballots you had in your hand said something different than they did. So there must have been secret ballots.
Craig,
right?
Craig, I put myself forward like you did, Craig, for vice president one time, and I lost to Ralph, and it was I lost public.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it doesn't really matter. I'm just trying to make sure that we stay to the whatever.
I think you're right on the appointment. You're absolutely right. I remember it that way also, friend, but I do remember losing publicly to that one position.
Okay. But to that point, we should double check and make sure what we do in the appointment, because that'll be a high profile thing.
Sure. Okay, so the 2 nominations are Ms. Lieberman and Mr. Foster. All those in favor of Ms. Lieberman for the position of Board Vice President, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. And all those in favor of Mr. Foster for Board Vice President, please raise your hand. Okay, that is 4 for Lori and 1 for Craig. And with that, Ms. Lieberman has 4 votes and will serve as Board Vice President for the coming year. And so the motion, Mr. Keen, on the floor, the motion is for you to be Board President and for Ms. Lieberman to be Board Vice President for 2021. Do I call the motion in a second? Okay, is there a motion? Mr. Foster has motioned the item. Is there a second? And Dr. DeVilder and Justwin with the second. And I will do the roll call as I see you on my screen. Ms. Smith? That's a yes. Ms. Lieberman?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a point of clarification? What are we voting for? I'm sorry.
This is now voting for the slate, for the president and vice president, for the item, the whole item.
I see. So that's the way you did this? Okay,
That's how the item is.
Remember it this way at all.
I think I do remember that.
I think Zoom has
come back around and
created
voted officially.
Yes, but yeah, exactly. This makes it official. Exactly. Ms. Leon Vasquez?
No.
Okay. And Mr. King?
Yes.
And Mr. Foster?
Sorry, I lost track. Are we voting to accept the election?
Yes.
Yes, I'm a yes.
Okay. And Dr. DeVilder and Jeswin?
Yes.
Okay, I think that was everybody. Did I miss anyone? Okay, the motion passes. And congratulations. Thank you.
As we continue going on, I would just like to say something. It's been an interesting meeting. And I think for Jennifer, I almost feel bad that this is her first meeting, because I don't, in my 4 years, I don't remember a meeting like this. I had written a speech to say about my former colleague tonight, about how excited I was for this new opportunity that he was embarking on, how important I thought it was for our community, how I thought this was a next step in a longer journey, and I was really excited to give that tonight, and to find out how little that person views my ability as a board member because of either where I live, what religion I practice, or what I look like is tough. I also have such great respect for Maria Leon Vasquez, and I know that I can sense her disappointment in that, and rightfully so. I get it. I get it. I just feel that this is, I don't know. It's a position of privilege where it's easy for me to say it should just come down to the work. And if you just work hard, it doesn't matter. And I can say that as a white man in America. We have an appointment coming up. There's a lot of people who've applied. I think it's going to be an interesting conversation then. And all I can do is let my actions stand for me. And I don't argue with anything my friend Craig said. And I don't diminish Maria's frustration in the least. I accept that and I understand it. Anyway, I think it's been an interesting meeting, and I know we still have a little bit of work to do, but anyway, we will honor our former colleague when we know that he is not our colleague anymore. And I look forward to giving the speech that I had anticipated giving tonight. On that note, let's try to finish our agenda. We don't have that much left. Sarah, election, don't you run through all this, the election of the annual representative to LACSTA?
It is all back to you now.
Okay, the election of the annual representative for the LA County School Trustees Association, LACSTA, for 2021. Do we have anybody who is interested in serving in that position? I believe it was Craig last year.
Wasn't Laxa, I was Laco.
That's right. You were just, I was LACSTA. I will nominate myself for LACSTA. If there's a second. Okay. So would anybody else be interested in doing this position? I believe I answered a couple emails. Okay. Seeing no other, we can do a quick roll call. This would be me as representative for LACSTA. Richard, do you have a question?
No, I'm a yes.
Okay, Jennifer?
Yes.
Me is a yes. Lori?
Yes.
Richard, Craig, Maria? Is a yes. Okay. LACO, election of voting representative, LACO, LA County Committee on School District Organization. That was Craig last year. Do you want to run it back, Craig, or should we look for new nominations?
No, literally was, I don't even know that there was a vote this year. I don't remember being asked to vote. So I think I can do nothing again for another year.
So I will nominate Board Member Foster for that position.
I second that.
Are there any other nominations for that position?
Yeah.
Seeing none, we'll do a roll call. Jennifer?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Lori?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
And Maria?
Whatever.
Nomination for CSBA Delegate Assembly. This position does not need to be filled if nobody is interested. If nobody is interested, we do not need to nominate anybody. Is anybody interested?
I tried to run. I mean, it's very political and you need to spend a lot of time talking. I mean, not political in a bad way, but you need to talk to people and really, I think it would be great if somebody from our district would spend the time to be a big part of that. It's such a great organization and that assembly is valuable. But it, having taken it on a little bit, it was clear to me that it needed to be taken very, very seriously, to meet with people and cocktails and, blah, 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 blah. And that's just not where I'm at.
We're also in a very post-cocktail world right now.
Well, true.
Is anybody interested? If not, it's fine to leave that seat unfilled. We do not need to fill that. So we will leave that seat unfilled. Adopt Board of Education meeting schedule. Anybody? This was submitted in the agenda. Does anything need to be said to this, or can we just have a motion Moved by Craig, seconded by Richard. Any comments or questions? Okay, so roll call. Jennifer,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
I feel like Brianna left. Brianna, did you leave or have I been skipping over you?
It's okay. I'm here.
I'm sorry, Brianna. Okay, Brianna.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Craig,
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Okay. Adopt resolution number 2018, accepting the LA County Registrar as Recorder, County Clerk's official canvass and official statements of votes cast for the consolidated municipal election. That basically says that Maria, Jennifer, and I were elected for 4-year seats. Is there a motion to accept those results? By Richard, seconded by Craig. The roll call. Richard,
Yes.
Brianna,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Maria,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Renew resolution number 2002, declaring emergency and delegating authority to enter into contracts necessitated by COVID-19. This is the one we get on every agenda for the items that facility has to buy for when we do reopen. Do I have a motion to approve? Is there a motion by Richard? Is there a second? I see Craig. Any comments or questions on this? Carrie is here if we do.
Actually, it would be Kim Nguyen would be here as our new director of purchasing, who who Dr. Kelly didn't introduce earlier.
Not that I want you to do this, but don't you have to tell us what it is that we're authorizing? Isn't that part of the deal?
Oh, I thought we just put it as an item in there that we would read.
All right.
No, Carrie, you tell me. Or
It
Kim.
actually, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's actually a communication from the superintendent to the board president, and that communication is the memo that's attached. And so the formal delivery is between the superintendent and Board of Education, and then it gets approved here on the agenda. And all those communications are attached in the list of items.
But I think the question really was, I think the answer is we can technically vote on it because it's on the agenda and it's in the published agenda packet, but I think it's better practice to have a brief staff report and speak out loud what we're voting on.
I would like to suggest that then Kim has been standing by all evening just to do this particular piece. So I think let's just debut our Kim at this point in time and let her.
All right, Kim. Where'd she go?
I'm here.
Oh, hi, Kim. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, board members, executive cabinet, student representative, members of the public. This item is before you as a recommendation that the Board of Education renews resolution number 20-02, declaring an emergency originally adopted on July 16th that authorizes the superintendent or designee purchase materials, procure services, and take other required actions as needed to mitigate the effects of COVID-19 and to reopen schools without a competitive solicitation for bids to respond to the emergency. This reporting occurs at every regularly scheduled meeting until the board terminates the emergency action. Attached to the item is a report of services, equipment, materials, and/or supplies. The board must vote by roll call and by 4/5 vote to continue the emergency action and to approve the resolution. So since the last reporting at the November 19th board meeting, additional items that were purchased and procured and services include gloves for transportation. The full detail is in the board packet, but I'm not going to go line by line, but the gist is that there's gloves for transportation staff, swivel casters for the portable, shields, acrylic shields, microfiber cloths for wipe downs. We have canopy tents for outdoor assessments district-wide. So we have that ready with rubber weights. We purchased safety tape applicators and vinyl safety tape. We ordered special face shields for special education, thermometers for district-wide use for to have on hand. We purchased portable radios for Obama Center as well as Will Rogers Elementary so far. And we have a change order for Forensic Analytical Consulting to continue their work on consulting for the COVID-19 safety program. And we also have other pending that have not yet finalized, so that will come to the board at the future meeting.
Okay. Comments or questions for Kim about the report? I do think it's interesting to note that the purchase of the 300 tents and the weights to keep them, I assume that is to create some sort of outdoor learning spaces when we're allowed to come back. Is that correct, Carrie, or are they for some other use? Or Kim?
They're actually more for when we do, when students come back and we need to do pre-screening, and when those students that might fail the temp and the screening checks, a place for them to be until they get taken home again. So it's a lot more of that than it is for learning, because you can really only put one student under a 10-foot by 10-foot tent with distance learning.
Makes sense. Okay, any questions?
And just to say, Kim did a better job at that item than I've ever done.
Of course. Any other questions or comments? So do we have a motion? We need a 4/5 approval for this. So that's.
I'll move it.
Only 6 of us, we need 5 of us. Moved by Lori, seconded by Richard. We'll do a roll call. Jennifer?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Brianna?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that is approved. Information items, there's one information item. Board member comments. Are there any board member comments? Jennifer?
Hi, so I just wanted to mention a few things because, well, first of all, that Maria and I went to the Parent Project graduation, and I just wanted to say what a wonderful program I thought that the district was connected to. And I don't know, Maria, maybe you want to say something also. I just found it very inspirational. I hope that we are doing that in the future. The other thing I wanted to mention was I saw today, and I just listening to hundreds of parents, how stressed our world is, and that our district has connected with the Family Services of Santa Monica and are providing to all our parents in the district. So if you are listening and feeling stressed, there's a reflective parenting workshop, and I've actually taken these. And in this time, I think it would be really just important for people to gather and know that they're not going through it alone, that they're struggling with their kids, that there's someone there to help, that they that there are resources in the district. So if you've gotten your oh, Gail, I'm sorry, what's the name of it? Your flyer page through your email. It tells you how. Oh, Peach, yes, thank you, Peach Jar. If you've seen that flyer, they're wonderful programs, and they're wonderful people there to help you, psychologists and mental health support people. And so I would absolutely, if you, it's separated by sort of elementary school and then secondary. And so you're, anyway, those are the two things I wanted to mention.
Thank you, Jennifer. Does anybody else have any board member comment they'd like to? Yes, Maria.
No, I just want to follow up. Yeah, that a lot of the work that I think that Dr. Rossi has done in terms of the parent engagement piece in this community, in this district, has been really great. And that's, the culmination of the parent program was one of them, of many. And I mean, she's been able to organize and work with a lot of our ELAC parents, our DLAC parents, our leaders, and built leadership. So for the first time, we have a lot of the parents, Spanish-speaking parents, actually running the meeting like they should be. Before, staff would used to do it from the district, and now you have parents actually getting involved and parents voicing their unhappy issues with how the district is treating them here. So I propose that, you know, as soon as we select the new board member, that we definitely need to have a retreat, because this whole issue of, how can I say, equity, like I've said in the past, we all have our different definitions of equity. We're not all on the same page. And until we can actually put everything on the table and clear it all out, we're always going to have this underlying issues of mistrust and you know, on this board, and have a board that wouldn't really be, you know, wouldn't be effective because all of us aren't working as a team. So, you know, I want to move this forward. Hopefully we can plan something great, because I've got a lot of issues, especially, you know, I know that we had a lot of issues, and even though Council Member De La Torre, because he is a council member, he's not a school board member anymore, but he did raise the issues with our more diverse people of color, you know, predominantly our African American and Latino kids who are not being successful and haven't been successful for a long time. And so I think we have to look at that, definitely, and that should be a priority come next year, with regular, I think, reports from the district letting us know where we are. That's why I asked in the recommendations earlier, in terms of the plan for reopening, that we get a list of, and that we get an idea of who is it that's on that list that are at most risk. And I'm sure our kids of color are there, that we need to make sure that we have a plan ready to go. We can't wait till the reopening, but there has to be a definite plan. You know, and with that, what I guess, and I was brought to my attention, I double checked with my husband, and I know that Oscar mentioned that he wanted to close the meeting in honor of one of our former students. And he was one of those that I have to admit, his brother and sister, I went to, well, I didn't go, but he was my age. His older brother was my age, of the person that passed away. And him and his sister, of course, Ruth Fragoso, was an engineer. So I'm talking about Jonathan Fragoso, Ruth Fragoso, who used to be the PTA president for Samo High. She lost her brother. And he's one of those individuals that, and that in my time, because these are people that went to school during the 70s, that the school district was never really took care of. And he was one of those kids that fell through the cracks. But at least he was somebody that got himself together and was a really good person in the community that moved ahead, that he didn't become an engineer or a professional, but he was in his own right a professional and person, and a very integral person of our community, because from what I understand, he used to coach our students, all our kids at Los Amigos. So here we are, and so we have to reflect, when many of our kids, I mean, it's not, just like a few of us get through and we're able to be successful, that's not really what we want in this district. We want to make sure that everybody has that opportunity. And I think we have to be real with ourselves and have that discussion come January. So Dr. Dradi and Dr. Moore, I hope, in working with the leadership, with both, John and Lori, that we can put a good agenda for our retreat, that we hopefully, once we all, 7 us are, the new board of 7 can really have a good discussion and move the agenda for this.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. I had been given that information by Oscar as well. I only knew him as Ruth's brother, and thank you for bringing that more clarity to it. I also, before we get to the adjournment, because we also had one other adjournment, I want to point out for future agenda items. I think we all share a lot of the same common values, and I think one of the concerns that our colleague, our former colleague Oscar had, was that the things that he cared most about would not be championed when he left. And I just want to point out future agenda items that were already on the calendar, and it shows our commitment to it. Well, the first one is not so much. Well, it actually is. The first one is the update on Samo High Academy and Samo High Phase 3 construction. That would be in January. This is how we're addressing different learning styles, students that are falling through the cracks, finding those other opportunities. In February, I'm not sure if it'll be on the 4th or the 18th, the report on district hiring. And we will make that an annual item. So we keep reviewing the district hiring data. And then at the end of the year in May is when we have scheduled our update on ACE's ethnic studies and how the expansion of that has worked through the year and how that will be reflected moving forward into 2021, 2022. So I want to point those out as future agenda items. And then lastly, excuse me, I want to read this second adjournment.
Wait.
So I'm sorry, Craig.
I'm sorry, we sort of pivoted because Maria was doing board member comments and then it pivoted to adjournment stuff, but I wanted to talk about the PPBL.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, please.
nominations too. I think we all went to one or two of those things. And you know, what a demonstration of the power of that work. You know, I think we all saw kids who were fully engaged in what they were doing, and they were learning in multi dimensions and real life implications and fired up. And, you know, it just seems to me, not only is that a powerful thing to put into the mainline curriculum, but there's a lot of kids who do not see themselves in a traditional classroom who could be all in doing that work and making that available and broadcasting to folks that there is a different way to learn and a different way to succeed here, you know, I think is such a gift. We struggle so hard to make some kids, to help some kids succeed in a system that just doesn't work for them. And this is an alternative system where they can learn just as much in a way where they're not just struggling through it. They're you know, arms over their head thrilled. So I just loved it. I was so happy to be a part of it. And, you know, both the presentations, I just wanted to call the kids up and say, how can I help you with, you know, making, because they were both real world things they wanted to do more with, is how can I help you make this a reality? So, you know, I just want to thank everybody, the staff and the school. That was just awesome.
You're right. I definitely echo that. Those were terrific presentations. And it's too bad that everybody can't see that, because when people question PPBL, yes, the rollout has been slower than we'd like, but the work being done by the teachers and the kids there is terrific.
I have to echo
Thanks
that
for pointing
too.
that out.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. Any more board member comments? Or I'm going to move to the final adjournment. Okay, so we're going to do our second adjournment tonight. Will be adjourning the meeting in memory of former Santa Monica Mayor Bob Holbrook, who passed away this past week. Bob was a Santa Monica native. He was known for being born at the now defunct St. Catherine's Hospital on 4th Street, educated in Santa Monica schools, including Roosevelt, John Muir, John Adams, and Samuel High. He attended Santa Monica College before he went on to study pharmacology at USC, and then joined the Air National Guard. Bob was a strong advocate for homeless services and working to improve public parks within the city. He is credited as a foundational force in creating Tongva Park and establishing veteran services at Woodlawn Cemetery. Bob was elected in 1990, was the longest serving member of the City Council in Santa Monica's history, with close to 500 meetings under his belt. Bob retired from the council in 2004, and when he retired, he cited the state of local politics, said the tone of discourse was getting more vitriolic and was grating on him. This was 2014. Prior to joining the council in 1990, Bob spent 8 years as member of the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District Board of Ed. I believe he was the first Santa Monica politician who served both on the city council and the Board of Ed. It is now becoming more commonplace. I think Oscar will be the third, I think, to do that. In the words of Council Member Gleam Davis, Bob was a devoted husband, father, and grandfather, as well as a loyal member of the USC Trojan family, public servant. He was always kind and generous, and no one loved Santa Monica more. He's survived by Jean Ann, who he married in 1967, Bob Jr., Cindy, and Craig. I ask for a moment of silence in memory of Bob Holbrook and in memory of Jonathan Fregosa. For those of us who are left here, wish you a very, very happy and healthy remainder of the holidays, and please, whenever possible, stay healthy and safe. This is a dangerous time, and please take care of yourselves so we can have more opportunities when we come back. Good night, everybody. Be well.
Thank you.